They were 50. Their overall record to get to this point is 15-2, right? So people who are firstly, if there are people just joining us for their first NFL show on 5 Live tonight, welcome along. It's lovely to have you listening with us. And for those of you that have been with us throughout the season, also welcome along, and thank you for being with us all season. It's brilliant broadcasting to you all. You will have heard us talking about the Chiefs in the past with a 15-2 winning record. But is it odd to say, Greg, that they haven't looked that convincing as well at times? Can I say that?
Yeah, they would have been the least regarded, like the least hyped up team. That was 9-0 in the middle of November. They lost their first game in Buffalo. They'd won a bunch of games by 1 score. Again, for our new listeners, would be basically 7 points or less, 8 points or less, because you can score obviously the 6-point touchdown, the 2-point conversion. Their first 4 wins were by 1 score. Then they won a couple with some distance. Then they won 3 more games by 1 score. So yeah, they were not that dominant a 9-0 team. They didn't finish that dominant a 15-2 team. And obviously, for the second straight year, really, they eclipsed the Buffalo Bills. Last year was in the divisional playoff in Buffalo, basically the conference semifinals. And 2 weeks ago, guys, there's the conference final. There's Josh Allen, who was just named the best player in football, the most valuable player at the NFL Awards the other night. And he's got the football, and he's got 1:40 left on the clock, and all he has to do is go about 50 yards, tying field goal, or go 75 yards and win the game. And the Chiefs' defense, not the offense, stopped them. So they haven't, like, again, that's it. There's 17 wins, 2 losses, Stefan, but they haven't. They're not that kind of, and they've never really dominated in a Super Bowl either. All of these games, all of their wins have been close games in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I mean, being that clutch, Christian, is a skill. It's an intangible. But does that, I mean, how much of that is luck? How much of that is the fact that this is a team that just knows how to win in these big moments? Can they ride it out one more week?
I think they can, but I think it all comes down to how the Philadelphia Eagles manage that perception of the Grim Reaper coming back in the fourth quarter, down less than a score, and thinking
you need to be so far ahead. You need to be like 40 points ahead by the fourth quarter, otherwise it's not safe.
It's going up against Tiger Woods, Michael Jordan, those perennial winners that just breathe down your neck, and they keep it close enough that when the pressure really mounts, certain teams fold and crumble. We saw the last time they played each other in the Super Bowl, one costly turnover from Jalen Hurts was a difference maker, and obviously a late holding call decided the game. But ultimately, in that game, Jalen Hurts actually outplayed Patrick Mahomes. It goes into that team ethos, that team mindset, where Patrick Mahomes came out of the half with a bad ankle. We were questioning in the broadcast booth whether he would actually be able to continue at the same pace, or he was going to have to stay in the pocket. Scrambles late on a bad ankle to really decide the game and be able to put it out of reach. So that is that championship DNA, that championship mentality, and also the consistency of having him and Coach Reid together for so long, and that trust that they have between each other. I think that's ultimately going to be to their advantage.
Yeah, let's talk about the Eagles.
The Chiefs have never, ever in this Mahomes era, this is his 5th Super Bowl, they've never led a Super Bowl at the half. They were tied in their first Super Bowl against the 49ers 10-all to Christian's point. They were down 24-14 with what looked like an injured Mahomes at halftime 2 years ago. They were down 10-3 to the 49ers last year at the half. That's stunning to me that this is this guy's 5th Super Bowl. He's a transcendent, once-in-a-generation quarterback, so it would seem, when it comes to winning, and he's never led a Super Bowl at halftime. Maybe tonight's the night, but maybe it isn't.
Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating. It's almost as if they come alive. I mean, people were saying, they didn't play very well in the regular season because they came alive in the playoffs. They came alive when it got to the knockout competition. Maybe they'll do the same in the Super Bowl. We'll see very shortly. Now, let's talk about the Eagles. Of course, they played in that Super Bowl that Christian was referencing 2 seasons ago, where they lost 38-35 in a classic. Greg, how much do you think revenge is sort of forefront of the mind? There's been a lot of articles written about the sort of Italian-American connection with this Philadelphia Eagles side, Nick Sirianni, their head coach, and some of the characters on the sideline for the Philadelphia Eagles and some of their players. And how much do you think sort of revenge for what happened 2 years ago and their sort of fiery nature as characters, some of those involved in the franchise, will have a big impact, a big bearing on the result tonight?
I think it motivates you leading up to it. I'm sure it does. Like, it is literally, obviously, one game at a time when you make the playoffs. And we've talked about this before. The Eagles really didn't make things easy on themselves. They had 3 home games. And really, again, none of them were. I mean, the Packers game was pretty safe by the fourth quarter. They won that 22-10. But there's Matt Stafford and the LA Rams in the snowstorm on January 19th, and they're the 30 yards away from getting a winning touchdown, knocking them out. And obviously, they blew out the Washington Commanders last week in a game that or 2 weeks ago, in a game that a lot of people thought would be closer. So I just look and I go, I think that motivates you during. Christian could speak to this way better than I could, but I think that motivates you during the week. Once you're out there, that first quarter moves so fast. It's all about execution. Everybody's got nerves. It's a big reason why there's such low scoring first quarters. If you run back all the Patriots Super Bowls with Belichick and Brady, sometimes there's no points at all. Sometimes it's 3-0. It's 3-3. That first quarter it's coming fast and furious, and I don't think revenge factors in once they kick off the ball tonight.
Okay, interesting stuff. Well, you've been in a locker room, Christian, at an NFL level. You've played with these players. Well, how much will they be thinking about what happened 2 years ago?
It depends who was actually there. I think 8 of the 11 starters on the defense for the Philadelphia Eagles are different names to the people who played 2 years ago. So I think when you look at what the GMs have done in that time, and what Howie Roseman has said, which is you can bring in Vic Fangio because the defense last year was the reason why they got knocked out of the playoffs early. They now turn that, flipped it on its head, and the number one defense in football. So defense does win championships, but especially when you can run the ball with someone like Saquon. And I think that even though Saquon wasn't there, he spoke in the media quite candidly about feeling that need to get back and actually win the Super Bowl, especially against his arch nemesis, which was the beginning of his potential three-peat, was them losing 2 years ago. Let's not forget that. So they had the opportunity to really rain on their parade and actually snatch victory.
Absolutely. I mean, you're talking there, I mean, defense wins, or offense wins games, defense wins championships is often a sort of a refrain that we hear around the NFL. But let's flip that on this head a little bit by talking about Kansas City Chiefs' superstar, then their quarterback, Patrick Mahomes, trying to win his fourth Super Bowl already in his season, trying to sort of create an argument in terms of who was the greatest quarterback of all time, because of course Tom Brady's got that moniker at the moment, but if he keeps winning, it might be him one day. Let's have a little listen to some of his thoughts on tonight's game. Here's Patrick Mahomes.
Super Bowl's always top of the top, and to be able to have this opportunity to be in this game is always special. And so we're just going to go out there and lay it all on the line. I mean, we've worked so hard to be in this game, and I'm proud of my teammates. We're one win away from going out and completing history, so I'm excited for it. They lost some great players as far as the older guys, but they've gained a lot of other younger guys as well. And the young guys that were in the game, they've gotten even better. So it's going to be a great football team. And we know that, and it's going to take our best football to try to find a way to get a win. But they're going to be hungry, and they're going to go out there, and it'll be a great game for everybody to watch. I think the key about facing a team that's talented and they're like the best defense in the entire league. It's just getting the ball in your hands and not causing bad plays. I mean, they seem like they get turnovers every single game, and that builds momentum in football games. So just trying to keep away from the turnovers, get the ball in my hand, and whenever I do get the opportunity to go downfield, I have to execute on it. There won't be many of them. You got to go out there and play at the end of the day, and I feel like we got the offense down for the Super Bowl, and it'll be a great challenge for us to go out there and try to have success with it.
Patrick Mahomes there. By the way, in New Orleans, we've just seen John Hamm, the actor, and Bradley Cooper, the actor as well. John Hamm was announcing the Kansas City Chiefs out onto the field, and Bradley Cooper, was that his son with him, Greg? A very sweet moment there, and announcing the Philadelphia Eagles out onto the field. So some excitement building there in the Superdome already. We will, of course, expect to kick off around 20 to midnight-ish, right? Who knows? But that's roughly the plan. That was Patrick Mahomes. And Greg, we've already heard a little bit from Christian about Vic Fangio. Vic Fangio, people don't know, is the defensive coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles, so he's in charge of organising the defence and trying to stop Patrick Mahomes. How much of a job has Vic Fangio got in his hands tonight, and how key is his role in making sure the Philadelphia Eagles can try and get the best of the Chiefs tonight?
Yeah, I mean, we've really only seen Mahomes shut down, and shut down badly by one team ever in the Super Bowl, and that was the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And they won that game 31-9 in February of 2021. We're all coming off that COVID pandemic NFL season with a lot of empty stadiums. Tampa Bay got to play at home in Tom Brady's first year there. But that's the big thing for me is I've thought about this, like how many, we could debate all night how many Super Bowls Mahomes is likely to win. This would be his fourth. He'd be tied with Joe Montana He would be tied with Terry Bradshaw. He'd be 3 Super Bowls in total behind Tom Brady. But let's think of how old he is, too. He's just turned 29. And for Tom Brady, he had 3 Super Bowls by the time he was sitting there at age 26. And went again for 10 years. He went from 2004 to 2014. It was the Malcolm Butler interception with the Patriots beating the Seattle Seahawks. That one was another one that looked like they were going to fall short. So you just never know how many times you're going to be back. But guys, I mean, if Mahomes wins this tonight, he's the youngest to ever have 4, and it'd be impossible not to see him doing this 2 or 3 more times. Now, the one thing, I'll put it on the line, I don't think you'll ever see him get a chance to do again is 3-peat. So these guys care about their legend. These guys don't talk about it during their career. They sure can talk about it afterwards. To be the first Super Bowl quarterback ever to win 3 straight Super Bowls, and by the way, the Chiefs are the only team, 8 teams won back-to-back Super Bowls. None of those 8 ever made it back. They didn't even make it back. So the Chiefs have already gone further, but it's winning this tonight. They've all got their rings. They've all got their money. They've all got their championships. This creates a real legacy because it's something tonight, and we'll find out in about 3.5 hours. Nobody's ever done before.
He just does it in a way as well, Chris. Like there was that play where they were showing some highlights earlier when we were just setting up the studio in here against the in the divisional round against the Houston Texans, where he's basically wrapped up. He's falling to the ground. He's falling. And he still manages to create the velocity on the pass forward and throw a touchdown to his favourite receiver, Travis Kelce, in the end zone on a really key moment in the game. He just finds these ways, like he did in the Super Bowl last year, hobbled on his ankle. We were sat there at half-time, the 3 of us being like, it's over. And he comes back and he wins. He just manages like they all do. You talked to Michael Jordan earlier. He's just one of those guys, isn't he?
Yeah, he knows how to win. I think the maturation of his game from when he was a quintessential gunslinger when he first came into the league, so then now actually 27% of his passes are behind the line of scrimmage. His offensive personnel isn't the same as it was when Travis Kelce was a few years younger. He had Tyreek Hill. Yes, they've drafted Xavier Worthy this year, but it makes a huge difference in having 15 at the helm, because he knows when to force it, when to extend the play with his legs, and then also his turnover differential is impeccable, especially in the postseason. I think they had a fumbled exchange with Pacheco last week, which was the first fumble in 9 games.
He doesn't give the ball to the other team. Like when he turned the ball over, give the other team a chance, opportunity to have the ball. He doesn't do that. He plays very safe. Pictures are coming in now of the Superdome, which is the stadium there in New Orleans. It looks beautiful. It looks bright. It looks colourful. The fans are starting to cram in there. The pitch is always look immaculate, Christian. What would they like to still be standing? Because that looks really so you've got yellow in one of the end zones. You've got in yellow colour with Chiefs written on bright red, and then you've got the Philadelphia Eagles green on the other side. It looks super bright from here. And then you've got the new Super Bowl 59 logo on 2 sides of the field. Looks amazing. It looks beautiful. And we're also seeing pictures of Saquon Barkley being interviewed at the side of the field. Now he is, of course, the big star for the Philadelphia Eagles this year. Their star signing over the summer, moved from the New York Giants. He had 2005 rushing yards. He's playing in his first Super Bowl. He did this play this year, and if you've got your phone on you, and you can Google this or go on social media and find it, he jumped over a player whilst facing backwards. I've not seen anything like it, right? So Saquon Barkley is expected to have a big moment in this game. He's just been interviewed on the side of the field earlier as well. And so he's going to be someone for us to be keeping an eye out on there in New Orleans. So we're getting very close now to the beginning of the sort of the pre-game rituals, where we're going to be hearing some music. Of course, the anthem's going to be coming up as well. They also sing a song called America the Beautiful, and that's going to be coming up very soon in the Superdome. Now remember, if you're listening to us for the first time, welcome along to the NFL here on BBC Radio 5 Live. It is, of course, the Super Bowl. It's Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans. The Kansas City Chiefs are taking on the Philadelphia Eagles, and we will have you covered here all night. Let's head over to the stadium now for America the Beautiful and the national anthem.
From the great state of Louisiana, Trombone Shorty and Lauren Daigle.
decidedly New Orleans turn on America the Beautiful from a pair of Louisiana natives, Lauren Daigle and Trombone Shorty.
And the Military District of Washington. Tonight's colors will be presented by Joint Armed Forces Color Guard and drummers from the United States Air Force Band. To honor America and perform our national anthem, please welcome 7-time Grammy Award-winning artist and composer, New Orleans' own, the maestro, John Batiste.
The military flyover over the Superdome, a rousing, very New Orleans rendition of our national anthem from 7-time Grammy Award winner John Batiste.
So there we have it then, John Batiste giving us the national anthem of the US. You are listening to the Super Bowl here on BBC Radio 5 Live. It is almost time to find out who is going to be crowned Super Bowl champions this season in New Orleans. We are going to be right back with the kickoff very soon. But first, let's get the news and sport here on 5 Live with John Wilkinson.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
A man's been arrested in Dublin after 3 people were taken to hospital following a suspected knife attack. Police say people in the Stony Batter area have been left in a state of shock. 2 of the victims have serious wounds. Ukraine's President Zelensky has said that any plan Donald Trump has for a quick end to his country's war with Russia must ensure there's no further aggression by Moscow. Mr. Trump has revealed he's spoken to Vladimir Putin on the phone about the conflict. And thousands of Palestinians have been travelling back to northern Gaza after Israeli troops withdrew from a key strip of land as part of the ceasefire deal. But many people have already begun to turn back after finding their homes were either destroyed or severely damaged in the Israeli bombing campaign. Here's your sport, and away from the Super Bowl, which starts shortly here on 5 Live. The Liverpool boss, Arne Slot, says his team weren't so young or inexperienced that they couldn't have beaten Plymouth in the FA Cup this afternoon. The Premier League leaders were much changed from their League Cup semi-final second leg win against Tottenham and lost lost 1-0 at home park. Wolves are through. They beat Blackburn 2-0, whilst Spurs lost to Aston Villa 2-1. Queen's Park are into the Scottish Cup quarter-finals after stunning Rangers 1-0 at Ibrox. Aberdeen are also through. They had a 3-0 win over Dunfermline. And there were wins in the Women's FA Cup fifth round for teams including Manchester City, Arsenal and Chelsea. Ireland topped the Six Nations table after their second win from 2 games. They were 32 points to 18 winners over Scotland at Murrayfield. England's cricketers have lost their one-day international series in India with a match to spare. And in netball, England have won the final of the Nations Cup in London, beating South Africa.
Thank you very much, John, for the news and sports. Now, you are listening to BBC Radio 5 Live. It is time for our coverage of the Super Bowl here on the show. Now, remember, you can get in touch with us tonight. It is hashtag BBC NFL. If you want to get involved in the conversation, you can do that because we have been bringing you coverage throughout the evening. It is Greg Brady, our NFL expert, and we've also got Christian Scotland Williamson with us, who played for the Pittsburgh Steelers in the NFL. So we're going to be here throughout tonight. If you've got any questions, if you're new to the NFL, if you're joining us for the first time, just for the Super Bowl, and there's something happening you're not sure about, then feel free to ask us a question, and we, of course, will try to help you out and try to understand what's going on the field.
And as we said, tonight there will be a very special coin toss to commemorate what happened 40 days ago here in New Orleans.
Time Pro Bowl defensive end, 2024 Saints Peyton NFL Man of the Year, who has played 14 seasons at defensive end for the New Orleans Saints, Cam Jordan.
On January 1st, our cherished French Quarter experienced an attack that shook us to the core. In the face of unspeakable loss, we mourned 14 lives that were taken too soon. Tonight, we come together not only to remember, but to celebrate their lives and honor the brave heroes who rush towards danger, embodying selflessness and courage. Please join me in welcoming the dedicated members of the New Orleans Police Department, New Orleans Emergency Service, New Orleans Fire Department, Louisiana Department of Corrections, and Louisiana State Police who were there that night. Each of these remarkable individuals carry with them a symbol of remembrance for the 14 victims whose spirits continue to inspire us. As we stand united, we welcome our Super Bowl honorary captains, representing the families of the 14 beloved victims and the many more still recovering. Virginia, Jack, and Sophie Besh, whose brother Tiger played wide receiver at Princeton University. Kathy and Louis Tenedorio, whose son Matthew fulfilled his dream working here at the Superdome as part of the Saints game day production team and was scheduled to work tonight's Super Bowl. Also joining us here tonight and watching from the stands are many other family members of the victims. We are a resilient community, and we are filled with gratitude for the incredible support we receive from around the world. Tonight, we also extend our hearts to those impacted by the floods in North Carolina, the fires in California, and the families grieving the loss of loved ones in the tragic plane crashes in Washington, D.C. and Philadelphia. Together, we rise, together, we heal, and together, we will carry your memory with us forever.
Good evening, captains. Welcome to Super Bowl 59. Congratulations to you and your teams on a fantastic season. My name is Ron Torbert. I'll be the referee tonight. Here's the coin that we will use for the toss. The side with the Super Bowl 59 commemorative logo is heads. The side with the Kansas City and Philadelphia team logos is tails. Kansas City, you are the designated visitors for tonight's game. What is your call? Tails. Tails is the call. Tails is the call. It is tails. Kansas City is going to toss the Brentford play for the second half. You want the ball. Which way do you want to kick? Who's change hands? Philadelphia will receive the opening kickoff. Let's play football.
So there we have it then. Yeah, let's play football indeed. The Philadelphia Eagles are going to be getting the ball first in this, the 59th Super Bowl. So then, Greg, we are quickly approaching kickoff. Before we get started, I've got to ask you both, who's going to win? Start with you, Greg. What's your prediction? What are you saying?
Like the Chiefs, you just can't bet against them. And I'm speaking as somebody who may or may not have bet against them before. So I think the 3 P is in the works here. I hope we got a close game. I'd love to see the score within a touchdown. I want to see Jalen Hurts have an opportunity to prove me wrong in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, we haven't talked about Jalen Hurts just because time goes so fast. So many exciting things to talk about. Jalen Hurts, of course, the last time they played, Christian, had an absolute stormer of a game in that Super Bowl 2 seasons ago. Right, so we've got one Chiefs here from Greg Brady. What are you saying?
I believe in redemption. 31-29 to the Eagles.
Anna scored 31-29, very specific as well.
I think it's going to be tight. It's going to be four touchdowns apiece. Someone's going to have to go for a 2-point conversion. I feel like the Eagles need to really put their foot on the gas because there's going to be a late resurgence from Patrick Mahomes.
I think, it's close. I mean, who knows, right? But my sense is I've got Philly winning the first half. But then I've got them clamming up, and I've got Kansas City coming back to win, because I agree with you, Greg. You find me a brave man. Christian's a brave man. He sat next to me. But who's going to bet against Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid in this moment, right? They might not look like the vintage Chiefs of a few seasons ago, but they just know how to win, don't they?
Yeah, it's something. You know, by the end of the 4 quarters, maybe there's overtime just like last year, but by the end of at least the 4 quarters, maybe the 5th quarter, Stefan, let's convince Christian. Let's gang up on him and convince him that the tush push should be banned in the 2025
yes.
regulars. Let's just say enough is enough. It was never a football play with us growing up. It's sprung up. It's rogue. It's maverick. It's wrong. We need it out of our wonderful sport. How about that? We got a lot of time to convince them.
Yeah, we've got on it. Let's hope it's a close game, then we don't have to have sort of broad NFL conversations like that. But you never know, Greg. It's good to have it. We'll put it on the list. You know how star-studded the Super Bowl is. We're currently just getting ready for kickoff. It's not too far away. Tom Cruise is doing the opening anthem at Christian. That sort of gives you a sense of the sort of the star, the starriness of this occasion, isn't it?
Yeah, it brings everyone out. We've already seen Bradley Cooper waving all of his Eagles fans in. I'm sure Kevin Hart is in attendance as well, just like Taylor Swift. One cutaway so far?
Yeah, we've seen one cutaway of Taylor Swift so far. Yeah. We're expecting, we've got it like, how many do you reckon?
It's at least 12.
You're saying 12, that's quite high. What are you saying, Greg? How many times are we going to see Taylor Swift?
Yeah, I'm 12.5. Give me the over on that. But the last time the Eagles won, I was in Minneapolis for that game. Didn't Kevin Hart try to get on the podium with Doug Peterson and Nick Foles? And I think he's less likely to get on now than he was 17. I'm not saying his star has fallen, but I think he was at the peak of his powers in 2017. I think it's less likely now he even gets on.
Kevin Hart, the Hollywood star, was trying to. I mean, being a Hollywood star gets you so far, but not on the podium for an NFL winning team.
This isn't Dave Chappelle we're talking about. Yeah. I mean, let's be serious.
And to be fair, that was their first ever Super Bowl win back in 2017, and they did it with that amazing reverse pass, didn't they, to Nick Foles? So maybe that was a moment worth enjoying. As we're sort of getting ready for this moment for the Super Bowl to finish, your call for the Philadelphia Eagles, Christian, me and Greg essentially saying it's the intangibles why we think Kansas City are going to win, because you just can't bet against them because they find a way. What is it about this team that makes you think, despite the Andy Reid, despite the Patrick Mahomes, despite their history, the Eagles are still going to top it?
It's the moves that Howie Roseman made in the offseason. Vic Fangio turned this defense around, the number one defense that will keep them in the game.
He's their coach.
But playing-wise, Saquon Barkley, this offensive line, they can create holes, and then expect Dallas Goedert. I know that everyone talks about A.J. Brown and him being the number one receiver, but I think Dallas Goedert is going to go for about 70 yards of that. I wouldn't be surprised if he scores a touchdown.
Now, you just say that because you used to play his position. Dallas Goedert is the tight end for the Philadelphia Eagles. Are you just saying that because you were a tight end as well?
But also because if you go for a kind of Belichick-style matchup against the Eagles, you're going to have Trent McDuffie is taking away one of the star 2 receivers, and then it means even in coverage, it's room for a tight end to get open.
Yeah, okay. Interesting call there. So 100 yards plus for Dallas Goedert.
No, 70.
70 yards plus, okay, fine. If that happens, you hear it here first. I don't think many people in their pre-game would be picking up a tight end that isn't Travis Kelce. However, here we are. It's the BBC. We're impartial, okay? It's not all the Travis Kelce show. There are other tight ends out there, okay? Dallas Goedert being one of them. Right. Well then, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to say the wait is very nearly over. There are 83,000 fans ready. The teams are ready. Our commentary team of Kevin Harlan, Kurt Warner are ready. So let's head over to the Superdome and join them.
Kickoff will come from the Chiefs from our left to our right.
Eagles tonight, midnight, green jerseys, white pants. Deep back, they've got Kenneth Gainwell and Will Shipley. Here's the kickoff, and away we go in the Big Easy. And Super Bowl 59 is underway with a kickoff out of the end zone. To our right, and a touchback hurt, first down in 10. Let me reel back just a little bit. What kind of season has Jalen Hurts had quarterbacking the Eagles?
Well, this year he's had a great season because it's been about winning, but he's really been a complimentary piece. We know that the story of the year has really been Saquon Barkley coming over from New York, dominating, have one of the best running back seasons we've ever seen. And Jalen Hurts, when they needed him, he stepped up big. They just haven't needed him all that much.
With maybe the best offensive line in the NFL, Eagles will have it first down and 10 at their own 30, moving from our right to our left. They're in the pistol with Hurts. They send the receiver in motion. The shotgun snap, the hand to Barkley. Over to left, Thompson by the 30 on the numbers. 12 by the defender. Tackled around the ankles by Cook. Angling to the near sideline. It's just beyond the Eagle 34. Let's call it a gain of a little more than 4 yards on the first play of the Super Bowl.
And this is going to be the main battle. Steve Spagnuolo in this Chiefs defense, since he took over in 2019, have never given up more than 90 yards to a running back in the playoffs. Saquon Barkley has made it a habit of getting 100 yards or more every single game. This is going to be a matchup we'll watch all night long.
In the gun, Barkley next to the quarterback, Hurts. Second down, 6. Eagle 34. Shotgun snap. Drop back at 2. Punt faking. Out flush from the pocket. He's on the numbers. Hurts goes to the far sideline. It is caught. Grabbed by Devontae Smith. Chest high grab in front of the Chiefs bench. He's out to the 42 of Philly. He's got a first down. It's a gain of 8 through the air.
He was looking for his main guy, A.J. Brown. They love to hit him on what we call a quick under, 5 yards and inside. Great coverage on that end by the cornerback. By a little bit of time, back behind him, Devontae Smith on the corner route. Nice play by Jalen Hurts.
Chiefs are lining up with 4 in the secondary. First down and 10. Eagles at their 42, opening possession. Shotgun for Hurts. Left foot ahead of his right. There's the 5-yard shotgun snap. It's a handoff to Barkley. Sweep to the far side. Laterally running on the 40. Angling to the far side. Got to the Eagle 44. It's a gain of a couple on the play. Let's call it 2, Kurt, and second and 8 coming up.
And it's going to take everybody to stop Saquon Barkley.
Yes.
You see the safeties, the secondary coming up fast on the handoff. At some point in time in this game, off of a play action, you got to think the Eagles are going to try to get behind those guys if they're playing downhill and selling out to stop Saquon.
Now the Chiefs have gone to the nickel. Second down and 7. Hurts is in the gun. Barkley on his side. Got it repositioned. 45 of the Eagles. It's second down and 7 in the game opening drive. The shotgun snap. The drop back of 3. Hurts looking, bouncing up and down. Throws a short lateral pass to the near side. It's caught by Barkley, who is then grabbed around the waist by the linebacker Bolton. With a loss in the play. Back to the Eagle 41 on the near sideline. It's a loss of 4, bringing up 3rd and 11.
Yeah, Nick Bolton is a leader on that defense, and that's what you need. One-on-one with Saquon Barkley out in space. Great one-on-one tackle behind the sticks.
5 in the secondary. Kenneth Gainwell is the back. It's 3rd down and 11. Shotgun snap. Eagle 41. Moving up in the messy pocket. Now Hurts on the run to 40. Inside the numbers of 45. He broke a tackle and into the far sideline to 50. Run out of bounds and shy of the first. He got just inside Chiefs territory at the 50-yard line, angling to the far sideline. He appears to have gained 9 on the play, bringing up 4th and 2, and one of the early decisions of the game.
The first big decision right here on the 50. You ask yourself, is he push close to the first down? They've been known to do this from about 2 yards away. This is a long one, close to 2. They don't even look like they're in the tush-push formation right now.
They're in the gun. Barkley back in. 4th and 2. Right on the NFL logo at the 50-yard line. Shotgun snap to Barkley. Gets the right tackle back. Winds up. Hurts and spiral. Far side. Caught. Brown. Far sideline. And a flag thrown on the play. The grab was made at the 19-yard line of the Chiefs down the far sideline. It appears to be against Philadelphia.
That's the reserve. Offense. Number 11.
All right, Gene Steratore, what'd you see on that 4th down play?
You know, Kevin, on the first look, it looked like A.J. Brown was a little hand fighting. Now, whether he's separated that much or not, he runs a straight go route and puts the left hand out
a little contact, but quite honestly, guys, I don't see a lot of separation there. Doesn't look like, well, taking a quick look, there's a hand in the face mask, but not a lot of separation.
Eagles will have to punt. And deep end is Braden Mann. It's 4th and 12. And he'll be punting for Philadelphia from our right to our left. Remigio is back at about the Kansas City 15-yard line. Here is the snap. It's a good one. It's a right-footed punt. It is sailing down the far side. Numbers under it, looking into the roof. The catch at the 8, gets by the 10. Remigio then gang tackled on that far sideline and taken down about the 13. It's a 53-yard punt. It's a return of 5. Chiefs get it for the first time. Let's take a break. This is Westwood One's coverage of the Super Bowl.
And you're listening here to BBC Radio 5 Live. It's the Super Bowl from New Orleans. Thank you very much for being with us. Exciting start already, Christian. What did you make of that first drive for the Philadelphia Eagles? A bold call to go for it on 4th and 2. It shows they're not messing around.
A statement of intent. They came out aggressive on 4th and 2, throwing it deep as well. I think very harsh on the offensive pass interference call. Barely a glazing glance on the helmet, but I feel like that's the intention. They have to come out with Nick Sirianni not playing scared. First drive, opening of the Super Bowl, and they're coming out swinging.
Greg, it's not, and there's not a lot of discussion. I half doesn't even ask this question, but we've been put in this position. We have to ask this question. There's been a lot of focus on the refereeing sometimes in the NFL this season. And I was listening to a podcast earlier on this week that was criticising the choice of the lead referee for Super Bowl 59, Ron Talbot. First drive, first explosive play, first bad call, frankly.
Yeah, and the referees, the entire umpire, the entire officiating crew wanted a clean first drive with no call. They didn't want the NFL deep state on social media to awaken so early from their snacks and their enjoyment of the game. They're awake and alive now. I haven't even checked, but I'm sure of it. And to Christian's point, it's a harsh call. I don't hate it, but I don't like it, if that makes sense. Like, it's not an egregious overreach by the referee. There's contact there. And Brown probably is going to watch that tape and go, I wish I hadn't gone back the second time. But, guys, I really think, Christian, let me ask you, you've got to, there's a semblance, especially early on, of let the players play. And unless something is egregious, don't throw a flag that is so costly to a team like that. And also, I don't think it impedes Brown's ability to catch the ball. Like, he's not ripping his arms apart or locking his arm. He probably wishes he hadn't done it, but it's not a call I would make.
I also think that on the opening drive, you're letting teams know this is what's going to get called and this is what isn't going to get called in this game. So we're looking for consistency now, especially as the Chiefs have the ball coming back out. Yeah. So look for any of similar contacts. If they expect the refs, they need to be throwing the same flag.
Yeah, which now creates a moment where any touches like that is going to, and then everything could be flagged, couldn't it? One thing, a bit of leadership, I enjoyed just some of the coverage we can see here before we head back out to the Superdome, Craig. Saquon Barkley telling his own sideline to calm down and get over the call. That's big leadership for a man who's never played the Super Bowl before, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's a veteran move right there. It like we said, that this first quarter, it is just a different. Every player I've ever spoken to that's played in the Super Bowl says that first quarter is a different level of adrenaline. You're not used to the long breaks. You're not used to the hype. You're not used to the delayed start time. The second quarter, they can really start playing football. But they're watching that clock, hoping it goes down to 0 soon so they can feel their part.
First down and 10 with the Philly punt at the 12. Clock is at 11:21 here in the first. Mahomes backpedals in the gun. Pacheco at his side. First and 10 Chiefs. Arms extended. Shotgun snap. Quick line drive through up the middle. Caught by Juju Smith on the fly at the Kansas City 20. He may have gotten 10 running on the hash mark. He did. He got up to the Kansas City 23. After the bell high grab, the run of 11. It's a first and 10 for the Chiefs.
Well, this is what they do. First two plays of the AFC Championship game. RPOs, motion, try to get the linebackers to hold or get out of position, and Patrick Mahomes is so good at dealing the football and making the right decision as he did there.
Mahomes on the gun, 5 wide, his Chiefs 23, scoreless first quarter. Now Pacheco will join him in this backfield as he looks over a 4-man front, the shotgun snap.
The fake handoff, the quick sidearm throw to the far sideline, caught by Worthy and caught down on the play by Cooper DeJean. He's a rookie. He gets out to the Kansas City 24. Give him a gain of 1 on that quick lateral throw out of the gun.
First 2 plays in the AFC Championship game?
Yep.
First 2 plays in the Super Bowl. The RPO, get it out in space. Cooper DeJean, the young rookie, great tackle on the other rookie, Xavier Worthy, out in space.
It's 2nd down and 9. Chiefs 24. First possession. Scoreless first quarter. 5 minutes gone. Shotgun snap to Mahomes. Left tackle block. Lines right up the middle. Drop back Kelsey on the hash mark. Up the middle at the Kansas City 33. Backpedaling. He was in a nest of Eagle defenders. It's incomplete, and it's 3rd and 9 for Kansas City.
Yeah, I like the way that you put that. There was a defender inside and outside. They gave Travis Kelsey the choice. He wrapped around the inside defender. So much trust between Mahomes and Kelsey. A little bit on his back hip, but should have been caught by Travis.
Chiefs 3 plays, 3 passes, 3rd and 9 in the gun. Chiefs 24 is Mahomes. They bring their running back, Samaje Perine, to the left hip of Mahomes. His arms are stretched. Here is a shotgun snap, a 4-man rush. He escapes traffic. Now he goes backwards, curling back to the 10. He's back to the 5, heavily pressured. Goes down the sideline, almost picked off, incomplete. On the near sideline, they covered him well. They rushed him well. Isaiah Rodgers just about had the pick. Under duress was Mahomes running for his life. It's incomplete. It's 4th and 9. Here comes the Kansas City punting unit.
Well, almost an interception, as you said, but it's almost amazing that this even came close. Brandon Graham's right on his heels, and he's trying to throw a 30-yard pass on the money down the sideline. Almost got there a little bit late with the football. It was almost tragic.
Matt Ariza will punt for the Chiefs from left to right. Cooper DeJean is back on the Super Bowl logo with the 25. Good snap, left-footed punt. It is sent skyward. DeJean looks into the bright lights and backpedals to the 18. Breaks the brick tackle. Far sideline numbers the 20. Angles to the far sideline. Breaks another tackle at the 30. Angles out of bounds. Nice little return. It was a 5-second punt. It was a 58-yarder by Ariza of the Chiefs and a 13-yard return. Each team has had it. Each team is punted. First quarter clock at 9:40. You're listening to Super Bowl 59 on Westwood One.
And here on BBC Radio 5 Live as well. Now, Greg, if I said to you a game has started with 2 drives that have ended in punts, then you'd say that's a pretty dull start to the game. But actually, this has been quite hot. It's been a hot start, isn't it?
Yeah, and impressive for the Eagles to, you talked about, both of you did, about Saquon Barkley, veteran move, the Eagles running back, telling his sideline to calm down. And a lot of that sideline is the defense, who were screaming about that offensive pass interference call that put them on the field a little bit faster than they would have liked. But they did a great job with the pressure on Patrick Mahomes. Mahomes got out of trouble. Could have threw it into a mess of coverage down that right sideline. Easily could have been intercepted. And like we said, a lot of low-scoring first halves. So we'll see. The Eagles have the ball in good field position here. Maybe they make something of it.
So, Christian, you talked a lot on our sort of pre-show or pre-game show about the Philadelphia Eagles defense and their defensive coordinator, Vic Fangio in particular. He has got some key pieces to play with, and we saw them break down that Kansas City offensive line to put pressure on Mahomes and really throw that interception. So talk to us about some of those players that we should be keeping an eye out for.
Nolan Smith and Jalen Carter are the big difference makers there. Jalen Carter the inside, likened to a young Chris Jones or even Aaron Donald in terms of game-wrecking ability, and we saw just then his ability to actually be the one that finishes the play. Patrick Mahomes scrambling around in the backfield, and let's not forget how mobile he is. So it's going to be a tough day where this Philadelphia Eagles defensive line is going to have to keep rallying to the ball consistently, particularly when Mahomes is scrambling in the backfield, and that comes from the speed of Nolan off the edge and then Jalen Carter creating interior pressure.
Yeah, and then with that pressure, if that can lead to turnovers, Greg, that can, the team that wins the turnover battle usually wins the game. I would just see pictures of Paul McCartney. So Paul McCartney is there in anyone. Of course he's there. Why wouldn't he be in anyone? And what we've seen, Patrick Mahomes is willing to take a risk, and he's launched that ball downfield under duress from Jalen Carter. Very picked off, Greg. If one of those little moments turns Philadelphia's way, that could be the key to the game.
Yeah, he threw a bad interception in the Super Bowl last year and against the 49ers, and had they lost that game, as well as he played, these mistakes, especially early on, they can add up. He's been clean so far, no interceptions in the 2 playoff games so far. He's only thrown 1 interception in his last 9 playoff games, and that was the one last year in the Super Bowl. So tends to come up, like we were saying, in these big moments.
Yeah, right. If the Philadelphia Eagles can make him to make, it doesn't happen often, like Greg was saying, but if they can force him to make one of those errors, that could be the difference. Not long now, Christian, before we go back out to the field, but what are you expecting to see from Philadelphia now? They're getting the ball back, decent field position. What are you expecting?
Establish the run. This first quarter, you need to be able to establish the run to then build into the play action later on in the game and get Jalen Hurts moving off the spot later.
Yeah, their offensive coordinator is a guy called Kellen Moore, who's apparently going to be the New Orleans Saints head coach next. He loves establishing the run. So will they do that? Will we finally see Chris's favourite tight end, Dallas Goedert? Who knows? Let's go back to the action in New Orleans.
Eagles have it 1st and 10 in the Super Bowl logo. It's a snap to Hurts. It's a handoff to Barkley. Puts his head down and swarmed. A gain of a yard, running on the hash. And he's out, Kurt, after that 1-yard gain to the Eagle 32.
And we talk about how good this offensive line is for the Eagles, so you have to win quick. They get their hands on you early. They are a mountain of men up there up front. And so it was a quick win up the middle by the defensive front of the Chiefs. Get Barkley before he gets going.
Barkley, the offensive player of the year in the NFL, lines up. Barkley, 4 touches. He's only had 4 yards. 32 of the Eagles. 2nd down 9. The shotgun snap for the quarterback Hurts. In the pocket, throws to the numbers. It's caught inside of the 50. Coming to the near side is Goddard, runs out of bounds. He was it low, runs right into his bench below us, but they do penetrate Chiefs territory at the Kansas City 47. Goddard in stride, picks up 20. 1st and 10, Philadelphia lining up with no huddle here on the NFL logo. On that 20-yard pickup by Dallas Goedert, one of the most dangerous tight ends in pro football. 1st and 10, 47 of the Chiefs. Hurts in the gun, gets the snap, hands to Barkley, runs laterally on the 50, hits the numbers, going to the far side, and he was knocked down at the Kansas City 45 on a gain of 3. Kurt, now 2nd down and 7. It is a scoreless game, 8:15, first quarter clock ticking.
Connor was playing in the slot. He did a nice job of staying outside the slot receiver on the block, forcing back inside the color. So key when you're playing against Saquon Barkley. Do not let him get the edge where he can make those big plays.
Chiefs 44, Eagles 2nd down and 7. Shotgun for Hurts, getting the snap. He hands off. Barkley over the center. Tried to dig, tried to spin. Nothing there. Wharton got him around the thigh, pulled him down by the ankle. Just a meager gain of 2 to the Kansas City 42. And now, Kurt, that sets up 3rd and 5 for Philly, and again, not huddling.
Another win up front quickly to stop them. They brought pressure off the edge on the RPO. Jalen Hurts couldn't hold on to the football, had to give it to Barkley for a minimal gain.
3rd and 5, Chiefs 42, scoreless first quarter. Shotgun to Hurts, drops back 3, stands in the logo, winds up, lines right, far side for Goddard, incomplete. And a flag thrown. It was a hit on the play by Trent McDuffie in the secondary on the angular tight end for the Eagles on the far sideline at the 26 of the Chiefs. A little high on that hit.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness defense, number 22. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Automatic first down.
All right, Gene, what'd you see?
You know, initially it looks like McDuffie is going up to make a play on the ball. Then he kind of re-angles the direction and goes into the head of the receiver. He's defenseless, contact to the head and neck. They're going to throw on those most times, guys. It was close, not a whole bunch of contact there, but as we've seen already tonight, 2 contacts to the head. Both were thrown flags by the officials, but Jalen Hurts missed an opportunity there. Same play they ran earlier. A.J. Brown open, wide open underneath. He misses it and tries to force it back behind. Unfortunate to get the penalty and move the chains.
They line up in the pistol after that penalty on the Chiefs and deep penetration at the Kansas City 27. 1st and 10, pistol formation. Here's the shotgun snap to Hurts. The handoff to Barkley. Slips on the turf. Wanted to go over the left tackle, and hits it just inside the painted numbers. And lost a yard. 2nd down and 11.
So you're listening to the NFL here on BBC Radio 5 Live. It is the Super Bowl. It is Super Bowl 59 from New Orleans. If you just joined us, the Kansas City Chiefs are trying to become the first team in NFL history to win 3 Super Bowls back-to-back. They're doing that against the Philadelphia Eagles, who have only won once before. That was in 2017. So you're joining us here on 5 Live for that action that is coming live from the Superdome in New Orleans.
Second down 11. Eagles and the Chiefs now score. Eagles at the Chiefs 28. With a second down 11, Hurts in the gun, 3 wide right, shotgun snap, 5-man rush. There's an arching scramble, far side, he's got him at the 5, to the pylon, caught for the touchdown, caught by Dotson. A 28-yard strike from Hurts, and the Eagles have taken the first lead of Super Bowl 59.
And he knew this was going to be a matchup in this game. Spagnuolo bringing the pressure. Saquon Barkley does a great job of stepping over, picking up Connor off the edge. One-on-one on the outside. Dotson does a great job of creating separation. He might be a touch slow or touch short of the end zone here if they replay it. But it was a great move at the line of scrimmage. Wide open. Great throw by Jalen Hurts. But put it all together, huge play for the Eagles.
They got him.
So a big play for the Eagles, and who I think, Christian, have started this game. I mean, look, you talked him up, right? So fair play. You know, I was a bit skeptical of you talking up Dallas Goedert before the game. Big play from the tight end.
Yeah, big play running across the middle, and then actually they went back to him 3 plays later, and unfortunately fell incomplete. But I think a game plan for them will be actually to target receivers that aren't A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith to get those 3rd and 4th role players into the game, because the first 2 choices will be taken away schematically by the Chiefs defense.
Yeah, Greg, are you getting a sense that the Philly have started this quite hot? That they yes, pretty good place.
Yeah, but as we've said before, boy, again, Kansas City's trailed, as we said, been behind at halftime. They've been behind at halftime to the Eagles, 10 points 2 years ago. I love that story, though. There's so many side wagers that go on, as you guys know, with wagering at the Super Bowl, and one of them is who scores the first touchdown, and I had to look it up the second he scored. Jahan Dotson was the 12th best bet to score the first touchdown. You can imagine, right? Kelsey and Barkley and Mahomes himself and Hurts himself, 12th best bet. So just his second catch of the playoffs. The other one was a touchdown against the Green Bay Packers. So it might be friends and family only cashing in for betting on Jahan Dotson. We'll see at the betting window tomorrow.
It's those players that, like Peter was talking about, you don't expect, you spend all week talking about Saquon Barkley, talking about A.J. Brown, talking about Jalen Hurts running with his legs, and it's a player that I would wager a lot of our listeners tonight, even those who have been with us throughout the season, haven't heard of Jahan Dotson. But he lovely move, great move off the getting off the press. So it's great stuff from the wide receiver, and it shows sometimes, Christian, that these players that people haven't heard of, the skill level to get onto an NFL side is so intense, isn't it?
But also, one man's trash is another man's treasure, because he was actually a first-round pick by the Washington Commanders, another team in the division the Philadelphia Eagles play in. And I think that just again goes to speak to Howie Roseman's nous in terms of picking up value, where he didn't have to spend the first-round draft pick. They cut him, and he was able to pick them up, and then now he's making plays in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, the Philadelphia Eagles, we talked about them needing to get out to a fast start, Greg, to try and establish a lead. This is where they want to be, right? This is looking good for them.
Totally. They're showing replay, though. I see a knee down before the 1-yard line. But
right.
So they've taken the touchdown off the board, guys.
So that's not so much with your hand up. I suppose. Well, let's tell what. Let's figure out. Let's see what happens next. Then it doesn't look like it's a touchdown. Let's go back out to New Orleans.
They'll have it at the 1. So wipe away the touchdown pass of 28. It's a gain through the air of 27, and now they're in the quarterback sneak formation. The tush push from the 1, first and goal, Eagles, and under center's the quarterback Hurts. He gets the snap. They shove him across. It is an Eagle touchdown. And there is your first score in Super Bowl 59. And with the signature Philly play, a 1-yard touchdown quarterback sneak.
And I want to go back to that big play. Jahan Dotson did a little stutter and go on Jalen Watson on the corner to get the big play and set up almost the unstoppable play, the tush push for the touchdown.
Now they're going to try the extra point with Jake Elliott. So they have 2 big plays on that drive. A 20-yard pass to Goddard in stride. Dotson for 27 through the air. And on the tush push, the quarterback hurts another rushing touchdown. Here is the extra point. The right-footed kick is through to our left. And their score from New Orleans, 6:15 to go in the first. The Eagles score first on a 1-yard touchdown run by Hurts.
Yes, they do indeed. So the Philadelphia Eagles take the lead in the Super Bowl in New Orleans. Like Greg called just before that, Jahan Dotson was 1 yard short. His knee was just down. But you talked about the unstoppable play earlier on, Greg, the tush push, which is basically, for people listening who haven't seen it, they try, the Philadelphia Eagles essentially replicate a maul. They call it a scrum on American commentary, and it really annoys me because it's not a scrum, it's a maul. Anyway, and they just sort of shove him over, and that is basically unstoppable from a yard out, isn't it, Greg?
Nothing you can do there in a play like that. And as I was saying earlier, I mean, rewind the tape. Who would bet on Jahan Dotson to score a touchdown? No, even for a couple quid. Like, that's how... Why would you do that? Anyway, 10th rushing career touchdown for Jalen Hurts. That's the part I find fascinating. Christian would remember, we're there in Arizona. 3 rushing touchdowns for Hurts in that Super Bowl. And he's had 5 already in this particular playoffs. No other NFL quarterbacks had more than 7 in his career. He's got 10 now.
Well, the big question mark is the cumulative yardage involved in those touchdowns.
Yeah, all the touches, probably 6 yards top.
It's not helping that yards per carry.
Absolutely not. So the Eagles have taken a lead here in the Super Bowl in New Orleans. What can Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs do to respond? Let's go find out.
For the 1-yard touchdown, quarterback keeper. And it goes about 2 yards deep in the end zone, taken by 2 runs on the 10, and others the 20. It's a block at the 30. He breaks the tackle, and he's out to about the 32-yard line and tackled on the play by their running back, Kenneth Gainwell, on a return of 35 yards. And the Chiefs will have it first down and 10 with the ball at the Kansas City 33. And they got it, and now they're down by 7. But this, you know what, has been a very familiar place for the Chiefs team this season.
No doubt. Laura was talking about what I used to call the zone. Brendan just used to call me crabby when I got into that. But that was all the time in the playoffs. Getting focused, knowing you got 3 weeks to lock in to try to win a championship.
Kareem Hunt the back. Quarterback in the gun, shotgun snap. Mahomes got tons of time. Wants to wind up, goes underneath. It's caught on the hash mark. With the double grab at the 35-yard line of the Chiefs by Juju Smith-Schuster. He then spins to the numbers and wheels his way up to the Kansas City 38. With a pickup of 5, and Kurt now second down and 5.
We're going back to Super Bowl 57. On their first drive, the Chiefs got a big play to Travis Kelce on what I call a chase route. Looked like you're going to cross the field and come back to the corner. They tried to run it again right there. Great coverage on the back end, forcing the check down by Patrick Mahomes.
Second down 5. Chiefs just beyond their own 38. Moving from left to right. Receiver in motion. Shotgun snap to Mahomes. It's a handoff to the running back out. Looks like he got kind of bumped into by Mahomes. And Hunt makes the carry, as we said. It's a gain of 2 on the play. It's out to the 40-yard line. And that sets up third down and 3.
These are the situations where Nick Manziel loves to go into man-to-man coverage. Xavier Worthy has kind of been their man beater, underneath short routes, using his quickness to try to get separation.
Wide receiver Worthy in the backfield in the gun. It's 3rd and 3 for the Chiefs. Late first quarter, Eagles on top. Now Mahomes sends Worthy in motion. Mahomes gets the shotgun snap. He moves up. Messi pocket cracked as he throws. It's a high pass to the near side. Incomplete to Hollywood Brown. Right in front of the Eagles bench below us at about the 42-yard line of the Chiefs. And it's 4th and 3. And here comes the Chiefs punting unit for a second consecutive possession.
A great job up front. We've seen this a number of times. It's a lot of green jerseys, inside, outside, forcing tight spots for Mahomes to have to step up, not comfortable in the pocket, and they forced a couple errant throws already from number 15.
Chiefs trail by at least 7 points in all 5 Mahomes Super Bowls, so this is familiar territory. It's the long snap to Ariza. His punt will be set down the middle, bouncing at the goal line, kicking into the end zone, and a touchback to the Eagle 20, and the Eagles are going to get it next. They look good on that last drive. It went 69 yards and a 1-yard touchdown. Quarterback keeper on the tush push to Jalen Hurts. 60-yard punt and another 5-yard or 5-second hang time on the play. Late first quarter, 7-0 Eagles. You're listening to Super Bowl 59 on Westwood One.
And here on BBC Radio 5 Live as well. Sluggish start for this Kansas City Chiefs offense, Greg.
Well, not a good pass from Patrick Mahomes there on third down. Again, you'd like to see him make quicker decisions. That looked like a sort of a last-minute read, obviously, and sort of a safety valve play to get it to Hollywood Brown there, but not very consistent. I mean, if we didn't know better, this is his 5th Super Bowl. He's a 3-time Super Bowl MVP. And I will tell you, if this was a rookie or a guy in his first Super Bowl, we'd be like, he's nervous. We know he's not, because he's done this a million times before. And it's only 2 drives. It's really, really early, but just halfway through that drive, Christian, I started to see some of the things I saw from Mahomes when Tampa Bay beat them really badly. He's got a lot of time to get it back on track, but he never really found his groove in that game. Only 2 drives in so far.
Unsettled. He looks unsettled, and that's the key thing with this front line that the Eagles are playing with. Vic Fangio likes to sit in quarters, have everything in front of him, don't give up the big play. And on that, you just felt like no one was open downfield. He had to hold on to the ball, pat the ball once, and then with that pass rush that the Eagles have, they're getting to him, but also they're fighting to continue to play and get him down. So Nolan Smith, another key player, was the reason why he gave up that errant throw on that third down.
And come on, Christian, let's be honest, someone you trained with.
Yeah, trained with Nolan Smith at IMG, actually, when he was a highly recruited 5-star. I think he was 16 or 17 years old at the time. Another name drop I'll go with. So Jordan Mailata and I were originally transitioning into playing in the NFL from rugby and the international player pathway, and our first ever football practice was with IMG Academy, the high school guys, and we were mixing in with Nolan Smith and Evan Neal, who was also a top 10 first-round draft pick. Nolan went to Georgia, Evan went to Alabama, and both have ended up in the NFL with Nolan playing on a Super Bowl team with Jordan. It's quite surreal.
Well, I mean, it's a great story. That's what I want you to tell it, Christian. Interestingly, I think, Greg, throughout the season we've seen Kansas City Chiefs' offensive line be questioned a lot. And I wonder if they're struggling a bit so far, and that's why Mahomes looks a bit jitterish out there.
Well, a little, and they haven't seemed comfortable with the running game, have they? No Pacheco, just the 1 carry to Kareem Hunt. They've chosen 6 pass plays and just the 1 rushing play so far. So you'd like to see a little more balance. Again, nobody's stressing out if you've seen the Kansas City Chiefs, and even if you're a neutral, you're well aware. I mean, they've got that Patriots aura right now. Because of what they've accomplished. So nobody's sweating yet, but it's not the start they wanted.
Yeah, nobody's sweating yet. It's not the start they wanted, but still, if you're a Philadelphia Eagles fan, you're getting a little bit excited at you with this start, and they're getting the ball back now, 7-0 up in the Super Bowl.
Gets the snap, rolls out of the pocket, throws a pass, which is dropped on the far sideline. A leaping attempted grab by the tight end, Johnny Wilson. Incomplete, far sideline, 30 of the Eagles. It's 2nd down and 10, Kurt Warner.
The good coverage on the back end by the Chiefs once again. All 3 of his first reads covered, tries to dump it off to the tight end. A little high and behind, but another play that has to be made to pick up something positive.
Eagles on top, 7-0. 2nd down, 10. Shotgun snap, Eagle 20. Handoff goes to Barkley. Boy, they're tripping him up, and Reed falls on top of him just to gain a 2, running over the left guard. And Curdy's up to the Eagle 22, and he has not rushed that well. He's got 7 carries and only 15 yards for the number 1 rusher in the NFL.
Well, they blocked the front up very well, but once again, the Chiefs bring Justin Reed down in the safety spot. So it's one-on-one. A nice hole there, but it's one-on-one. And if you're the running back, you've got to bring your own blocker and make him miss. And that's how Justin Reed won that battle in space, making the tackle.
3rd and 8, Eagle 22-yard line. Hurts is in the gun. Looks at a 5-man front. They look to show blitz. Here's the shotgun snap. Line drive catch right in front of his helmet at the 30. Grab right there. Devontae Smith looks like he's got the first down on the numbers on the near side of the field. Caught it, was quickly converged upon at the 31 of Philly. On that 3rd and 8, they pick up 9. They move the chains. First down, Eagles.
Great pitch and catch. Great timing by Jalen Hurts to hit the soft spot away from the defenders, allowing Devontae Smith to turn outside, which gave him just enough for the first down.
It's 1st and 10. Back to pass from the Eagle 31. Short pass underneath. It's caught by Watson on the near side at the 30. Back pedals on the near sideline, the 40. And then knocked out of bounds at the Philadelphia 46. Caught it, had room to roam, picks up 15. The passing of Hurts has been an early story in this one, with the Eagles 7-0 lead. First down, Philly.
Sharp getting through his progressions. Hit a deep over earlier to Goddard. They tried to hit the deep over again. It was covered. Drop it underneath. Getting the ball out on time, in rhythm. to let his guys make plays.
46 for Philadelphia. Shotgun snap. Hurts is going to run. Takes it by midfield. Crosses the logo. Goes down the middle pass. The Chiefs 45 and hit right there. A yard shy of the first down. The quarterback of the Eagles took it himself and goes right over the right tackle for 9.
Well, they'll run the quarterback draw a couple different ways. They'll empty it out, so it's 5-on-5. Other times they'll let Saquon Barkley, like there, lead up. He picks up the safety.
It's a second down and 1. Ball at the 45 of the Chiefs. Shotgun snap. Handoff Barkley. He torpedoes over the center. He takes it down to the Kansas City 41. He picks up 4. They move the chains. Another first down for the Eagles, who lead with about 2 to play in the first quarter. On a Hurts 1-yard touchdown keeper. 7-0. So it's 1st and 10. Lining up in the gun is Hurts, the Kansas City 41. Shotgun snap. Hands off on the play, and Kenneth Gainwell goes right over the center, and Gainwell down to the 38-yard line of the Chiefs. He picks up 3 on the play. They're attacking the middle of that Chiefs defensive line.
They came up with a funny formation, but both tackles out by the numbers in bunch formations with their receivers. Only 3 offensive linemen inside the box. You're counting the numbers there. They went ahead and snapped it for a short gain.
It's 2nd down and 6. Gainwell the backpedaling the gun, wearing that white number 1 on that dark green jersey is Jalen Hurts. The Chiefs 37. Eagles 2nd down and 6. Leading late first quarter 7-zip. Hurts looks over the defense. Shotgun snap. Handoff Gainwell. Again over the center. Driving his way down near the Kansas City 35. It's a gain of 2 on the play. Now that will set up 3rd down and 5 to go.
Another nice win quickly by Wharton up the middle. Short gain. Then hard work running between the tackles with Gainwell and Barkley. Forcing that 3rd and 5. A lot of times a pressure situation for this Chiefs defense.
Chiefs 35. Eagles have it. 3rd down, long 4, short 5. In the gun, Hurts. 4 wide. Shotgun snap. They bring the blitz. A flag is going. He's hit once. He's hit twice. And down he goes. Pounded at the logo in the middle of the field. Flag thrown on the play. And he was hit. It looks like it's against Kansas City.
Defense number 9. They line up in the neutral zone. The 5-yard penalty is enough for a first down.
That's the second prominent Kansas City defensive penalty in this first quarter.
And Menahu right there was actually lined up, had his right hand in the ground, but it was past the ball. Those are the mistakes that you just can't make, right? That easy call for the officials. He's impeding even the ball going over there. One step back, you have a huge play on the sack, bringing the pressure. But now once again, giving a free first down on a 3rd down situation back to the Eagles.
Barkley is back in. 1st down and 10. Kansas City 30. With 10 seconds to play in the first quarter. Shotgun snap to Hurts. Fakes the handoff. Runs laterally on the 35. Running to the near sideline. The pursuit was there. The tackle made by Chamari Connor from the Kansas City secondary. Down goes Hurts. 34. The Chiefs losing 4 on the play. All right, zeros on the clock. Hurts with 90 combined yards in that first quarter. And the Eagles lead the Chiefs on a 1-yard quarterback keeper by Hurts. 7-0 over Kansas City. Let's go to the second quarter. You're listening to Super Bowl 59 on Westwood One.
I'm here on BBC Radio 5 Live. We're 1 quarter in, Greg. And if you're a Philadelphia Eagles fan, you're thinking that has gone as well as we could have hoped.
Yeah, you feel really good. You know, they're the champs. It's a little like stepping into the ring with the heavyweight champion of the world. You want to, and especially if you've seen their moves before, you want to keep in the game. You love the fact you're leading right now, but you are very aware that you've led before. I thought a great half. I'd love to get the intricacies of Christian on how Cam Jurgens has been. He's the Eagles center, and he's stepping in for a legend here, because a couple of years ago, obviously, this was a Kelsey versus Kelsey battle, and Jason Kelsey, longtime Eagles center, retired. But I think, Christian, he's creating a lot of holes. It's not just on the short yardage plays. He's giving both Barkley and Hurts a lot of room up front. He's really good.
Definitely. That interior push all starts with him. Landon Dickerson obviously stepped in for him in the first half of the NFC Championship against the Washington Commanders, but really he's been the lifeblood of this offense where, as you said, replacing Jason Kelsey, those are big shoes to fill, and he's been able to do that. But equally, watching this game, I think a key person to watch out for is Landon Dickerson and that right knee, because he was banged up couldn't finish the game in the NFC Championship. He's hobbling a little bit early, and we've noticed that Chris Jones has gone from the left side to the right side, lined up directly opposite him. And yes, they were called back for neutral zone infraction, but if you saw when they brought the house and George Karloftis got home on that play just now, that was partly because they singled up Chris Jones on Landon Dickerson, left Jordan Mailata on the left side on an island, but brought the pressure from the backside, and that's where it's going to be interesting to see these defensive stunts based on the health of this Eagles offensive line.
We did have a little laugh, though, didn't we, Christian? Because there was one play where they had a bit of a funky lineup with only 3 offensive linemen in their traditional spots, and they moved the others to sort of further out, leaving poor Kenneth Gainwell to run straight at a defensive tackle on his own.
The sacrificial lamb. It was definitely not Saquon Barkley. It would be in that situation.
What do you make of Saquon Barkley's performance so far, Greg? His figures, he's run the ball 8 times, only 19 yards, averaging 2.5 yards a carry. He's not sort of broken a big one like he did against Washington. What do you think?
Yeah, a little lacking so far. I mean, the Chiefs are certainly keying on him a fair bit, but yeah, you'd want to see more from him so far. And he needs, I think it's something like 152 yards would break, or I think it's 151 to tie, 152 to break John Riggins' record, the famous Washington early 80s running back. 610 yards is a postseason record rushing the ball. So he's in the neighborhood if he breaks a couple big ones, but he's not off to the kind of start where he's going to threaten that record.
Yeah, I guess they'll just keep plugging away with him, and you never know. He does tend to break big plays.
The second quarter, Eagles on top 7-0, second down 14. 9-1 in the first down category. Eagles controlling right there. 34 of Kansas City. Shotgun snap. Drop back of 5. The right-handed quarterback is flushed from the pocket. Leave it TB. Throws to the near sideline. Leaping two-handed glove catch on the near sideline by Barkley at the 35. He works his way dancing to the Kansas City 30 on the near sideline in front of his own bench. He picks up on the play 4, and it's third down and 10 for Philadelphia.
Well, we knew the trenches was going to be huge in this game, and so far it's been the Eagles' defensive front dominating the offensive front of the Chiefs, and vice versa. The Eagles' offensive front dominating the defensive front, giving Jalen Hurts all kinds of time to find completion.
Kansas City 30, Eagles 3rd and 10. Shotgun snap, 5-man rush, splits up the middle, long arching pass, near sideline, caught in a dive, intercepted at the 5. Cook got it, rolling out of bounds on the near sideline. Looking over his shoulder into the roof, he gets that pass picked off. Hurts has just thrown it away. And Cook comes up with the interception. And the first Eagles giveaway of this postseason.
Well, we've seen the play 3 times now. The 4th-down situation, throw the go route, it was a penalty. In that situation that leads to the Dotson big play, the go route. This situation, the Chiefs fall back into cover 2. They try to throw the go once again, left way inside, safety sitting back there. Easy interception there for the Chiefs.
It's the 3rd pick of the season for Cook. We step aside just into the second quarter. Hurts with the touchdown run. 7-0 Eagles, and this is Westwood One's coverage of the Super Bowl.
I'm listening to it here on BBC Radio 5 Live as well. Disappointing for Jalen Hurts, Greg, but because of where that ball was intercepted on the 5-yard line of the Kansas City Chiefs, it's not ideal, is it? But it's almost like a punt, essentially. So I guess it's not the worst turnover in the world if you're going to give one out.
I think it's a bad turnover. Now, from where he threw it, yes, that was the line of scrimmage, but he's about 8-9 yards behind the line of scrimmage. They're sitting there 3rd and 10 at the 30-yard line. That's a 47-yard field goal for Jake Elliott. So it's not an automatic, but you're kind of taking at least potential points off the board. So I think it's a very bad decision. If that's 4th and 10, yeah, you got to throw it up. That's way better than a punt or turning the ball over on downs where he was. But I think he's going to get back to that sideline and hear from his offensive coordinator. He might hear from Jake Elliott. That'd be brave for a kicker to go up to a quarterback and go, dude,
that's a good kicker.
I can make that. That's 3 points.
He is a good kicker. I've got his stats written down here. So about Jake Elliott, he's 20 out of 36, 6 or 7 in the playoffs. He's pretty good. Should he have taken that sack? Because basically Nick Bolton's come right up in his face. Should he have taken that sack?
I think the sack you end up punting anyway, and it's a shot at nothing off of his back foot with pressure in his face. And I think that ultimately he's gone 5 yards short. It's massively underthrown, but if you back your defense, yes, you don't want to be turning over the ball. 209 passes heading into this game without an interception, and he's just had thrown an interception. But this Chiefs team hasn't been able to show they can run the ball from deep, so I don't think this is a catastrophic interception for them by any means. Early enough in the game that they can recover.
Kansas City getting the ball now, Greg, with a long way to go. What do you want to see from them to try and turn their offensive
great question. Establish the run. I mean, they've had two drives so far and 2 yards on the ground. They've got to find some balance here. Obviously, they've got Travis Kelce into the mix and targeted him once. But that came back because of a penalty. So they just need to find a way to get out of their own end zone. The Eagles defense is feeling that swagger right now.
Well, let's see if they can carry that on then on the field.
The Chiefs are marooned at their 2. It's 1st and 10 for Mahomes. Backpedals in the gun, 4 yards deep in the end zone. Hunt inside. Shotgun snap, dropping back, pretty quick throw. Goes swirling Gray on the near sideline with the bell right catch of a 3. And he's knocked out right there. They'll mark him at the Kansas City 4. Kurt Warner on a gain of 2. Quickly to the sideline with a pass.
Well, and let's go back to the interception. Jalen Hurts, one of the issues he has at times is deciding he's going to throw it somewhere instead of verifying the coverage. As I said, they went to a cover 2 there. Don't like go routes because you have safety help over the top. Threw it anyways and passed up an opportunity for 3 points as they were dominating this game.
Chiefs 4, Hunt the back. In the shotgun, drifting back to the end zone, Mahomes. It's 2nd down and 8, short pass up the middle. It's caught on the numbers at about the 9 of Kansas City by running back Kareem Hunt. He picks up 5 on the back pedal. Up to the 9. She's need the 11. It's 3rd down and 3. Welcome to flag football, NFL flag, where there's a position for everyone. This game is our game.
Welcome along to the program. If you're just joining us, you are listening to the Kansas City Chiefs take on the Philadelphia Eagles in Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans. Can Kansas City become the first team to win 3 Super Bowls back-to-back?
3rd down and 3 brings P. in the backfield with him. He looks at a 4-man Eagle defensive front. There's the shotgun snap. The quick throw inside the numbers and incomplete. Looking for Kelce. He was at the 15. It was a low shoestring attempted grab as he was bent over on the low pass by Mahomes. It's incomplete. It's 4th and 3. The Chiefs are going to have to punt again.
Not the perfect coverage for that look to the right-hand side. So it was a force by Patrick Mahomes. I think he thought Travis Kelce was going to turn inside. He turned outside. They usually have such a great feel for one another, but I think they miscommunicated there, and it led to the incompletion instead of the first down.
Ariza is going to punt from about 4 yards deep in the Kansas City end zone. The left-footed boot is away. It comes down the near side. Eugene gets the ball, chest high, 37, breaks the tackle, 40. He goes across the field, running laterally. Cook almost had him, got him around the ankles. Eugene staggers, and down he goes for the Eagles, the punt returner. Out to the Philly 43. A 53-yard punt, a 6-yard return. Eagles get it back. Chiefs are staggering. Eagles have moved the ball every single time they have it, including a 1-yard touchdown run by Hurts. I step aside, 7-zip Philly. You're listening to Super Bowl 59 on Westwood One.
And here on BBC Radio 5 Live, Greg Brady, Christian Scotland Williamson and Stefan Powell with you for this one. Now, Christian, we just saw a stat pop up on the screen that the time of possession, in other words, the amount of time one team has had control of the ball, is 12 minutes to the Philadelphia Eagles so far, only 4 to the Kansas City Chiefs. Despite that utter dominance of possession in the first quarter and a bit, they're only 1 score ahead. So they've got the ball now in decent field position. They need to capitalise now and sort of stretch that lead.
And this is where that interception really comes into it, because you need to keep the scoreboard ticking over against Patrick Mahomes, even if it's 3 points. You need to get a bit of cushion, a bit more distance, because as we saw 2 seasons ago in the Super Bowl, 10 points wasn't enough at half-time to go in with the lead and still come out victorious at the end of the game. So expect this drive to be quite key in terms of establishing the run, leaning on Saquon, getting at least into field goal range, and also one thing that they've done really well this year is to protect the football, and they've already had 1 turnover, so I'm sure there'll be messages on the sideline saying, look after the football, we can't afford to give up as easily.
Yeah, because they've been pretty clean all season, but I can imagine this drive, Greg, we can expect maybe put Jalen Hurts back in his box for a little while and just lean on the running game that has done so well for them all season.
Yeah, you hope so. I mean, Barkley's still got to pick up something here. 8 carries, 19 yards. They've tried to throw to him a couple times, maybe to sort of, start him in like almost as an alternate use of starting the engine for Barkley there by just throwing him a couple balls out of the flat and letting him catch them. But Yeah, I agree with Christian. Like it's been unusual to see Kansas City do this. I think the Eagles should get as much credit as the Chiefs are getting kind of blame for their offense coming out flat. Just one first down. I mean, it's a Patrick Mahomes-led team. One first down in the first 3 drives. Like, again, 13 days of hype leading up to this, of all the predictions. Nobody had that on their bingo card.
Yeah, nobody had that. And what are you putting that down to, Chris? What are you seeing?
I'm seeing a well-coached defense. Like I said, Vic Fangio, keep the ball in front of you and let your first-round picks go after the quarterback. That's what's happening. And especially where Kansas City haven't been able to lean on the run, it's all on Mahomes early in this game, and he's not been able to connect with his receivers. He's missed targets in hitting Travis Kelce, threw it behind him. They're not really on the same page at this point. But I have full confidence and faith that at halftime they'll be able to sort this out, just as they've done notoriously throughout history.
Yeah.
And so the big question will be actually finishing this second half, but third quarter, they get the ball first.
Yeah, so Christian, a big fan of Vic Fangio. Can Vic Fangio keep it going in the second half? Well, we see what Jalen Hurts can do. He's got the ball now.
The pistol after the Kansas City punt from their own 43. Philly first and 10, moving left to right. The shotgun snap. Handoff Barkley brought down by Frankel, who came shooting through on that run over the left tackle. He has lost a yard on the play. Back to the Eagle 42. And now it is second 11 for Philadelphia, leading 7-0.
We're seeing a lot of edge pressure from the Chiefs defense, trying to stop Saquon Barkley, adding that extra guy, trying to come late. Frankel right there coming off the edge. Free hitter right on Saquon Barkley at the line of scrimmage.
Barkley the back at the side of the quarterback, Jalen Hurts. From the Philadelphia 42, moving left to right. Wide receiver Dotson in motion. 5-man front, shotgun snap, 4-man rush. Here comes the pressure. Hurts running out of the pocket, running to the numbers, running to the near side, 40 out of bounds, 45, 46-yard line of Philly. Angling to the near side, runs into his own bench, and he picks up 4 on the play as Mekhi Becton is out now on that offensive line for the Eagles. It's third down and 7 for Philadelphia. Early second quarter, leading 7-0.
And that play right there was the first time there was quick pressure from the defensive front on a pass play, forcing Jalen Hurts out of the pocket, having to tuck it and run, pick up a few, but you got him in third and long. Again, blitz situations usually for this Chiefs defense.
Jones back in, third down 7. Eagles at their own 46, leading early second quarter, 7-0. Hurts, arms outstretched, shotgun snap, 4-man rush, Archie's final pass, near side, caught on the back pedal, 31-yard line of the Chiefs, down the near sideline, A.J. Brown, got it, trapped it against his chest with his white gloves, back pedals after a 22-yard catch and line to the Kansas City 32, first down Philly.
Great job by A.J. Brown to keep that left foot inbounds, never let the heel come down, would have been close to the line, just tapped it and got out of bounds.
There's the first down carry out of the gun. It's taken by Barkley, and again he's an avalanche of Kansas City defenders. It's only a gain of 2. They get down to the Kansas City 30.
If you're just joining us, welcome along to BBC Radio 5 Live's coverage of Super Bowl 59 from New Orleans. Currently, the Philadelphia Eagles have a 7-0 lead against this Kansas City Chiefs, who are going to trying to make history to become the first team to win 3 Super Bowls back-to-back.
Down 8, Bretton again, leading 7-0. About 5 minutes gone in the second quarter. It's a shotgun snap to Hurts on that second aim. It's a sidearm throw and a lateral pass caught by Barkley. He caught it and ran to the Kansas City 27-yard line on that far sideline. Gain of 3 on the play.
So far, Kansas City doing a nice job of tackling in space. Just trying to get Saquon Barkley on the quick screen route. Getting him one-on-one on the outside. Another little stumble as he tries to cut. But not a lot going on there, which is dangerous because he's such a big playmaker. But so far tonight, good tackling. And the Chiefs back in.
Eagles 35. The Chiefs 27. 5 wide. Now they bring the running back in the backfield. Here's the shotgun snap to Hurts. Comes in himself with the left tackle. Into the far side. And he's brought down on the play by Reed, who is torpedoing in from the secondary. Makes the stop at the 25 of the Chiefs. as the quarterback was angling to the far side. It was a gain on the play of 2, making it 4th and 3. Another big decision for Philly.
Big decision, another big tackle for the Chiefs.
Or you go for the field goal or you keep them on there.
Yeah, Reed one-on-one outside with Jalen Hurts. Otherwise, he gets the first down. Again, I'm a guy that likes the points here and dominating the game. You want to get out of here with a 2-score lead, but knowing Sirianni and the Eagles, they're probably going for this thing.
Eagles 4th and 3, Kansas City 25. Shotgun formation for the quarterback Hurts. Receivers in tight. Chiefs are punching that defensive line. Arms outstretched. And the play clock will hit 0 on that 4th and 3. Timeout.
Philadelphia, their first and a half. 30 seconds.
And downstairs, the Laurel open live on the field.
Quickly, while we're in this timeout right now, the Eagles' great offensive line is down a big part. Guard Makai Becton is questionable in the return, Kevin, with a knee injury.
Ooh, that is a big loss. Starting right guard has been in there. They had to shuffle their line a couple weeks ago. They're going to go for 3. Here comes Jake Elliott. You just said moments ago you'd like to put some points on the board on this drive.
I do. They were in field goal range on the last drive. Throw the interception. So you feel like in this situation, 3rd, maybe if you get down inside of 2, maybe you go for this, but 3rd and the long 3, I'm all about taking the points and the opportunity for points here and keeping the pressure on Patrick Mahomes and company.
Here is Jake Elliott with a 43-yard Philadelphia field goal try inside the dome. It will be kicked to our right. Good snap, ball put down, kick is up. The flag has been thrown as that ball is coming from the long snapper to the holder. By the way, it was 4th and 3. Let's see what this was. It's a big call.
Yeah, surprise, surprise. Both sides are pointing at each other. They did it. No, you did it.
Chiefs were offside.
I think the Chiefs were.
Ball start by the snapper on the offense. 5-yard penalty. 4th down.
Gene, another defensive penalty for the Chiefs.
Yeah, you know what? I think they did go offside on that one, Kevin. And you know what?
Right.
Because Kansas City does move forward, but the head never breaks the neutral zone. And then you have an offensive player false start, 68. So Kansas City's far enough off the line that when they do flinch forward, it doesn't break the neutral zone, which makes it a false start.
Mailata was the offsides player, 48-yard field goal. Now it was 43. Now a 48-yard try by the Eagles. Good snap. Ball put down. Kick is up. And it is just sneaking in the upright. Good. And the Eagles extend their lead 10-0 with 8:38 to play here in the 3rd.
So there we have it then. The Philadelphia Eagles have extended their lead. Lots to pick up on in the last few minutes there, Greg. But what I'm finding interesting is that the Philadelphia offense so far is either trying to run the ball with Saquon Barkley or lobbing big passes downfield. And Jalen Hurts is having some success targeting a specific cornerback of the Kansas City Chiefs, Trent McDuffie, who's one of their better players. But it's almost as if that they've seen a flaw in his play, where he's one-on-one on the outside with these big wide receivers, A.J. Brown, for example, that they've seen that there's a weakness there, because they're throwing that go route a lot, aren't they?
Yeah, and they either think that McDuffie's not close enough to the sideline, or they obviously have a great trust. Hurts has a great trust, specifically with A.J. Brown being able to keep his feet in. Like, commentators didn't make much of that, but that's a skill to be running, in essence, backwards diagonally and be able to get your feet down on a pass like that. I was relieved they kicked that field goal. I gotta ask Christian this. I've been watching the NFL for 40 plus years, and I think I can tell the difference between a false start and offside. But I'm going to defer to somebody that played NFL tight end. I thought the Chiefs were the ones that jumped there, and if so, it should have been an Eagles first down. What did you see?
I think it's the fact that they didn't cross the line of scrimmage before then. I think 68, Jordan Mailata ends up bailing out a bit because of the defensive reaction, but he hadn't actually crossed the plane, which made the difference there. But happy they took the points. I was for a second thinking that Nick Sirianni was going to go Dan Campbell throw all caution to the wind in the Super Bowl.
Never go full Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
You can go partial Dan Campbell. You can't go all.
Dan Campbell being the Detroit Lions head coach, who said in his opening press conference that he wanted to bite ankles and kick knees and all sorts of crazy things. Although he had a very fine football team this season, but they used to go for it on 4th down all the time. You were, when they were lining up a 4th and 3, Christian Craig had a look of panic on his face. He was like, "What are you doing? Don't do it! Don't do it!"
Yeah, and I will say, second possession in a row. I haven't loved the 3rd down call. We talked about the interception. I just thought Hurts on that scramble, it was an obvious one-on-one play, and the cornerback wrapped him up. They did not get fooled. You're going to be able to run. You're not going to be able to outrun those guys as a big, heavy quarterback. So you got to have a clear path. I didn't like that play call one bit from the Eagles.
Let's turn to Kansas City Chiefs then, Christian. In a situation like this where you've just not been able, halfway through the second half, you've not been able to get anything going, what would you try and do now on offense?
Quick game. They have to go quick game, pass it behind the line of scrimmage. That's what they've been good at all season. Toss sweeps and try and get a rhythm to this offense where you haven't been able to run the ball yet at all. Try and keep this defense and this defensive line guessing, get them running coast to coast to try and tire them out for the later quarters, where in the 4th quarter, if you do have to make a late resurgence, that pass rush will be diminished.
Yeah, Elliott's going to kick off. It's going to go about 9 yards deep, and Remigio goes to a knee after he catches the ball on the knee. In the end zone to our right. It's a touchback to the 30. It'll be a 1st and 10 for the Chiefs, who had not looked themselves here, Kurt Warner, in this first half.
Well, coming into this game, they've struggled to create separation on the outside. We've seen it again here in the first quarter, so they've got to find a way, formations, movement, to create some open receivers for Patrick Mahomes. It has been sticky on the back end for this Eagles defense.
It's a shotgun snap, and it goes to Mahomes. Quickly the rushes on him, and down he goes. Didn't have a chance to blink. Taken down in the middle and hit on the play by Josh Sweat, who came off the edge. He was basically untouched. It's a loss of 5, tackled on the hash mark. And with that loss of 5, Chiefs second, 15, big sack for the Eagles defense.
Great job there. Off the edge by Sweat. Looked like Travis Kelce was supposed to bang him, maybe block him for a second. He missed him. He comes fast off the edge. Nowhere for Patrick Mahomes to go, and they have been all over him so far in this game.
And 2nd down and 14, back to pass. Mahomes shotgun snap, sacked again. Oh, they came from behind. They snuck out of the brush, and they make the stop. It's Jalix Hunt, comes through, the rookie out of Houston Christian. They throw him for a loss of 2. 2 plays, 2 Eagles sacks, and now the ball back to the Kansas City 24.
Well, in Super Bowl 57, the Eagles came in with the best pass rush in the league. Didn't sack Patrick Mahomes one time in that game, and here we are, back-to-back plays, bringing Patrick Mahomes down.
Boy, he went right to Joe Tooney, that Chiefs left tackle, and drove him backwards. Now, it's a 3rd and 16 for the Chiefs, and a shotgun snap from their own 24. Rolling out of the pocket, Mahomes, one play. It's intercepted at the 40. It's picked off by DeGene, who comes to the near side, the 30. Got it back to the 20, breaks the tackle, the 10, the 5, to the pylon. Touchdown! Eagles have got a pick 6. It's Cooper DeGene. A 37-yard pick 6 of Patrick Mahomes. And the Eagles are just decimating Kansas City in this first half.
Well, happy birthday, Cooper DeGene. Today's his birthday, and a great read off of Patrick Mahomes. Rolling to his right-hand side. He moved outside the numbers, looking for the outside pass first. Then he comes back with his eyes inside. DeGene reads his eyes, turns back to the inside, and steals the crosser, and makes a great run back for the touchdown.
And Mahomes had not thrown a pick since week 11. Here is now Jake Elliott's extra point after his 48-yard field goal moments ago. The extra point is good, and now it is a 17-0 Philadelphia lead. That is Mahomes' first career postseason pick 6. And it comes at a horrible time for the Chiefs, who now trail 17-0. A timeout on the field, 7 minutes to play in the second quarter. You're listening listening to Super Bowl 59 on Westwood One.
And here on BBC Radio 5 Live as well, what a call from the legendary sports broadcaster Kevin Harlan there. The only place in the UK where you get, in UK on the radio, that you get in US commentary of the game. Cooper DeJean, the rookie defensive back, they're in zone coverage, he steps across the pass from Patrick Mahomes. But Greg, you've talked about Patrick Mahomes being a bit flustered, a bit flapped in the game so far, under pressure. What is he doing throwing that ball? I know he's made a career from making sort of unexpected plays like that work. But that is across his body into quarters coverage. That's asking to be picked off, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot of things right out of the gate that were bad with the the decision making, the read he thought he had on the receiver, and then eventually the execution. But it is such a quick game. Your instincts have to be so fast, and no question he must have felt some regret the second that ball left his 5 fingers. This is amazing, guys. Only the 15th pick six ever in NFL history. We're playing Super Bowl history. We're playing the 59th Super Bowl, and it's only happened 15 times. Albeit, and Christian, you and I will love this moment. 3 times it happened in Super Bowl 37. Twice by Dwight Smith, once by Derek Brooks by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Stefan, I can't remember.
Let's not talk about that one.
I cannot remember the team they absolutely humiliated, and that team hasn't even been back to the Super Bowl since.
I
can't think. Chargers? No, Dolphins. No, it was the Raiders. It was the Raiders. Now I remember. It was the Raiders.
They went down their starting all-pro center that game. My eye out.
Oh, yes.
Right?
Famously, yes.
Famously.
Were.
Okay, right. Okay, so let's not put all that on Rich Gannon.
It's not all on Rich Gannon.
It's not your independence.
It's not all on him. Some of it is.
I took the day off school to watch that game, Greg.
Well, the day after, not the day of.
Yeah, the day after.
Sunday school or real school.
I stayed up late to watch that one, and it wasn't great. I remember the Harrison one, where the Pittsburgh Steelers, when he went the full way, and then he had to have oxygen at the sidelines because he wasn't used to it.
He might be the heaviest pick six returner, pound-wise, stone-wise, as you say, ever.
No, the kick has gone back for a touchback. Okay, so no returns. So we'll stay chatting until Patrick Mahomes gets back under centre. Really need to see a reaction from the Chiefs now. Whenever they're trying on offense isn't working. They haven't tried running the ball at all, right? If we look at the box score here, Kareem Hunt has 1 carry for 2 yards. What's going on?
I think they've just lost faith in their run game. I think Isaiah Pacheco's come back from that leg break early in the season and hasn't really added much. Kareem Hunt's been their bell cow, but then they've also got almost a committee where Samaje Perine comes in occasionally, and they just don't really have the confidence to really establish a run against this Eagles front.
Yeah, but the difficulty is now, Greg, you're 17 points down. You want to try and react quickly, but maybe actually patience is the key here.
You do, but I think Christian's got it right. You won't win this game against this defense if you can't run the ball somewhat. Doesn't have to be your main course, but you got to take a few spoonfuls and figure out how to do it. And Mahomes hasn't even been able to get loose and scramble away. He's made bad decisions like that one he just made instead of tucking it under and maybe getting 3 or 4 yards down.
Yeah, Patrick Mahomes has made some big plays with his feet in the past. So you need to do something. They're 17-0 down.
About that, Mahomes the gun. He gets the snap. He hands to Pacheco, who's driven backwards by Ochomo, coming up on the defensive line for the Eagles. The drive and the loss are back to the Kansas City 28. He loses 2, so the Chiefs second down and 12. Our clock is ticking at 6:43, and the Eagles lead 17-0.
See, Gene, when your partner's played in a few Super Bowls, you got to be careful what you say because it's probably always going to come back to me in some way, shape, or form.
Oh, come on now. Chiefs have 18 total yards. From the 28, second and 12, there's a shotgun snap, handoff to Pacheco, runs up the middle, squirms his way, carves his way for 3 to the Kansas City 31. Anchor one, that sets up 3rd down and 9.
Well, another 3rd down. Mahomes is 0 for 4 right now with the interception on 3rd down going into this one. And it's another 3rd and long. Losing the early downs, 1st and 2nd down, is forcing Patrick Mahomes to try to force some of these throws. We saw a near interception and an interception already.
Perine the back, Chiefs 31, Mahomes in the gun, moving right to left, trailing 17-0 late in the second. Arms outstretched, shotgun snap, right tackle block, now the pocket crumbles. Here they go, they got it again. He got it once, but not a second time. Milton Williams comes up the middle and got him. On the second swipe at the Kansas City quarterback, they lose 7 back to the Chiefs. 24-yard line, 4th and 16. Chiefs punting unit is out there.
And once again, no quick separation down the field, but this is starting to remind me of the Super Bowl against Tampa. They had the issues up front, been quick pressure a number of times, and Patrick Mahomes is getting a little antsy back there. He gets back, he sets, he turns his hips right away, looking for an opening, nowhere to go instead of settling in and waiting for his guys to possibly get open down the field.
Eliza's going to punt inside the Kansas City 15-yard line. To our right, he gets the belt high long snap. His left-footed punt is sent right down the middle. DeJean is back there looking into the right, makes the running fair catch at the Eagle 35 on a punt of 41 and a hang time of 4.44. Here comes the red-hot Eagle offense. They lead 17-0 over the Chiefs. Timeout on the field. You're listening to Super Bowl 59 on Westwood One.
And here on BBC Radio 5 Live, Greg Brady, Christian Scotland Williamson and Stefan Powell with you for this one. We will, of course, have coverage of the halftime show. Kendrick Lamar is going to be performing. That's going to be a good, isn't it, Christian? Kendrick is going to be, we're expecting some fireworks, we're expecting Scissor to come out with him as well. So we'll have you some of Kendrick as well to come. But first, before that, we've got a Philadelphia Eagles drive. This could look, never count the Kansas City Chiefs out. Okay, look, I was here at the beginning of the game saying I expect them to lose the first half and win the game. So, that is still very much still in this range of outcomes. But this is a chance for the Philadelphia Eagles to really put their foot on the throat in this one.
And it all comes down to the run game as well. I think this is probably the worst start that Kansas City Chiefs could have had, because with the Eagles, with their ability to dominate the time of possession, at the moment, we're in the first half, the Eagles have 16 minutes to Kansas City's 8 minutes time of possession double already. So the opportunities this Kansas City Chiefs offense will have to even put points on the board will be few and far between going to the second half, particularly when the Eagles can now let Saquon run loose and run the ball.
Yeah.
It's going to be a run-headed team.
Greg, am I looking at the statistics right here? Is that saying that Kansas City have got a total of 14 yards in this almost first half? Am I looking at that?
That's one of the stats I want to bring up. 14, 11 through the air on 5 passes, 3 rushing yards, 1 first down, 0 for 5 on third down. And it's absolutely remarkable. And there's Super Bowls. So there, Kurt Warner just referenced the one we evoked, the Tampa Bay Super Bowl against the Chiefs. But, guys, we can remember lots of Super Bowls where the matchup looked really even, and you're like, well, what happened here? Seattle and Denver is a great example, right? Those Peyton Manning Broncos, they're playing in that cold weather Super Bowl in New Jersey, and it just, they got, I think it was 42-8, 43-8 to the Seahawks. They just didn't come ready to play, and you're like, what happened? Carolina and Tampa.
That one, Greg, wasn't it? The first snap went straight over his head, right?
Yes, the safety was, I think, the first score of the game. Carolina didn't look ready to play that really good Denver Broncos defense. That's Peyton Manning on the winning side of things. You're like, what is this? Cam Newton's the MVP. So I'm remembering games like that right now because I see a Chiefs team that just has not looked prepared. A lot of time to go. And if they score before they get the next points, and certainly if they get the next touchdown, they'll feel a lot better because it couldn't have gone worse this entire game so far.
None of the Steve Spagnuolo magic, we've seen any of that so far, Christian, on the Kansas City defensive side of things either.
Nothing, because the Eagles have been able to keep them honest by rushing Saquon Barkley between the tackles, meaning the defense has to fight in on the run, and then going one-on-one on the outside, hitting those deep balls to A.J. Brown and Jahan Dotson. So where is the opportunity to blitz off the edge when there's no time?
Yeah, well, where is the opportunity? Indeed, they've done a fantastic job for Philadelphia because now they find themselves with the ball, 17-0 up, in great position.
Shotgun Hurts, single 34 after the Chiefs punt, and Barkley's right side, 35 inside the numbers to the 40. He got the block, he plunges ahead, and he's up to the Eagles 43. Kurt Warner on a gain of 9 with a second one, with 4.5 to go before halftime, and the Eagles 17-0.
Another thing you got to pay attention to, right? The Chiefs defense has been out on the field a lot so far. His offensive line starts to wear them down as we get deeper in the game. Nice little hole right there for Barkley.
In the gun, second one. Here's the quarterback keeper. He'll take it on the draw, running over the right side, got a yard. as he pressures his way. First to the 45, but it's enough for the first down for Philadelphia. So it's 1st and 10. Hurts has done it all. He's thrown well and he's run well today.
Yes, not a lot from Barkley. A couple short runs, nice little 9-yard runs before that first down. But you're right, Jalen Hurts dropped back. He made some big throws down the field. The one mistake on the interception, but making plays with his feet, making plays with his arm.
Makai Becton, by the way, back in the game as the right guard for the Eagles, who just got a first down. 3:41 second quarter. In the shotgun, Hurts. He's at his own 45 with a 17-0 lead. He gets the shotgun snap. He hands off. And it's Barkley taking it up the middle with the flag thrown, running on the hash. Got to the logo, up to the 48.
Holding. Offense number 69. 10-yard penalty.
On Landon Dickerson. It's on the Eagle lineman.
Well, that's exactly what you needed if you're the Chiefs. You needed the Eagles to make some sort of mistake. Right? Move them back. Put them behind the sticks. Talked about how the Chiefs are losing 1st and 2nd down, finding themselves in 3rd and long a lot. It's been the opposite for the Eagles. Winning the early downs. Now push them back 1st and 20 and hope that they can't make that big play to overcome this.
With the penalty, he is back to the Eagle 35. And again, the quarterback Hurts. He is in the gun with a 1st and 20. Calcaterra is in motion. The Eagle quarterback gets the shotgun snap. The left tackle block. He has time in the pocket. Now he moves up. He sits up and he tries to find the escape hatch, and Orton brought him down around the shoestrings of the 29 of Philadelphia. They lose 6. Good pressure by the Chiefs. It'll be 2nd down and 26 for Philly. 2:45 in the second quarter.
More of a covered sack than anything. Jalen Hurts was looking for Devontae Smith to the left. Didn't take him right away, and then tried to work all the way back to the right. Couldn't find anybody open. It was Karlaftis off the edge. It kind of tripped him up before Wharton got there to bring him down.
Barkley the back, 2nd down, 26, shotgun formation, Eagle 29, pump fake, and a quick throw, and it's incomplete. And a very narrow, there's a late flag thrown. Late flag thrown on the near side of the field at the 26. As the pressured quarterback Hurts threw into a thicket.
After the play was over, personal foul, unnecessary roughness. Defense number 32. 15-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
The Chiefs have had significant defensive penalties in this game, and it's come back to bite them.
Had a couple of them. They were trying to set up a screen to Saquon Barkley. Fake the swing to the left, as they threw earlier. Bring him back on the screen. The ball was high and away, so the ball wasn't even there. Big Bolton comes up and hits Saquon Barkley in the back with the ball not anywhere close. Drawing the flag, and once again giving the Eagles an automatic first down.
And what a bailout. Would have been 3rd and 26. Instead, it's 1st and 10. Eagle 44 in the pistol with the shotgun snap. A handoff to Green Road. Right over the far side of the 40. Hit the sideline. Drilled out of bounds by Nick Bolton, the leading tackler. And the Chiefs get no gain on the play. And they stay at the 44. Clock is ticking at 2:10. It's going to probably take us to the 2-minute warning. With the Eagles in dominant play. It takes 6. A 48-yard field goal.
Kansas City.
That's the first. That's the first.
So you're listening to the Super Bowl here on BBC Radio 5 Live. It is Super Bowl 59. If you're just joining us, the Kansas City Chiefs are trailing 17-0 against the Philadelphia Eagles at the moment in New Orleans. Of course, the Kansas City Chiefs are trying to become the first team to ever win 3 Super Bowls in a row. At the moment, it's not looking very good for them. Stay with us for the conclusion of the game, but also we've got the halftime show with Kendrick Lamar coming up very soon as well. So stick with us here on BBC Radio 5 Live. It's time for Super Bowl 59.
59 on Westwood One. Eagles into the commanding 17-0 lead over the 2-time defending Super Bowl champion Chiefs. We had a pick 6. Mahomes has not trailed like this in a game by 17-0 in any game this season.
Well, by my calculations, it's 3 first downs that they've given the Eagles by defensive penalty in 3rd down situations, keeping these drives going.
24 of the Eagles, 2nd down and 10. Game ball the back, Hurts in the gun. He maneuvers the wide receiver, Smith to the near side. Shotgun snap, 4-man rush, hit as he throws. Blind right pump, far side, got it. Got it down high, runs right into the Chiefs bench, caught it on the move. 49 of Kansas City. It's a gain of 7. And Kurt Warner now, 3rd down and 3. And we are at the 2-minute warning.
Chris Jones won quickly right there. He was in the lap of Jalen Hurts just a tick late on the perfect throw to the tight end on the sideline. We've reached the 2-minute warning.
So there we have it. It's the 2-minute warning. So, clues in the title. If you're new to the sport, there's 2 minutes left of the first half. 17-0. Things couldn't have gone any better for the Philadelphia Eagles, Greg. This has been a pretty dream start to Super Bowl 59 for them.
Yeah, it's been great. And, you know, some of this also, I think we have to gear in the fact that they haven't run the ball great. And that's, I got to think they won't run the ball as, subpar or as mediocre at best as they have in the first half and the second half. We've talked about this. Barkley in the regular season had a lot of huge second halves, albeit in closer games. But the Eagles don't care if this game gets any closer. They prefer it doesn't. But either way, 11 carries, 29 yards. Guys, if I told you that Saquon Barkley only had 29 yards with 2 minutes to go in the first half, you'd be like, well, something's going really wrong with the Eagles, and it hasn't been.
Yeah, interesting, because a lot of people would have thought, the Eagles are going to win this one because they had the reasons you were mentioning at the beginning of the show, Christian. But yet, like Greg was saying, you wouldn't have thought you'd marry that up with a stat line of that 11 carries for 29 yards for Saquon Barkley.
But I feel like the damage is kind of knocking the door down for the fourth quarter where he could explode, because I know it's 11 carries, 29 yards, but that's to keep this defense honest, keep their eyes on the interior.
And keep them on the field. Like Kevin Harlan and Kurt Warner were mentioning earlier, Christian, Chris Jones et al. and his players are getting tired.
19 minutes time in possession. That's 19 minutes that the Chiefs defense has been on the field in this first half, and there's a long gap for the halftime show. The Chiefs offense will be out with the ball first. That gives them a chance to kind of make up some of this deficit. But at the same time, when it comes to opening up some holes, I think Saquon's longest run is about 7 yards so far, and we know that give him a crease and he can break it for 70.
Yeah, that is interesting that he hasn't quite managed to get one over into double figures just yet. Pictures on the screen, Greg, of Travis Kelce looking pretty bleak. Many people speculating this could be his final game in the NFL. He has been absent on that Kansas City sort of offense so far. He's usually the master of finding gaps in a zone defense like the Philadelphia Eagles are running. I wonder what's up with him today.
Yeah, especially so in the playoffs, and especially so in games like the Super Bowl. He's never had a bad Super Bowl of the 4 he's been in so far, but there's something about this. It's something, maybe after Kendrick Lamar's performance we can expand on it more. It's occurring to me listening to Christian, this is just the hardest game to come back in. We all talk about the Falcons being up 28-3 on the Patriots. But that's the exception to the rule. It is, if you get a bad start, there's something about this game, the Super Bowl mentally, where I think it's really hard to dig out of big deficits here, because not a lot of teams have done it.
Yeah, I think a lot of it, isn't it, because of time management, which is so important in a game like this. And Philadelphia Eagles are great at that because they could run the ball very well. I still think that Patriots comeback against the Falcons, not just the greatest comeback in Super Bowl history, I think that's the greatest comeback in sporting history. It is a hill I am willing to die on. Right, let's head back over then to the Super Bowl room in New Orleans.
Down 3 in the gun. Hurts gets the snap. 7-man rush. Line right. Go for sideline incomplete. The pressure was there. The pass was in back of the streaking A.J. Brown on the far sideline at the Kansas City 25. It's incomplete. It's 4th and 3. Here comes the Eagle Pine unit.
On just about every third down play, they've thrown a go route to the outside one-on-one. That time it was one-on-one. It was an all-out blitz. There was nobody back there except one-on-one A.J. in the corner. A.J. had beat the corner over the top. Jalen decided to throw the back shoulder. That caused the miscommunication, but that was a possibility of a touchdown with a good throw over the top.
Braden Mann with his second punt for the Eagles, up 17-0, under 2 to play, first half. Remigio is back for the Chiefs inside the Kansas City 15. With a whistle. Play clock at 0. Flag thrown. Clock at 1:56 in the first half.
Delay of game by the offense. Penalty's been declined. It's 4th down.
Eagles back out there, pushed back to the 50, right on the NFL logo. Remigio moves up a bit. There's the snap and the right-footed great man punt. From the heel, looks into the roof. Bounces at the 10, out of bounds inside the 10. Near sideline. At the 9. Terrific punt, well placed, 40 yards.
So if you're just joining us, you're listening to BBC Radio 5 Live's coverage of Super Bowl 59 from New Orleans. Now, there is only a couple of minutes left of the first half. Just here we have the 2-minute warning, which means less than 2 minutes left in this first half. During the halftime, we will, of course, be bringing you coverage of Kendrick Lamar. He is the one performing the famous Super Bowl halftime show this year. What's he going to perform? What's going to be his first song? Is he going to bring someone out with him? We will find out very soon. Let's head back to the action now before that.
Chiefs line up, 2 timeouts at their 6. Mahomes in the gun, gets the snap, drifting back in the end zone. Pressure in a 5-man, let's go to quick pass. Diving reception. It's made by Bond on the hash mark at the 14. Patrick Mahomes has just thrown his second interception today. And deep in Chiefs territory at the 14 of Kansas City. Oh my goodness, what a pick by Vaughn, who dives and makes the two-handed glove catch right on the hash mark at the 14 of the Chiefs.
He obviously trusts Patrick Mahomes to throw it there, trying to get something going offensively. But this was really Josh Sweat on the offense's left-hand side, pushes the tackle back into Patrick Mahomes as he's going to throw it. He's hit in the body, forcing an errant throw, and Zach Vaughn, what a story. Comes over as kind of a journeyman, ends up being an all-pro linebacker, does a great job reaching out, snagging the football, controlling it to his body, and turning them over with a great opportunity to put 4 points on the board for his offense.
Lining up at the Kansas City 14 with the quarterback, Jalen Hurts sending 5 wide. They're moving from left to right, leading 17-0 before halftime. It's first and 10. Hartley's in motion. Shotgun snap. Hurts will run it himself over the right tackle. Grabbed by Amenahu on the shoulder pads and torn down at the 12. Gain of 2. It'll be second down for the Eagles. Timeout.
Kansas City.
1:39 to go here in the first half, and the Eagles on top, 17-0.
This is the spot where you expect just that. They get inside the red zone. Jalen Hurts' design runs become a huge part of what they do. NFC Championship game, 2 quarterback draws, scored on both of them. 1 called back because of an offensive holding, but it's what they like to do down here is change it up and use him as that extra guy, using Saquon as an extra blocker, whether that's giving it space or leading him up through the hole.
They bring it in the call. Hurts has it right now. 1:40 to go in the second quarter. Second down lead for the Eagles. After taking off Mahomes. Shotgun snap to Hurts. Left tackle block. One right throw. Caught at the 5. A.J. Brown hits the pylon far side. Touchdown, Philadelphia. They're destroying the Chiefs. A 12-yard touchdown run. They cash in on the Mahomes interception. They've got it twice. Now 23-0 Eagles before halftime as they have steamrolled the defending champions in the first half.
Really great play design. 2 receivers to the right, 2 tight ends to the left, so they kind of closed the formation on the backside. Ran both tight ends deep through the end zone. Everybody carried with them. And it was A.J. Brown coming on the shallow route from the other side. Once he got outside the box, there was nobody there. Good throw and catch for the touchdown.
Elliott, the extra point to our right, it is good. So Mahomes has thrown a pick 6. Mahomes threw another interception, this time deep in his own zone, and the Eagles cash in on a 12-yard touchdown pass moments ago to A.J. Brown. And now the lead is up to 24-0 over the Chiefs. 1:35 to go, and they're listening to Super Bowl 59 on Westwood One.
And here on BBC Radio 5 Live, Christian was saying this. I mean, actually, that was zone coverage. He's gone right across the middle of the linebacker zone. And well, where's the corner on that side gone then? Actually, it must be man coverage. Man coverage.
Carrying A.J. Brown. Might be passed off because Nick Bolton who's a linebacker covering A.J. Brown, which is clearly a mismatch they would have targeted. This just feels like it's running away from the Chiefs. They look unprepared, they look shell-shocked, and I think it's like the old adage when you get punched in the face, everyone's got a plan to get punched in the face, and this is exactly what's happening.
Yeah, there is a shot on the screen at the moment of A.J. Brown reading a book on the sideline, which is what he does in the NFL, Greg, doesn't he? He's reading a book. I can't see what the title of the book is, but whatever he's doing. Inner Excellence is the name of the book that A.J. Brown is reading at the moment, and he has been excellent. A couple of big receptions on the perimeter, and that lovely little drag across the middle for that touchdown.
I feel like he's like Jim McMahon. For the older listeners, McMahon wore headbands like nonstop, and then the NFL banned him from wearing an Adidas headband. So then he wore a headband that had the last name of the commissioner at the time, Pete Rozelle, in the NFC Championship game. But my point is, any book company could have paid A.J. Brown a sponsorship to read their book of preference on the sideline during the Super Bowl, and they'd be printing money the next morning. Yeah. You really should have looked into that.
Especially given that he's having a great game, Greg, as well. They're going to, had they not been winning, then they would have won today. Look, I mean, technically Kansas City are only 3 touchdowns down, right? They've got a minute 35 left, okay? So if they score now before the half and they get 8 points, and they go for 2 and they get 8 points, if they then score again, because they're getting the ball after the they're getting the ball at the start of the second half, that could be 16, and then they're only 1 touchdown down. So this is a great start for the Philadelphia Eagles, but it's not over till it's not over yet, basically, is what I'm saying.
Well, I'll give you this much. I'm going through some old box scores of other Super Bowls. I'm looking for the biggest halftime lead. And Seattle was up on Denver 22-0 in that game we mentioned in the cold in the Meadowlands. But as you guys know, our listeners would know this too. A lot of Super Bowls become blowouts in the second half. But there's a light at the end of the tunnel at halftime. There's nothing here. Teams extend the leads because teams have to get desperate in the third quarter and early in the fourth. But there's just nothing here for the Chiefs to hold their hat on going into halftime unless they get something done here in 95 seconds.
Yeah, it's going to be a big test of Patrick Mahomes, who's looked skittish. He's been under pressure. His offensive line has been unable to really protect him so far in his first half. It's been a phenomenal performance by the Philadelphia Eagles, led, as Christian has been mentioning throughout the night, by their defensive coordinator, Vic Fangio.
Kick off after the 12-yard touchdown pass to A.J. Brown. So Mahomes is going to pick 6. He throws an interception deep in his own zone. 24-0 Eagles. Chiefs get it. Mahomes interceptions the last 2 throws he's made, Kurt Warner.
As I said on the last drive, you got to trust number 15 and Patrick Mahomes. You've got to come out and throw it and try to get points here, knowing you're getting the ball out of the second half. If you can double up, that would be huge because this game has gotten away from you very quickly.
P-Ryan with the low shotgun snap. Pressured Mahomes, runs onto the pocket, grab, breaks a tackle, 30 on the 35, running on the numbers, flag thrown on the play. 1:27 to go in the second.
Holding. Offense number 65, 10-yard penalty, first down.
Big defensive penalties, offensive penalties for the Chiefs, and they're not scored a single point in the first half of Super Bowl 59.
It's going the wrong direction. Yep. You're at that point right now where you just need something positive to happen if you're the Chiefs. Doesn't matter where it comes from, doesn't matter how it comes, but right now it has been a struggle on both sides of the ball for the Chiefs.
Chiefs have not reached midfield tonight from the 20. Now 1st and 20, Mahomes in the gun. The snap, the right tackle block. Pressured, he throws it into the turf. The pressure was too heavy. He threw it at the feet of P-Line. He was standing on the painted numbers at the 30 of Kansas City. Incomplete, and a flag. It's a late one thrown on the near sideline with 1:23 to go in the first half.
Ineligible player legally downfield, offense number 52. The penalty's been declined. Second down.
Trying to set up a screen there, Kevin, so the offensive line gets down the field as Patrick Mahomes has to pump fake it because it was a nice job up front to delay the screen. But, of course, decline it there. You throw the pass, you stop the clock. So you're going to keep trying to throw it, but the threat is you have to give it back to the Eagles once again before the half with 1:23 to go here.
24-0 Eagles on top before halftime. Kansas City second, 20 shotgun snap. Mahomes. It's a shallow cross and a quick throw and a dart thrown up the middle and caught by Hollywood Brown. right between the hash marks at the Kansas City 29. A short gain of 9, setting up 3rd and 11. And our first half clock continues to tick.
Kind of surprised the Eagles didn't call a timeout there. Just stop the clock. It's 3rd and 11. Chiefs haven't been able to do much. Call the timeout there. Force them to make a play on 3rd down. Get the ball back for your offense, but I guess at this point you're dominating. Happy to go into the half 24-0 if that's what it ends up.
3rd and 11. Kansas City at their 29. 5 on the line for the Eagles. Mahomes in the gun. Arms outstretched. 4-man rush. Sets in the pocket. Dances by defenders. Runs to the far side. Throws on the run. Pass dropped. As the receiver, that was DeAndre Hopkins, and the quarterback for the Chiefs were running parallel. The pass at the 50, dropped by Hopkins. His first Super Bowl, it's incomplete. He was wide open. It's 3rd down.
I mean, wide.
4th down. Excuse me, 4th and 11.
I mean, it looked to me as if the pass was pretty good, and DeAndre Hopkins just couldn't pick it up. And he stumbles to the ground. If he stays on his feet and catches that, man, that's a 50, 60-yard gain. He's almost down to the red zone. There was no one on that side of the ball, but this has been the Chiefs in the first half.
A rise at a punt from right to left. Eugene is under it, got the ball at the 30, breaks a tackle, 35, runs on the hash mark, and is up to the 37 of Philadelphia. 9-yard return, 42-yard punt, 2 timeouts for the Eagles, 23 seconds to go in the first half, and it's a 24-0 lead for Philadelphia. And here comes Jalen Hurts, who, by the way, in the last time they met in Super Bowl 57 with his incredible performance with 3 touchdown runs, would have been the MVP if the Eagles gone on to win it.
Yeah, a lot of people felt he should have been the MVP anyways.
Right.
Down to the second guy in a losing effort to be the MVP. Patrick Mahomes obviously made the plays, the big run down the stretch to set up the win, so he ends up getting the MVP. But you're right, he led them over 300 yards passing. He led them in rushing in that game, and he's come out and done exactly the same things here. He's managing things well, making some big throws down the field, some runs with his feet, fully in control so far tonight.
Eagles with 2 timeouts. Clock at 25 seconds to play in the first half. They're 37. Shotgun snap. Handoff Barkley. Don't chop his feet and try to pry his way. He goes for 2. He goes over the right guard. Got to the 39. And that's going to be it. Teams are going to go to their respective tunnels into their respective locker rooms. Well, what do you think? Widen the lens. What do you think of the first half?
Well, we were talking in pregame how we felt like the better team, the more complete team was this Eagles team because they could win and maybe had the advantage in every area except quarterback. And that's exactly what we've seen tonight. It has been total domination in every facet across the board. Tip your hat to the Eagles. They came in, they had the best roster, and so far in the first half, they're dominating up front and on the back end.
Time is here. By the way, the last team to be shut out in the first half of a Super Bowl. It happened in Super Bowl 53 to the Rams against the Patriots. 3-0 at that halftime point. 14th overall. It has happened. 14th time overall we've seen a team go scoreless in the first half. That's the end of the first half. And the Eagles lead the Chiefs 24-0.
Well, Christian, I think we're all slightly in shock, to be honest with you, because we were expecting this one to be nip and tuck, to be honest. I thought the Eagles would have a lead at half. I thought Kansas City would come back, but I didn't expect a defensive performance as dominant as we've seen.
I think someone mentioned Vic Fangio.
Yeah, I don't know who that was. I don't know. Did you hear that? Did you hear that, Craig? I didn't hear anybody mention it.
There's some kind of quota system. There was an over-under in Las Vegas with the amount of Vic Fangio mentions on the broadcast.
I mean, what I found interesting is that we know that there's a lot of talent on this Philadelphia Eagles defense, especially that defensive line. You know, we talked about Jalen Carter, and then we look at the linebacker, Zach Barnes, having a cracking game, for example. You talked about Nolan Smith earlier as well, didn't you? But we just assumed that there was intangibles of Kansas City winning in playoff games and high pressure games, I guess, would be enough to overcome that, and they haven't.
And that's an assumption that everyone, I think, made, because when, at the end of that half, DeAndre Hopkins, who should, in my opinion, end up in the Hall of Fame, is dropping what would be a routine pass, and then you also combine that with the 3 penalties that have given the Eagles a first down on the defensive side of the ball for the Chiefs. For a team of such championship caliber to be making these mental errors and these mistakes when there's so much at stake in terms of history and the history of the game, that's what's uncharacteristic and that's what's actually unexpected.
Yeah. Unexpected for me, Greg, is you were mentioning earlier about sort of the sense that the Chiefs don't look prepared for what they're seeing, which is, when you're looking at one of the greatest coaches of all time, certainly in terms of playoff wins or, overall wins, that's Andy Reid. Steve Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator, highly regarded, probably the top coordinator in the league. They don't get this wrong that often.
Yeah, and it's just this sometimes is the randomness of sport, and that's not to take anything away from how well the Eagles have played. They have not had a solid running game so far. I haven't been impressed with a couple of the third down calls. Think about how important, at least, we were debating it around how important that 3rd and 10 interception was from the 30-yard line. We're like, well, they're going to need those points later on. They may not need those points at all. But I brought that up to note that you just think every play matters. So the Eagles have played great. You won't see, and it just is one of those things. You won't see a quarterback have a worse Super Bowl half in maybe the next 10 years than Patrick Mahomes just had. You just won't see him make so many mistakes. It's not just the 2 interceptions, but just the scrambling around. We even talked about him not being able to hit Hollywood Brown on a simple 3rd and 4 when he was flushed out of the pocket to try and keep that second drive going. So he's their guy, 3-time Super Bowl champ, but he's been abysmal in this game so far.
Yeah, not a sentence we expected to utter tonight, I'll be honest with you. Now, listen, Christian, Greg and I are going to be back with Kendrick Lamar's halftime show very soon, right here on BBC Radio 5 Live. Let's head to get some news first, and that is read by the legend that is Dr. Nader Bain.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Thank you. The 5 Live headlines. President Trump has doubled down on his plans to take control of Gaza and move the Palestinian population out, despite global outrage. Some reporters he was committed to buying and owning Gaza and making sure Hamas didn't come back. Labour has launched an investigation into the WhatsApp group in which the MP Andrew Gwynn posted offensive messages. Mr Gwynn was sacked from his role as a health minister and has been suspended from the Labour Party. The chief executive of Marks and Spencer has warned that UK retailers are being raided like a piggy bank as the sector faces rising taxes. Stuart Nation said challenges including the increase in employers' national insurance contributions and higher levies on plastic packaging. And as we've been hearing, the Philadelphia Eagles are playing the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl in New Orleans. Donald Trump has asked the crowd, the first president to attend the premier event in American football. And now here's the rest of the day's sports news with John Wilkinson.
Clement Argyle caused the shock of the FA Cup 4th round so far. The bottom side in the Championship, the top of the Premier League, Liverpool, 1-0 at home park. Arne Slot says his much-changed side wasn't so young and inexperienced, but they couldn't have done better. As for Miron Muslic, the Plymouth boss was delighted.
I think a magical day for us, playing the biggest, most famous cup in the world, FA Cup. Having Liverpool here at home park is big already. To manage to deliver this kind of performance, to manage in the end to beat them, to win, it's something that will remain forever a part of this club and a part of history.
Ryan Hardy won it with a penalty kick, and Plymouth have now knocked Brentford and Liverpool out of the FA Cup. There was more straightforward progress for Wolves, who won 2-0 against Blackburn, whilst Aston Villa handed debuts to Marcus Rashford and Marco Asensio in a 2-1 win over Tottenham. Jacob Ramsey and Morgan Rogers scored for Villa, with Spurs' new signing Matthias Tell getting a consolation goal. There was a big shock in the Scottish Cup too. Queen's Park are into the quarter-finals after stunning Rangers 1-0. Their boss is Cam Davidson.
We're all just absolutely delighted. I assumed it, but I am absolutely delighted inside for all the players in the club. We worked really hard for this type of thing. Rangers have obviously better players, and on the day we managed to do everything right.
Aberdeen are also into the quarter-finals after a 3-0 win over Dunfermline. The Manchester City striker Khadija Shaw scored in a 3-1 win over Leicester City in the 5th round of the Women's FA Cup. She had taken a short break after being subjected to racist and misogynistic abuse a week ago. And also wins for Liverpool, Crystal Palace, Sunderland, Arsenal and Chelsea. To Rugby Union, and Ireland have made it 2 wins out of 2 and they top the Six Nations table. They were 32 points to 18 winners over Scotland at Murray's midfield. Ireland's standing coach, Simon Easterby, says their opponents perhaps deserved more.
They were obviously hamstrung a little bit by Finn going off, and hopefully Darcy Graham is recovering because of a nasty blow. So yeah, we had a fair share of luck in that respect, taking off a couple of world-class players, but I thought we delivered an intent to attack in the right way, and certainly without the ball we limited their opportunities.
England's cricketers have lost their one-day international series in India with a match to spare. They were comprehensively beaten in Cuttack, with Rohit Sharma's 119 powering the hosts towards a 4-wicket win. The England batter Jacob Bethel missed the match with a hamstring injury, and he'll also be ruled out of this month's Champions Trophy. Here's Captain Joss Butler.
Yeah, really disappointing for him. Obviously, he played nicely the other day, and it's been one of the really exciting players. So it's a shame that the injury's going to rule him out.
In netball, England have won the final of the Nations Cup in London, beating South Africa 61-55. And in tennis, Carlos Alcaraz has become the youngest man in history to win a title on every surface. It's after he beat Alex de Minaur to the Rotterdam Open title on indoor hard court.
The Six Nations.
Rugby's greatest championship. Live commentary of every home nations match across BBC Sounds and the BBC Sport app.
What a game! What a finish! Ireland can be so proud of this team.
And the Rugby Weekly podcast is now daily with all the best insight and analysis from the biggest names in the game.
The Six Nations.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
So before we get back to the action then, we have got a halftime show to get excited about. Kendrick Lamar is coming out to perform. We've got Dotton Adabiru here. Now, Dotton, you're a big music guy. Are you a Kendrick fan? Are you excited for this performance?
Oh, definitely a Kendrick fan. I mean, you're talking about a Pulitzer Prize winner amongst other things.
It's an amazing achievement. Because before that, it was only like classic and jazz musicians that got it, but then he won it, didn't he?
Well, he's straight out Compton as well. Remember that? Straight out Compton. Crazy called Ice Cube from a gang called With Attitude. He comes straight from that landscape, so he changed rap about. I couldn't see NWA hosting a halftime show on the Super Bowl. But interestingly enough, I saw in the audience there, I've been to Super Bowl once. I went to Super Bowl 40 at Jacksonville, Florida. It was the Patriots against the Eagles. The Eagles lost that one. The Eagles fans were amazing, by the way. But what I remember most about it was the halftime show.
Yeah.
As we're talking now, they are putting on the greatest stage show on earth in, 15 minutes?
Yeah. Well, absolutely. And I tell you what, Don, it is only seconds away, so let's hand back over to the Superdome and let's listen to some Kendrick Lamar and his halftime show.
Welcome you to the Apple Music Super Bowl 59 halftime show.
Salutations! It's your uncle, Sam, and this is the Great American Game.
My Gemini team back powering up. No more handshakes and hugs. The energy only circulate through us. Everybody must be judged. But this time, God only favoring us. 20 years in, still got that pen dedicated to bare hard truth. Energy speak with a vision and tongue. Predicate this time is I'm carrying heavier hearts right now. Like a power lift with Olympian school. Carrying burying darts right now. And dessert this like tiramisu. We go party for party. I hand you a body. I'm probably a better masseuse. Really don't bother nobody. But they really body if I got the three off the roof. But I get the picture. If I had to sit you for hours in front of the booth. When I have a soul, even if I told you the static. The Johnny and you, Johnny would never for government seats, but now I can seize the government too. You and the fools, them color was painted in brown, but now the 102. Remember I said on the greatest back when you debated the number one and number two. Topic was always hilarious to me. You carried them to me, I brought out the rise. The revolution about to be televised. You picked the right time with the wrong guy. Someone better squabble. Life goes on, honey, hug my babies. Woke up looking for the black leaf. People hard on me, they could not see. I speak, ownership, the blueprint is by me. Mr. Get off, I get off the feet. Don't, baby, rocking it. We a pro code with your boat, cause I'm watching it. Work on the flow, let me know if you clocking it. Bro, you won't go, but I know that he popping it. I was once put his own sales till I silenced it. Pipe down, young, that's a whole other politics. That's a rock, and I'm messing around with what? You don't got kids with no my apology. Get on cow, give us back emails with the smear dog. We outside, worried about the kill them off. Fat, trigger off. Tell me why you boys rap, cause you thinking up. Tell me why you boys bad if it's killing up. Hey, God, can I get a drop? No, who's here from the west side of the ball? Full moon, let the boys out. I'm in the dog. Squabble up, 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 squabble up.
No, 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 no! Too loud, too reckless, too ghetto. Mr. Lamar, do you really know how to play the game? Then tighten up! Somebody pray for me. If they're not there for me. Yeah.
Hey, I remember certain sounds of kiss and common allowances, but that's enough for some counterfeit. Now I'm counting this. How much I went money counting up my back, I'm counting this. Who say we like who made this like who they was the analyst? Girl, nothing by you, the girl with my face still. I know it's girl with the city with my face still. I do it for you look really extra. Put up in your mind, you make it call, everybody extra. AM to the PM to the AM phone. Heat up your pussy, I'm too, just grab your hands up phone. If I put you down, I still got Mercedes. If I put the season, I still be the greatest. Boom.
My left stroke just went viral.
Right stroke, put the baby in the. Be humble. Sit down. Alright, be humble. Sit down. Sit down. Be humble. Sit down. Be humble. Sit down. Hold on. I got royalty inside my DNA. Okay, quarter pump for the boy with peace inside my DNA. That's power, poison, pain, and joy inside my DNA. That's hustle, though, ambition, flow inside my DNA. Was born like this, born like this. Y'all should run you weapon. Just born like this. Wish y'all should run you weapon. Let's move. Conviction, rollers, boosters, rollers, ballers, dead. Sky, my father's dead. I wish I was. Hold on. Yeah, I'm so crazy, I'm low, okay. I'm right here, I'm low, okay. People ain't got no people. I'm people, I'm so okay. Raising their hand and kids sit down at my house. I'm so okay. Yeah, okay. There's no question, don't take care of this soul, okay. Everybody wanna be vegan, be chill, right with soul, okay. Everybody do a shoulder pay. Always a man, so you know the ways of love, they gon' make you. Have you ever played? Have you ever? Okay, let's play. Have you ever walked your enemy down with a poker face? Man, I know y'all crazy. This is Parmony. It's KDOT. I deserve it all. Keep these bums away from me. Keep my essence contagious, that's what you with me. Burn this thing down, don't you play with me, stay with me. Flash it out right now, hit it sick with me. Hit it with integrity. These boys try to hate on me, just wait to see. More love he's spilling, this just came to me. Dangerously, ain't no changing me, ain't no shaming me. Flip a coin, you want the dangerous me or the famous me? How annoying. Broke the poison to get my speech. Ashamed of me, it's important, I deserve it all because it's mine. Why you think you deserve the greatest awards?
Yo, culture cheat code. Scorekeeper. Deduct one life.
I just took his buggers in my chain. 80 pointers like a Kobe game. Seconds and twos to make them plain. I'm popping out your bed, that's my name. I'm putting ones on a 4-5. That's catchy pepper if I'm doing pasta. Why you acting tough on IG Live? You know my loved ones put that. Let's get it. Surprise, it's your boy Shake. I FaceTime my eye, I'm not street. It's the easy, I put the voice to sleep. He on the ground, praise God, and stomping feet. Lady, I wanna make a move. I want to perform their favorite song, but you know they love the suit.
What song?
Yeah, that song. Or maybe I think about. You know what? I slow it down. Say, ladies, do me this song.
Oh, you done lost your damn mind.
This world was mine. Hey,
Roman almost 7 days, I feel like it's hot. This world was fine, I take your dreams and make them multiply. This world was fine, I take your enemies in front of God. Introduce them to the light, them strictly with the vibe. Five.
This world couldn't be how it's this world on my soul.
Tell me what you gon' do to me. Confrontation ain't nothing new to me. You can bring a bullet, bring a ball, bring a sword, but you can't bring the truth to me. I'm doing all your expectations. I don't even want your congratulations. I recognize your false confidence. Promises all in your conversation. I hate those that feel entitled. Look at me crazy cause I ain't invite you. Oh, you a fraud, you the moral to the story, you ain't bustin'. I don't even like you. Corrupt a man's heart with a gift. That's how you find out who you dealing with. A smart mistake is who I'm building with. I want the credit if I'm losing or I'm winning on my mama, Solana.
Never dreams my left. All the That's what I'm talking about. That's what America wants. Nice. Oh, you're almost there. Don't mess this.
Oh no. It's a cultural divide. I'ma get it on the floor.
You really got to do it.
40 acres in the mule. This is bigger than the music.
You really got to do it.
Yeah, they tried to rig the game, but you can't fake influence.
They get on it like that.
Hey, I'm tripping, I'm sliding, I'm riding, give it back like what's that on a beat, bro? Who the beat, though? Man, they ain't gonna give a damn. Tell them breathe. Tell them boys, get across, they walk around like peas. What's up with you? I'm trying to see Compton. The streets are hitting, bumble on and mama. How many options do you got? I mean, it's too many options. In a crash on his body, I'm John Stockton. And how the Bible is God watching. Sometimes you gotta pop out the show. Certified cookie man, I'm running up the slow. Walking down the whole time, I know he got some hoe. It's the fully death row. I hear you like I'm young. You better like never go to Cell Block 1. They talk to me, they in love. Just make sure you have a little sister from it. They tell the judge I only wanted to get your hand down. Party at the party, playing with his nose down. Like a better real case, why is he around? Certified, never boy, certified. I'm on the cup. I'ma take my stuff. Why you feeling like a ain't you tired? Trying to strike a chord, and it's probably a minor. They not like us. No, they not like us. No, they not like us. They not like us. No, they not like us. No, they not like us. Are you my friend? Are we locked in? Then step this way, step that way, then step this way, step that way. Hold on. I go by the name of K. King of my okay, Lama, miss them around. This is your next. We come all the way from Compton, California, party with y'all. Let me hear you say, somebody better do it. Come on, put it on the dance, but somebody better. off. Turn the TV off. Turn the TV off. Turn the TV off. Turn the TV off. Ain't no other king in this rap game, they siblings. Nothing but my children. One shot, they disappearing. In the city with the fans, they get it thrown. Pass interference, pass like around the crash, pulling up in the one truck just to play freeze tag. On the pick like it was sea bass. When I made it out, I made about 50K from a show. I showed y'all the ropes before they hop on a rope. I'm prophetic. They talk about it, how I did it. Look for saving face, I'm seeing the cosmetics. Hands, I gotta take the level my aesthetics. Hurry up, your muscle up, we up the higher metric. Brain up body luxury, that's up the highest metric. Super Bowl made a feat, you're diabetic. Mouth you full of deceit. I was telling, walking New Orleans with the etiquette, the LA They acting bad, but somebody gotta do it. Got my, hold on, what's up? Turn the TV off, 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 turn this TV off, turn this.
So there we have it, nodding his head here in the studio was Christian Scott Williamson. You enjoyed that?
Solid, not incredible.
You're giving it, what, 7.5 out of 10?
6.5.
Oh,
6.5. I was a bit underwhelmed. I expected a bit more.
Did you?
Yeah.
What did you think, Greg? I got 6.5 over here. I'd have put it at like a solid 7. Any thoughts from you, Greg?
I thought it was it. Listen, big props to the ad of Samuel L. Jackson.
Yeah,
we thought the Super Bowl. We thought the septuagenarians were out of the Super Bowl halftime, but 76-year-old Samuel L. Jackson with a great supporting role.
Yeah,
as Uncle Sam.
Yeah.
Uncle Sam Jackson. I get it.
Not like us popped up, I thought. I mean, the crowd certainly got involved.
And it also could tease it early to then bring it back late and get the crowd participation going.
In case you're wondering, Drake is touring in Australia at the moment, so he's probably busy doing other things rather than listening and watching that performance, because that was, of course, part of their beat. But no, look, if you're a big Kendrick Lamar fan, then you can check out One Extra's Salutes Kendrick Lamar, okay, which is available to listen now on BBC Sounds. It's a full playlist of all of Kendrick's best tracks, his archives, live performances and stuff. Just search for Kendrick on BBC Sounds. If that's your first introduction to Kendrick Lamar and you know more, it's a great show for you to go in and dig into some of the back catalogue and find out more about him and his music. So, I mean, we were talking, just quickly, Greg, but before we get back into the game itself, where would you, of recent performances, what's been your favourite performance in the last, say, 10 years in the halftime show? Where does that rank for you?
Well, I thought the LA old school Compton rap, the Dr. Dre halftime was great. It was absolutely incredible to see, Snoop Dogg, Mary J. Blige, Eminem popping up on the top of the building they structured to do Lose Yourself, like just a great sporting event theme. So it's on the list. I gotta say, and Vernon Kay watching Rihanna 2 years ago, I think this was better. I didn't love Rihanna's performance 2 years. I felt like you had tears in your eyes, Christian. You loved it. You loved it.
He's been getting glassy-eyed remembering it now.
No features as well. Did it solo?
She did it solo. She did it solo. Didn't need it, really. Well, to be fair, Kendrick had Scissor out there with him, right? And you had Samuel L. Jackson, which was quite good. I would have said the same as you, Greg, to be fair, because I just thought it was really into my era.
They both kind of roll with that Squid Game thing. Like, they're both kind of rolling with the guys or gals in the hazmat suits. Same thing as 2 years ago. It's
and The Weeknd did the same when he did it. He had that sort of same look when he performed.
I don't want that to become a trend to. We've all got a little bit of PTSD off the pandemic from the hazmat suit. Can we get that? Can we ban that from the Super Bowl halftime from now on?
Just bring Katy Perry dressed as a shark back. We enjoyed that. That was a bit silly.
Yeah, you can bring Left Shark back anytime you want for Katy Perry. Absolutely.
I quite enjoyed Katy Perry because it was a bit silly and it was a bit like it was fun, with like a capital F. This is all very serious.
It's very wide appeal.
Yeah, very true.
But everything has gotten better since Adam Levine of Maroon 5 took his shirt off. I think we're just all in agreement on that.
It's been all downhill from there.
I think. I won't remind you.
So we have got the second half coming up very shortly. Of course, usually these half times in the regular season are 15 minutes. It's about half an hour long here in the Super Bowl, so it's a little bit longer. But before we get back into the action and find out whether Kansas City Chiefs can pull back what would be
you know, a remarkable comeback. It would be up there with the Patriots coming back against the Falcons in that one. But let's have a reminder of some of the key moments then in that first half.
Even though we enjoy it and truly appreciate winning these games and being in these moments, at the end of the day, we want to win that big trophy at the end of the year, and that's our goal.
Here's the kickoff, and away we go. Eagle 34, shotgun snap, drop back at 2. Pump faking, out flush from the pocket, he's on the numbers. Hurts goes to the far sideline, it is caught. Grabbed by Devontae Smith. Chest high grab in front of the Chiefs bench. The push from the 1, first and goal, Eagles. And under center's the quarterback, Hurts. He gets the snap, they shove him across. It is an Eagle touchdown. And there is your first score in Super Bowl 59. And with the signature Philly play, a 1-yard touchdown quarterback sneak. And the Eagles lead the Chiefs on a 1-yard quarterback keeper by Hurts. 7-0 over Kansas City. Intercepted at the 5. Cook got it. 48-yard try by the Eagles. Good snap. Ball puts out. Kick is up. And it is just sneaking in the upright. Good. And the Eagles extend their lead 10-0. It's a 3rd and 16 for the Chiefs. And a shotgun snap from their own 24. Rolling out of the pocket. Mahomes. Lines up. It's intercepted at the 40. It's picked off by the G, who comes to the near side of the 30. Got a block at the 20. Breaks a tackle. The 10. The 5. To the pylon. Touchdown! Eagles have got a pick 6. And now it is a 17-0 Philadelphia lead. That is Mahomes' first career postseason pick 6. Chiefs have had significant defensive penalties in this game, and it's come back to bite them.
Nick Bolton comes up and hits Saquon Barkley in the back with the ball not anywhere close, drawing the flag, and once again giving the Eagles an automatic first down.
And what a bailout. Would have been 3rd and 26. Instead, it's 1st and 10. Eagle 44 in the pistol. It's a shotgun snap and handoff to Gainwell, who runs laterally to the far side of the 40, hit the sideline, thrown out of bounds by Nick Bolton, the leading tackler. And the Chiefs given no gain on the play, and they stay at the 44.
Going by my calculations, it's 3 first downs that they've given the Eagles by defensive penalty in 3rd down situations, keeping these drives going.
He maneuvers the wide receiver, Smith to the near side, shotgun snap, 4-man rush, hit as he throws, blind right, caught, far side, got it. Got it down high, runs right into the Chiefs bench, caught it on the move, 49 at Kansas City. It's a gain of 7. And Kurt Warner now, 3rd down and 3. And we are at the 2-minute warning. Timeouts at their 6. Mahomes in the gun, gets the snap, drifting back in the end zone. Pressure on a 5-man rush, throws a quick pass, diving interception. It's made by Vaughn on the hash mark at the 14. Patrick Mahomes has just thrown his 2nd interception today. Is deep in Chiefs territory at the 14 at Kansas City. Oh my goodness, what a hit by Vaughn, who dives and makes the 2-handed glove catch right on the hash mark at the 14 of the Chiefs. After picking off Mahomes, shotgun snap to Hurts, left tackle block, line right throw, caught on the 5, A.J. Brown hits the pylon far side, touchdown Philadelphia. They're destroying the Chiefs. A 12-yard touchdown run. They cash in on the Mahomes interception. They've done it twice. Now 23-0 Eagles before halftime as they had steamrolled the defending champions in the first half. With the extra point to our right, it is good. So Mahomes has thrown a pick 6. Mahomes threw another interception, this time deep in his own zone, and the Eagles cash in on a 12-yard touchdown pass moments ago to A.J. Brown. And now their lead is up to 24-0 over the Chiefs.
There's been total domination in every facet across the board. Tip your hat to the Eagles. They came in, they had the best roster, and so far in the first half, they're dominating.
11. Kansas City at their 29. 5 on the line for the Eagles. Mahomes in the gun. Arms outstretched, 4-man rush, sets in the pocket, dances by defenders, runs to the far side, goes on the run pass, dropped. As the receiver, that was DeAndre Hopkins, and the quarterback for the Chiefs are running parallel. The pass at the 50, dropped by Hopkins. His first Super Bowl, it's incomplete. He was wide open. It's third down. 23 seconds to go in the first half, and it's a 24-0 lead for Philadelphia. And here comes Jalen Hurts, who, by the way, in the last time they met in Super Bowl 57 with his incredible performance with 3 touchdown runs, would have been the MVP if the Eagles gone on to win it. That's the end of the first half, and the Eagles lead the Chiefs 24-0.
So there we have it then. That is the tale of the first half, but we're very shortly going to be going back out to the Superdome for the second half. Greg, really quickly, what do you want to see for the Kansas City Chiefs to make this a game?
Well, I don't want to see them panic. I know that sounds strange, but there's 30 minutes left. The 3 touchdowns and a field goal away. They'll be thrilled if they're 10 points down going into the fourth quarter. So take it one drive at a time, chip away at this lead.
Yeah, one drive at a time, chip away at the lead. Let's see if Patrick Mahomes can do just that.
Is back, and he lets this kickoff from the Eagles to the Chiefs go line driving over his head out of the end zone, and Laura Oakman may begin at the 30-yard line.
Let me start with Andy Reid. He was short to the point, saying interceptions, turnovers, passing game, run game, nothing is working. 23 total offensive yards. Said it's about trying to fix everything. Nick Sirianni said we're expecting everything. Their best punch, exotic stuff, blitzes, everything they can throw it up to get back in this game.
Shotgun snap from the Chiefs, 31st and 10. Pacheco goes twirling over the right tackle, crossing the Kansas City 35. Out to the Chiefs 36, and they are going to no huddle. It's second down and 4. I guess they got to show urgency the entire second half.
A bit without getting out of your game plan. Win first and second down is going to be key.
Second down 4, shotgun snap, line drive pass, caught by Worthy 35, near sideline 40, racing up the sideline, knocked out of bounds. At the Kansas City 44, knocked right into the bench below us of the Eagles. Out of bounds he goes. First down, catch and run. Picks of 8, first and 10 for the Chiefs.
Quinyon Mitchell has been great all year as a rookie, but be careful in those situations. Don't miss the one-on-one tackle and give them more than they should get.
It's first and 10. Mahomes shotgun snap, crumbling pocket, grab, drive down, sack. Back at the 42 between the hash marks. He had no breathing space at all. Jordan Davis got him on the line. They lose a yard. It'll be second down and 11 with the Chiefs at their own 43.
Now, Juju Smith-Schuster ran a bit of a pivot inside, back, outside. Wasn't wide open, but the defender was 3 or 4 yards behind him. If you're Patrick Mahomes, you got to just complete that. Take 5-6 yards, set yourself up in a short yardage situation. Got to stop holding the football.
It's second down, 11. Chiefs at their own 43 in their white jerseys and red pants, moving from right to left. The shotgun snap to Mahomes. He goes back 5. Hit again, sacked again. Everywhere he looked, dark green jerseys smothering him. Down he goes, set back at the Kansas City 37. And right between the hash marks, losing 6, bringing up 3rd and 17 for the Chiefs.
Here's another one. They had Travis Kelce to the left-hand side on an out route. When you have space there, you got to just lay it out there and trust your guy. Held the football once again. They're not having time to get down the field to that second receiver. He's got to get back, put his foot in the ground, and let it go. 5 sacks over the night with this great defense in front of the Eagles.
They've offered a masterpiece so far, leading 24-0 over Kansas City. Chiefs in the gun from their 37, 3rd and 17. Mahomes looks right, no. Looks left, no. Flushed in the pocket. Chased to the far side by Sweat on the 30. Far sideline 35. Breaks the tackle at the 40. Cuts back in the middle of the field and dives ahead of the Kansas City 44 as it was wheeling and darting and catching and picked up 8. But now it's 4th and 9. Just too far to go. The defense too strong. The Chiefs punting it is on the field.
Well, another one where Patrick was just a touch late getting through his reads. Nothing open to his right-hand side. Had an in route coming on the left-hand side with space. By the time he got back there, he was just a tick slow. Couldn't let the ball go. Another nice play on the front end by the Eagles.
Ariza will punt for the Chiefs from right to left. The left-footed boot is sent down the middle to our left. It lands at the 1. It kicks into the end zone. Touchback to the 20. And the Eagles will start right there. Timeout on the field. 3 minutes gone. 24-zip. The Eagles pitching a shutout over the Super Bowl champion. And this is Westwood One's coverage of the Super Bowl.
And you're listening to it here on BBC Radio 5 Live as well. Greg Brady,
Brady, Christian, Scott and Williamson, and myself, Stefan Coyle, with you for the rest of this one. We said they needed a score there, Christian. They did. What did they do with it? They did nothing. Nothing's changed.
Ended up punting. You think that extended half time would give them some of an opportunity to come up with some ideas,
draw something up,
draw some plays up. You saw them go a quick run through the middle with Isaiah Pacheco, then a quick pass to the outside to Xavier Worthy, perhaps beating a man and using his speed. But beyond that, it's very basic schematically. But the problem they have is that offensive line can't protect Patrick Mahomes because he's having to hold the ball too long because the coverage is deep. Everything's in front of them. There's no one open. And so that's meaning he's giving up sacks, 5 sacks already in this game.
Yeah. Now, Greg, for people, we get our listeners to the game tonight who may be a bit newer to the sport, who haven't followed it as much as we have. The way that the Philadelphia Eagles defense works means that they drop a lot of their defensive backs, the players that will try and play the pass, deep into zones, and they don't send much pressure blitzes, right, separately. They rely entirely on those defensive linemen to create the pressure to put Patrick Mahomes under. Now, often, if you don't create that pressure, that coverage on the back end will break down, won't it? But it hasn't been because they've been getting to him so quickly.
No, it hasn't been. They've been winning every battle imaginable, and obviously the cornerbacks. I mean, you can blitz all you want if there's open receivers. Mahomes is fast enough to elude maybe the first guy, possibly the second guy, and he'll find someone down the field. But he isn't at all. So, gentlemen, we're looking at an all-time, like, this is not. No one's going to call the 24 Eagles an all-time great defense. But it's one of the all-time great defensive Super Bowl performances. I mean, the 85 Bears set the standard, right? And then Ray Lewis and that Ravens team in 2000. And that Denver Broncos team with Von Miller we mentioned about a decade ago, really good. It's one of the best 5 or 6 Super Bowls I've ever seen played by a defense so far. And it's got to hold up for that to go into the record books, but so far it has.
But you do forget about some of the players on that defense. Like, I was just saying, Josh Sweat's turned up with 6 tackles. Josh Sweat was fantastic for the Washington Commanders, and then suddenly they trained him and Chase Young away at the same time, didn't they? Young and Sweaty, they were called, but they were an amazing tandem. He's out there making plays, and that's without the people we have been talking about, Jalen Carter, Zach Bourne, etc., etc. So they have got players, Christian, and they're making
they do, but not that household name. Christian mentioned Aaron Donald earlier, and I just mentioned Ray Lewis and all those Bears Hall of Famers. It's more impressive that they don't have that one standard name that you're like, oh yeah, they've got that guy, but they got a bunch of guys.
Yeah, because Zach Bourne, who's got an interception in this game and 2 tackles, and it was been fantastic, he got to the team from New Orleans, and he wasn't even playing in this position, and all of a sudden he's turned into this all-pro stud at linebacker. Unbelievable stuff on the defensive side. What can they do on the offensive side?
Mahomes has only 7 pass completions. He's been whacked 5 times. Now here comes Hurts. He's got a touchdown run, a touchdown pass. They got a pick 6. They're doing it all kinds of ways from the 20 after the Chiefs punt. It's 1st and 10. The shotgun snap. He throws a lateral pass quickly to Barkley at the 15 with the catch above his helmet at the 20 on the near sideline. He goes to the Eagle 25 right below us. They pick up 4, put him at the Philly 24-yard line.
Yeah, now you huddle up, you use the clock as much as you can. That's just kind of a simulated run right there. They send the fullback out in front of Saquon Barkley. They toss him a little swing route. So you got a lead blocker out there in space. Nice little 4 or 5 yard gain to win 1st down.
In the gun. With a 2nd down and 6. The Eagle 24 moving left to right. In the gun. Is Hurts against the snap and then quickly hands off, and it's Barkley who tries it down. He's down over the right guard, a meager gain of a yard to the Eagle 25. That sets up 3rd and 5 for Philly.
I feel like Saquon Barkley's having a little trouble with his footing.
I feel like he's trying to plant there onto something.
And the foot came out from under him again as he's trying to make the play and just kind of slips down, not able to make his cuts. This is the 3rd or 4th time I've seen that tonight.
He's averaging 2.5 yards a carry, 13 for 32. Eagles 3rd and 5, their own 25 for 2nd half possession, leading 24-0. In the gun is Hurts. He takes a look at a congested Kansas City defensive line, and here they come with the blitz and 5. There's Hurts who got the shotgun snap, runs from the 25, breaks the tackle 30, shoots to the 40, running on the numbers and down. He's done it again. He's a magician. He knows when to run, when to hit the gas. He picks up 16 on the fly and carves out a first down for the Eagles to Philly's 41.
When they go with the man-to-man coverage, nobody open. We always say as a quarterback, if you know it's man-to-man and you feel some opening up the middle, there is no one to account for you, no spy in this situation. Turns on the Jets for the big run.
Barkley the back in the pistol. Hurts wears that white number 1 and that dark green jersey, lining up 1st and 10 in the gun from his own 41. Arms extended, shotgun snap. He fakes the handoff. He rolls to the near side. He gets a counter block. He packs his run. He throws a pass down the sideline. It's caught with a knee-high grab on the near sideline at the 47-yard line of the Eagles. It's grabbed there by Devontae Smith, who picks up 6. It'll be 2nd down and 4, giving us a chance to
You're
pause.
listening to the Super Bowl here on BBC Radio 5 Live. If you're just joining us, the score at the moment is 24-0 to the Philadelphia Eagles. They're doing a good job of making sure that the Kansas City Chiefs don't become the first team in NFL history to win 3 Super Bowls back-to-back. However, there's still plenty of time left in this one for the game to turn around to the other way.
Barkley taking it on the handoff on 2nd down and 4, charging down the middle, takes it by midfield, between the hash marks to the 45 and tackled around the ankles of the Kansas City 43. Good looking run as he went blazing down the middle. A gain of 10, his longest run tonight.
This is how you're built. Go downhill, get going, start getting after those guys up front. Nice little cut. You mentioned the burst by Saquon Barkley into the 2nd level.
Barkley is in the backfield. Hurts rarely now into the backside of the center, but there is where he crouches. 1st and 10. He's 43. Gets the snap. Pitches out to Barkley over the right tackle. Coming to the near side. Down at the 40. And tackle right there by Droitwich around the knees. It's a gain of 3 to the Chiefs. 40-yard line. We're just starting the 2nd half. Although now we're ticking at about 8:30 to go. When it's 24-0 Eagle lead.
One thing you always got to remember about Saquon Barkley, too, is that he's a home run hitter. Nobody in the Oscar Football League had more big plays this year than Saquon Barkley. So right now, it's 3 yards, it's 4 yards, it's 7 yards. But at any point in time, you give him a crease, and this thing can change really quickly.
It can indeed. He lines up in the gun at the side of Hurts. 2nd down 7. Eagles at the Chiefs 40-yard line. Here comes the blitz. They rush 5. There's a snap, and it goes to Barkley. He runs up the middle of 40. Down the middle of 35. Chase to the 30. Runs between the hash marks. Down to the Kansas City 25-yard line. It's another first down. Right up the middle he goes. Galloping and playing for 15 yards. Another Eagle first down. They're doing it on the ground with the quarterback and the great Saquon Barkley.
And there's another thing when you're pass rushing, right? You're trying to go up the field and make that play. You run past him, leave an opening, and there he goes again for the first down.
1st and 10, first possession for the Eagles in the 2nd half. On the Kansas City 26, shotgun snap. Here's Hurts looking left, looking right, flush from the pocket, throws down the near sideline, backpedaling, battling, catch made. Barkley tumbling on the sideline at the 5. What a grab, acrobatic catch. Barkley hitting the deck, fumbled the ball, rolled around in the air, grabbed it, reeled it in. And it's a 22-yard reception, and it will be 1st and goal to go at the Kansas City 4.
Starting with the offensive line, great protection, giving Jalen Hurts time to just fire a little extra, move out of the pocket. Good job by Saquon Barkley on that ricochet to catch it off his helmet.
It's 1st and goal at the 4, and out of the gun, here's the handoff, and Hurts gives off to Barkley and stoned at the line. Back zone for a loss of a couple. So they go back to about the 6-yard line of the Chiefs. It'll be 2nd goal for the Eagles, who are shutting out the defending champions 24-0.
And it's just tick. You're right, down to 6:20 on the clock. Just the first drive of the 2nd half for the Eagles. So more than halfway through the 3rd quarter, you start to wonder about how many possessions you get if you're the Chiefs, because we're just taking our time. First down after first down after first down.
Kansas City 6, 2nd down and goal, and Hurts wants a timeout. He'll walk to the sideline. It's a long drive of almost 6 minutes. 2 timeouts remaining for the Eagles. And they're going to talk it over with such a crucial play coming up, and 6:04 to play in the 3rd quarter.
So here we have it then, a strong start to the 2nd half for the Philadelphia Eagles. But Christian, can I just ask you something quickly? You mentioned this while we were watching the halftime show. We'll get back to the action soon. You were like, is that Serena Williams dancing to Kendrick Lamar? And Craig's laughing at the back because he just went and sent us a WhatsApp group saying, it was Serena Williams, wasn't it? It was her.
Did you guys know that before I did?
No, when Christian said it at the time, you can't give him his credit where credit's due. And then Craig smacked it in the WhatsApp to me. It was Serena Williams.
That's me being half asleep. It's not me trying to be careful or anything. I just didn't think it was her.
Yeah, well, so Christian, well done you, because I didn't get it. It passed me by. But it was not passing me by. It's a very impressive performance by the Philadelphia Eagles.
Eagles second down and goal. Falcons kHz runs over the right guard. Dives back basically to the line of scrimmage. Banged by Chanel. And got about maybe a half yard. There wasn't much there. The Chiefs were on him. Third and goal for the Eagles. And down is Chris Jones holding on to his right knee. Which he's got a big brace, a big Joe Namath brace around that right knee. And he's reattaching it, the brace.
Couldn't tell.
Not the knee.
Yeah. Couldn't tell if it was the brace giving him problems, so he just went down to readjust it, or if he's having an issue there with that knee back behind that brace.
Let's take a break. Late third quarter, Eagles on the move, and they lead the Chiefs 24-0 here in the Super Bowl. Let's step aside. You're listening to Super Bowl 59 on Westwood One.
And here on BBC Radio 5 Live, Greg, I cannot get my head around this stat. I know the Eagles are on offense at the moment, but I'm just looking at the statistics of the game again. Kansas City, 38 total yards on offense. This is Patrick Mahomes, this is Travis Kelce, this is Xavier Worthy, this is Andy Reid. 38 yards on offense. It's crazy.
I can't. We could go back and forth on the most shocking stat, and they're all to do with the Chiefs' lack of production and basically their ineptitude. It's 2 first downs. The Eagles have 17. They're 0 for 7 on third down. Mahomes, to your point, has 41 passing yards. And guys, so much about quarterbacks and legacy. Like Dan Marino, I adored Dan Marino. He got to one of these things when I was 13 years old. He never got back again, and I was sure that he would. And Aaron Rodgers only got to one. And when he got there, we're all like, he's going to go again and again and again. And Drew Brees only went once. Mahomes is going to go to these games again. But if this one will be a tough one to live down and shake off the rep. We all remember Tom Brady's wins, but we also remember he lost twice to Eli Manning. He references that. It's like a running joke. This game is a joke for Mahomes so far.
Yeah, I mean, interesting that you say that, we expect him to come back, and, they might pull it back now, might pull off something incredible in this remaining bits of the third quarter, and the remaining bits of the fourth quarter. But, how long has Andy Reid got left? There's actually quite a lot of work to do on this team as well, Greg. So are you that confident that the Chiefs are going to continue this dynasty after the season?
Well, I mean, I am. I think they're the team to beat. I mean, if you win three straight AFC titles and you're bringing your crew, Andy Reid is 66, so it is a good point. And Belichick's been the rare exception. Although now Pete Carroll is he's no spring and he's no chicken and he's no spring chicken. So he's coming back at almost 75 years of age after 1 year off. So, but you just never know. I mean, I think we'd be shocked if Mahomes wasn't in multiple Super Bowls, given he's not even 30 years old yet. So. But these things can leave a hangover on you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not looking great for the Kansas City Chiefs in this one.
In a lot of ways, in my mind, they've got to stop them. They got to stop them.
No doubt about it. You start to think about number of possessions you're going to get at this point. Down 5 possessions if they give up a touchdown right here. I just don't know if they're going to get that many.
Third and goal from the Kansas City 6. Lining up in the gun, flanked by Barcade, looking into 5 in the secondary. Shotgun snap to Hurts. Has time, cocks his right arm, looking. Now he's pressured. Now he rolls to the near side. Cocking his arm on the sideline. Throws to the pylon and caught out of bounds. Incomplete by Devontae Smith on the near side of the field. It's 4th and goal. And it looks like the Eagles are going to go for 3.
Really good. That was what we call a cover sack. There's good protection there. Jalen Hurts had all kinds of time. Looking to the right, back to the left, buying time. Nobody open. Good throwaway. Give yourself a good opportunity for 3. And a good job by the Chiefs. We talked about number of possessions. Even with the field goal here, it limits it to 4 instead of 5.
Is Jake Elliott on the 24-yard field goal and extend the Philly lead. 5:22 in the third. Man will get the snap. There goes a flag. just as he was swinging his right leg through to try that 24-yard Eagle field goal.
False start, snap infraction by the offense, number 49. 5-yard penalty, fourth down.
All right, second time that's happened tonight to Philly.
Yeah, a little double clutch there, Gene. Is that what you're seeing?
Yeah, that's what I'm assuming happened, Curtis. You had a little clutch by Lovato there, kind of a double clutch. He hitched it, and they nailed him for it. So they push him back, and now it'll be a 29-yard field goal try with the extra 5 yards tacked on. Elliott is ready. 2 strides back and 2 strides to the side. Hunter Braden Mann will get the snap. It's high. He puts it down. The right-footed kick is good. And the Eagles go up 27-0 over the Chiefs on a 6-minute and 42-second drive.
How easy is it, Christian? I mean, obviously not very easy, but what do you try and do? Does it just jolt a team into a performance, like, you know, to try and change how it's been going? What can you do? Do you just call something completely different? You just sort of just sling it downfield and hope for the best? What do you do?
This is the problem. I don't think that she's ever been in this situation, especially in the Mahomes era with Andy Reid. So where do you get that gumption? Where do you get that courage to keep fighting when you're 27-0 down deep in the third quarter and you're against the team that have controlled the time possession 2-1 the whole game? I don't know where the answers are coming from, but I don't even think that they will come in this game. There's been nothing in the first 3 quarters to suggest that the Chiefs can put together anything that is remotely resembling what we are accustomed to knowing from the Chiefs offense, from Patrick Mahomes, even in terms of completions. Only about 7 completions.
Yeah, he's 7 of 15 for 41 yards and 2 interceptions. It's crazy, including pick 6. Greg, I'm having some messages in from people suggesting maybe did the sort of NFL sort of journalistic fraternity, or whatever you want to describe it, the media, underestimate this Eagles team. And I guess I don't think it was an underestimation of them, because their squad is very well put together. I always thought they had the best team, but it was an overestimation perhaps of the intangibles of Kansas City. Even though on paper the Eagles looked like the better team, Kansas City Chiefs have just won from these situations so often that you'd be almost daft to bet against it.
Yeah, I think that was the principle. I think what you said at the end is the most guiding principle of why this happens. You just go with history and you go with what you've seen before. And I always say this: you need to, it's like a team going into the World Cup, like the FIFA World Cup. You need to visualize that they can win. You need to actually see who might come together, who some of the unsung heroes would be. Can your superstar deliver at the right time? How's your keeper? And the NFL is no different. Can you picture a quarterback entering a playoff? And everybody can win one game at a given time. That's the any given Sunday principle. And in a way, that's today based on how the game's going. But can you win 3 playoff games? Can you win 4? Well, don't forget, guys, the Eagles have had to play an extra playoff game here. They had 3 games coming in against the Chiefs, too. And it is just stunning. They were only 1.5 point underdogs, so I don't know that we undersold the Eagles. I just think we didn't expect the Chiefs to come out so dreadful.
Yeah, if you get a chance to sort of watch some of this game back, when you've been getting a sense of it from Kevin Harlan's commentary, Christian, the pressure that these Eagles defensive linemen are getting on Patrick Mahomes is really changing, how he's able to play. And I think that's been making a massive difference in this game. Not only is he having drops and issues from his receivers, but he's just having no time to settle. And so he's having to try and make magic happen on almost every play, and so far he's failed to do it.
Elliott, a 29-yard field goal, and the Chiefs are going to get the Eagle kickoff, and they leave it. The Chiefs do more open in the end zone. It's out to the 30 for the Chiefs.
One of the things Nick Sirianni told me was he told the team in the half, the same intensity we had in the first half, bring it in the second. I just want to say that's been the sideline the whole game. I've been careful not to compare sidelines because the Chiefs is the opposite. First half, I didn't want to say anything because it's business-like, but it's flat. It's a difference of the Eagles sideline popping all game and this one flat here.
It's 1st and 10. Mahomes hits the shotgun snap. He throws downfield a leaping belt-high 40-yard line catch by Hopkins. He's got the first down. A little more than 10 yards. Left graphic pinned against his chest. Picks up 11. Chiefs first down outside for 40. 11-yard pass to Hopkins, who's been quiet. First and 10, shotgun snap, punts the ball, gets the carry after the snap to Mahomes, runs over the right guard, and that's Trey Smith, and he grinds out 6. He's out to the Kansas City 47-yard line. The Chiefs offense has not reached midfield in this game. I can't even believe I'm saying that.
No doubt. Getting close here. Couple nice plays. Nice throw back to Hopkins. Good little run right there. Getting the early downs.
Hunt remains the bat. Mahomes is in the gun. It's second down and 4. Shotgun snap. Chiefs 47. Crumbling pocket. He gets away. Escapes. Runs to the far side. Flag thrown. Resets. Stops. Cuts. Jabs. Spins. Breaks the tackle. 45. Runs by midfield at the 50. Keeps moving the ball as he hits the turf. I think the Chiefs may have jumped out of it, but a flag was thrown back at the 30-second. As Mahomes was like a minnow in shallow water. He was dancing around one oncoming defender after another.
Offense number 74. Put a defender out from the previous spot. Second down. Minnow in shallow water with a bunch of bass chasing after him. Holy cow. There were bodies everywhere. He just darting left and right. Goodness gracious. Thought about 4 guys had a chance to bring him down, and he's just weaving his way in and out. And then, of course, the worst feeling in the world when you get up after a nice play and you look back and you see the yellow hanky.
Second down, 14. Shotgun snap. Mahomes hands off to Hunt. And he's taken down over the right tackle after a gain of a yard outside the hash, and he's up to the Kansas City 38. So now it'll be 3rd and 13 for the Chiefs, who trail 27-0 here in Super Bowl 59.
It's almost a frustration if you're Patrick Mahomes and you're handing the football off. I know you want to stay in your game plan, but man, 339, 338, we're handing it off for 1 yard.
It's a 3rd and 12 for Mahomes at his own 38. The shotgun snap, the 3-man rush, the pass down the middle, and the first catch by Kelson. Got the ball at the 45 on the hash mark. He's up to the Kansas City 46, and he's got a gain of 8 on the play. 4th and 5 coming up.
Yeah, I think if you pick up a few yards there, get it back to 4th and manageable, you go for it here on offense. If you get nothing in your 4th and long, you probably have to punt it. So nice little completion right there, 4th and 4. We're going for it. Big play right here for this Chiefs offense.
3 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. The clock is ticking. The Eagles shutting out the Chiefs 27-0. 47-yard line of the Chiefs. They got a 4th and 5 with Mahomes in the gun. The snap is there, belt high. Line drive, far side. Got it down, almost picked off by Maddox. What a play by Avante Maddox, the tight end. Slapped that ball like he was playing volleyball. Knocked it away on 4th and 5. It goes to the Eagles on downs, and look at Kurt Warner where they will take over.
Well, Patrick Mahomes has been off all night long, and once again, if he leaves this ball outside, it's probably a first down. Way back to the inside on the throw. Easy knockdown for Maddox.
Let's step aside, 2:47, 3rd quarter. And the Eagles are shutting out the Chiefs 27-0. You're listening to Super Bowl 59 on Westwood One.
And here on BBC Radio 5 Live, Greg Brady, Christian Scott Williamson and Stefan Powell with you for this one. And it looks at the moment, Christian, all like we're going to be talking about the Eagles' 2nd ever Super Bowl victory. At what point is it too soon to start talking about the job Nick Sirianni and his coaching staff and perhaps has done with his team? Because a lot of praise tends to go to the general manager of the Philadelphia Eagles, right, for the squad he's accumulated, especially that pickup of Saquon Barkley. But am I jumping the gun? Is there still life left in the Kansas City Chiefs?
I don't think so. I think I asked the question.
He's called it there.
I asked the question a few moments ago. Is this give-up ball, handing it off to Kareem Hunt on 2nd down, and then a long 3rd down, which falls incomplete after a Maddox pat down. But I really think that the key with this Eagles team, which no one really speaks about, which is underplayed, is the togetherness and the camaraderie within the team. They all look like they're having fun playing with each other, and that comes from the top and not from the GM. That's from Nick Sirianni, where all of these players do actually believe in him. He set the culture. End of each meeting, they all get up and hug each other as a sign of respect to each other before they go out to battle and play. And you're really seeing that today, the togetherness, the energy on the sideline. We've already heard and seen scenes of the Chiefs sideline, which looks subdued, quite morose, where where is the energy coming from? There's no one really rallying the troops on the sideline. Even Travis Kelce's sitting kind of shell-shocked.
Yeah. To the uninitiated, Greg, Nick Sirianni, you think, well, he's made 2 Super Bowls in 3 years. Looks like he's just won one. He must be one of the great coaches of the league, but his reputation's a bit hit and miss, isn't it?
Well, I've never understood. I never understood the collapse last year by the Eagles. The Eagles were sitting at something at 9-1, 10-1. It looked like a collision course again for the Chiefs and Eagles to have their Super Bowl rematch last year, and then just the wheels fell off. Like, it's been a long time since the team was going that well in September, October, November, and then wheels falling off in December. So I've never understood it. I've never understood. Is he on the hot seat? Does he have to win this regular season game in October to keep his job? I don't get it.
And here he is, he managed to lead his team all the way through to the Super Bowl. And like Chris said, he's very much a vibes coach. And if you're on his side, then he's a good guy. If you're not on his side, then maybe you're not his biggest supporter.
7-0. Maybe the most shocking stat of the night. Chiefs come in second in the league in third down conversions. 0 for 8 on third down. 0 for 1 on fourth down tonight.
Just amazing. In the pistol, on the NFL logo, from the Kansas City 46, Eagles take over 1st and 10. The shotgun snap, the fake hand up, and Hurts drops back 5, winds up, one arching pass, down the middle, it's caught over the center in the end zone. Touchdown, Smith! And that may make it insurmountable. 46-yard touchdown strike. 33-0 Eagles.
Talked about it in the first half. At some point, those safeties coming downhill. Now you're in a run-type situation. The Eagles have stayed aggressive. Kellen Moore stayed aggressive. The play fake, the safety jumps up on the tight end, running the corner route. And Devontae Smith on the deep post with a perfect throw from Jalen Hurts.
33-0 Eagles, extra point, Elliott. It is good. 34-0 Philadelphia. A one-play drive after the fourth down stop by this incredibly physical and active Eagle defense. Timeout on the field. Will step aside. 2:40 in the third. You're listening to Super Bowl 59 on Westwood One.
And here on BBC Radio 5 Live as well. Now, Greg, I'm looking back through scores to see when the last time we had a game this one-sided in the Super Bowl. I mean, when the Bucks beat the Chiefs in 2020, that was 31-9, wasn't it? That was pretty spicy. But what are we going back for a blowout like this?
You got to go quite a ways. I mean, again, that Seattle beat Denver 43-8 in that cold weather Super Bowl in sort of shortly after. That might have been Peyton Manning's first year or second year as a Denver Bronco, and then he got it right. He won, so he won the Super Bowl in his final year there. But this is really, really something. And yeah, you combine the two current running tally for the two Mahomes Super Bowl losses. 65-9 is the score line. Tom Brady lost 3 Super Bowls all by one score.
Yeah.
All by one score, and a couple by a field goal.
Yeah, the wins where he gets blown out. Essentially, is what's happening there in Kansas City. We're going to head back to the action now, see what they can
Amigo is back. He'll take it at the goal line up the middle of the 10. Cuts outside, broke a tackle, 20. On the numbers, 25, and he is down. Flag is thrown. Tackled about the Chiefs' 29. 28-yard return. And Mahomes comes back out of the field, trudging his way back out there. He's been a battered man tonight. Strapping his chin strap on, hands on hips.
During the return, illegal block in the back. Number 21 of the return team. Penalty is 10 yards from the spot of the foul. Kansas City's ball, 1st and 10.
Not only is this the worst Chiefs game they've played all season, this may be the worst Chiefs game they've played in multiple seasons.
I mean, I can't think back to one that's been anywhere close to this. Not only just on the scoreboard, but you mentioned it. They haven't done anything well. They hurt themselves with penalties on both sides of the ball, going backwards over and over again.
From the 10, shotgun snap goes to Mahomes. Says sets up, and here's a long pass down the far side, caught over the center at the 50. It's moving to the 45, the 40 outside the numbers, and deep into Eagle territory at the 39 on a 51-yard completion. Mahomes to one of the fastest players in the NFL, Xavier Worthy. 1st and 10 Chiefs at the 40 of Philly.
Haven't got many big plays this postseason, but man, that was as timely as anything to get him going a little bit past midfield for the first time.
On the 40 of the Eagles, shotgun snap out to Mahomes, crumbling pocket, goes in the turf. On a short pass to the far sideline, looking for Pacheco, heavily covered on that far sideline, incomplete. And the Chiefs second down and 10, and our clock right now at 1:58 here in the third.
Just not a lot of breathing room on the back end. Finally got a little crease there to hit that big play to Worthy, but come back on the next play, and again, no separation, nowhere to go for Patrick Mahomes.
Lining up in the gun again, the Eagle 40 after a 51-yard pass completion. 2nd and 10 for the Chiefs. Shotgun snap to Mahomes. 4-man rush. Will run up the middle. Tackle from behind around the ankles and grabbed right there by kHz Hunt. It's only a gain of 3, but the tackle the quarterback from behind around the ankles at the Eagle 37 as he ran along the hash marks. 3rd and 7 coming up.
Take that if you're the Eagles, right? The biggest thing is keep the clock going. Short runs, short throws are okay. Just nothing over the top to make it easy.
Mahomes again in the shotgun. P-Ryan to his right. 37 of the Eagles. 36. He gets away from one defender. He runs up the middle. He cuts to his left. There's a new double pass. It's up ahead. It's part of the 30-back post. He runs down the middle to 25 and tackle between the hash marks at the 23-yard line of Philadelphia. He pulled off a 30 right there. The pass completion to Kelsey. Good for 14. It's a 1st and 10. The shotgun snap to Mahomes. As the Eagles are trying to change personnel, and Ron Torbert blew his whistle. And Andy Reid is going, why did you do that?
Well, he's pointing over to Andy Reid or someone like he was on the field or something was going on.
This is the deepest penetration the Chiefs have had all night long. That is their first 3rd down conversion all game long. Something they used to do in their sleep, but not tonight. In the Big Easy. It has been anything but. It has been a nightmare.
The clock's running again. Not really sure what they do.
I don't know why either. You're right. 1st and 10. Chiefs have it at the 24 of the Eagles. Single back is Pacheco. Mahomes under center against the snap. He takes the handoff. He's quickly chased by Graham to the far sideline 30. Pats his arm, goes down the far sideline, and caught. Diving catch, a foot inside the goal line. Worthy, touchdown, Kansas City. A 24-yard scrambling touchdown run by Mahomes. He finds Worthy, who authored that drive for the Chiefs. And they're on the board for the first time, capping a 90-play drive in Super Bowl 59.
Patrick Mahomes been running for his life all day long. Ailes out to the right-hand side. Good job by the rookie to separate. Ball's thrown low. Goes down, pins it to his chest. No movement. Really good play there for the touchdown.
They're going for 2. They'll need a lot more than that, but here they are at the 2. Mahomes by himself in the gun. Diamond formation. There's the shotgun snap and a quick line drive throw. Incomplete. Looking for Kelsey. Low, knee high, and it goes whistling right by his leg and incomplete. And they don't get the 2-point conversion. So there's a timeout on the field and 34 seconds to play in the third. The shutout for the Eagles is gone, but a new score. It's 34-6. Eagles on top. Let's step aside. You're listening to Super Bowl 59 on Westwood One.
So there we are. The Kansas City Chiefs have got some points, Greg. I don't think it's going to make a big difference at the end of it, but I suppose it establishes some pride for the Chiefs in the end.
Yeah, a little bit of pride. You know, they just flashed Tom Brady on the television side. He's calling the game on Fox with Kevin Burkhardt. Christian, if he's not tied with every other Philadelphia Eagle for the happiest man in the Superdome right now, I don't. He's like, oh my gosh, I worked my whole career. Nobody believed in me. I'm playing behind Drew Bledsoe. I'm a 6th-round draft pick. And then I go win 7 Super Bowls and go to 10. And this punk might win his 4th before age 29.
Yeah, I'm happy with on the screen. I'm very happy with the green jumper around his shoulders. Paul Rudd, Kansas City Chiefs fan, not quite as happy. Did you see the watch that Tom Brady had on?
Holy it's apparently worth $800,000 American dollars. Like, would you be happier to keep your all-time Super Bowl record or happier to have an $800,000 watch? I'm not sure. It's close. Yeah.
And it's taken on the far side by Shipley, the rookie running back. He runs out of bounds for the Eagles.
Well, one good thing is that was a quick score. Yep. Right, he had a couple big plays which they could struggle to get out on the board before the fourth quarter starts. All right, still a long way to go in this one, but you know if you're going to get back into it, you're going to need to push the ball down the field and shorten some of those drives. Did a nice job there. Worthy with a couple big catches to put him in the end zone.
And the Eagles will break huddle. And they're moving from left to right. They'll be at their own 30-yard line. And it will be 1st and 10. Hurts will be under center. The running back is Barkley. Tight end in motion. There's the snap to pick out the Barkley. A block by Connor. He's outside the numbers. Over the left tackle with 30. And he'll take it for a gain of 4. He's out to the Eagle 34 as he was angling to the far sideline. 2nd and 6 coming up for Philly. That'll do it. 3rd quarter will be in the books. And the Eagles will be 15 minutes away from their 2nd Super Bowl title since Super Bowl 52. That's the end of the 3rd quarter. 34-6 Philly over the defending champion Chiefs. You're listening to Super Bowl 59 on Westwood One.
Christian, this Philadelphia Eagles squad will likely, a lot of it will stick around, right? There's a couple of key players. We talked about Zach Bourne, their linebacker, who we've been very impressed with this season. He's on a 1-year deal, but I imagine a lot, because Howie Rose and the go puts their squad together, their general manager does a fantastic job. If he can manage to hold on to a vast majority of these players, which he probably will, certainly on offense, then they could become back here next year.
Definitely, I think it's almost a question of the cap competition, because you've paid Saquon Barkley for him for 3 years, you've locked down A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith, you've paid Jalen Hurts. Obviously his contract is backloaded, where I think in 2 years' time he's making $90 million in one season, which is absurd how you can even fund a roster around that. But in the draft he's gone out and got Nolan Smith, Jalen Carter, Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell, all the young core on rookie deals which still have 2-3 years left. So there's a lot of reason to be optimistic about this Eagles team, particularly when you look at the landscape of the NFC. I think they're the team that's the most consistent, top to bottom, consistently built, and has the best opportunity to be back again.
And you talked about this earlier on, Greg, in terms of how difficult it is to be a dynasty, and to get to back-to-back Super Bowls, let alone get to 3 like Kansas City have done. But Philadelphia do find themselves in a pretty strong position going forward now, because like Christian was saying, a lot of this core is going to be sticking around for a while.
Oh, Christian hit all the right notes with the points he made, but I'd also just enhance that by saying I think the NFC is less. There's just fewer landmines in that conference. We've talked about this so often. How Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen in Buffalo, they haven't been able to get past Mahomes just to get to the Super Bowl. Joe Burrow did it once, and you're sitting there going, is it going to happen for Justin Herbert in LA? Is it going to happen for C.J. Stroud? Felt like he took a bit of a step back. You got Burrow still there. Like, that's why, I'm like, why did Aaron Rodgers want to go to the AFC with all these really good quarterbacks? So, yeah, the NFC is a good place. Now, Jaden Daniels, right? That's the real X factor, is how good Jaden Daniels is in Washington, and if he can hold up on the promise he showed as one of the best rookie quarterbacks we've ever seen. So, and he's in his division, and he has to play Hurts and the Eagles twice a year.
Yeah, there are some good teams in the NFC. We talked about the Washington account on the app. You've got Detroit looking good, but like Greg was saying there, Chris, there's a difference between teams that are good at the moment and quarterbacks that can be there for years, right? Because they can stick around and they can make it happen later on in their career and what have you.
But even with coordinators, you look at Detroit, loves both offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, head coaching jobs, so that's not going to be the same team next year. They're the same players.
Which happens to Philadelphia when the last time they made it to the Super Bowl, right? And that had a big impact on them in the years preceding. So like they're in a really interesting spot, Philadelphia. So if they hold on on to win this one, which we expect them to do now, there's a very rosy outlook for Gang Green, isn't there? That's not Gang, that's New York Jets. It's a very rosy outlook for the Eagles anyway in the next couple of years, for sure.
The fourth quarter, Eagles second, six shotgun snap to Hurts, a lateral pass, quickly over the field, caught by Berkeley, far side 30-35 on the tackle, and went dancing up that far sideline in front of the Chiefs bench. On the play, picked up 10, gets a first down, and they move the chains again. They're hitting you so many different ways tonight offensively.
Well, and a lot of it has been kind of what they've done all year, kind of short, dink, hand the football off, run by Jalen Hurts, but they have the ability to hit those big plays every once in a while. See a couple go routes to A.J. Brown, the big post over the top, so they lull you to sleep and get you attacking the line of scrimmage, and that's when they take their chances up over the top.
Eagle 45, first and 10, shotgun snap, it goes off to the running back, Barkley. He tries to finagle his way over the left tackle. He picks up 3 on the play. Then he runs out to the Eagle 48, Kurt Warner, and the clock is ticking, a minute gone in the fourth, and the Eagles can feel it. Their score would tell you 34-6. They are in total command.
They are, and this is how, they built this team to say, hey, we get leads late in games. We want to be able to finish it with the 5 guys up front. And so this is exactly why they built it this way, got Saquon Barkley, is to be able to finish it. Yet, Kellen Moore stayed aggressive here in the second half.
Second down, 7, Eagle 48 in the gun. Here's Hurts. He gets the shotgun snap. He gets a block from Barkley. He throws down the middle, and it's caught by commentator. Shallow cross to the 45. Tackled on the pass mark at the Kansas City 43. And they pick up 9 through the air. Another pinpoint pass by the quarterback as A.J. Brown got that ball, hits the deck, and a first down to the 43 of the Chiefs.
Well, in desperation mode, set in the all-out blitz. And so it's simply one-on-one on the outside. And McDuffie is a heck of a football player. But if I get one-on-one in press coverage, I will bank on A.J. Brown and his physicality every single time.
Brown's got a 12-yard touchdown reception tonight. 43 of the Chiefs. Eagles first and 10. Shotgun snap to Hurts. He gives it over to the running back, Barkley. Cooney off body. He's brought down by Amenahu, losing a yard over the right tackle. He's back at the Kansas City 44-yard line.
They continue to do a nice job against Saquon Barkley, though. Hasn't really broke the big one. Everything's been 8-9 has been the biggest run that he's had all night long. Adding extra guys to the box, but they just haven't had the answer for this complete Eagles offense with Jalen Hurts being able to move and make the throws on the outside.
Hurts in the gun, shoots 44, second down 11 after losing a yard right there. Arms extended, shotgun snap, 5-man rush, flush in the pocket. He rockets to the far side with the run by the 45, by the 40 down the far sideline, and out of real estate is momentum carried him by the 35 to 30 out of bounds. At the Kansas City 27 on the far sideline, right in front of Andy Reid, right in front of that Chiefs bench. He bursts for 17, and they go first down to the Chiefs 27.
Once he gets that momentum going, he's got really, really good speed. There'll be times where he's not able to quite hit that second gear, and you can catch him. But once he turned the corner and able to get downhill and that momentum going, able to get around that defensive player on the edge, he runs for the first down.
He's got a first and 10. He's under center on the Chiefs 27 against the snap and hands off to Barkley. A delay, a stutter step, and a run over the right guard and a hash. And he is brought down by Derek Notty after just a meager gain of 2 to the Kansas City 25.
It's taken away. You put yourself in field goal range. Again, I like what Kellen Moore has done, is he hasn't taken the ball out of Jalen Hurts' hands. They're not dominating in the run game, so he's mixing it in there, but he feels comfortable dropping back. Why does he feel comfortable? Because Jalen Hurts does a great job of taking care of the football. We talked about it sometimes, that he holds the football, maybe passes some opportunities that are there down the field. But the one thing he does is he understands situational football and protects it.
Second down, 18-25. Shotgun snap to Hurts. Look right now. Engage one defender, but then he is grabbed from behind and brought down by Derek Notty at the 31-yard line of the Chiefs. The pressure came from every angle as he looked through his face mask and saw white jersey after white jersey losing 5. He's back to the 30. It's 3rd and 13 for the Eagles. And we're about 5 minutes into the fourth quarter with Philly leading 34-6.
And just like that one, right? Good coverage down the field. Instead of putting the ball in harm's way, you do the interception earlier, kind of throwing it into coverage. Hey, just pull the ball down, see if you can maybe make a yard or two. Find to take the sack there, keep the clock moving.
Lining up with a 3rd and 13. They're at the Kansas City 30. Eagles get the shotgun snap to the quarterback Hurst, and a quick handoff and immediately tackled after a loss of 1 back to the 31 to Barkley. Literally could not breathe. Got the ball and was quickly pounced upon. Down he goes, hit on the play. And now it'll be 4th down. Voting is now open for the Super Bowl 59 MVP. Go to NFL.com/MVP and vote now.
Thinking right now, right? Jalen Hurts has got to be the leader in the clubhouse.
I would think so.
Playing great, making the plays, 3 touchdowns on the board.
So they're going to bring their field goal unit out here now. And it's going to be a 48-yard field goal try for Philly to build upon their huge lead right now. They have been overpowering. They have out-physicaled the Chiefs. And they have played an almost a perfect football game on both sides of the ball. Here is a 48-yard field goal try by Jake Elliott. It's a good snap. The ball put down, and the right-footed kick is perfect. Right down the middle. It's 37-6. Eagles on top. A little more than 5 minutes gone in the fourth. 9:51 to be exact. And we step aside. This is Westwood One's coverage of the Super Bowl.
And you listen to it here on BBC Radio 5 Live as well. We heard Kevin Harlan and Kurt Warner talk about the Super Bowl MVP, Christian, which is, of course, the award for the most valuable player, the best player in the game. Who do you think is in the running? We let the listeners in on a little secret, and Greg as well, because he's in a different room. We've been having a bit of a squabble, Greg, over who we think should be MVP. I'm thinking it's got to be a defensive player for the Philadelphia Eagles, but Christian here is thinking that maybe Jalen Hurts is playing himself into the conversation.
I think it's going to be Jalen Hurts. He's scrambled, he's used his legs, and there's the defense has played so well across the board that it's hard to pick one standout, whereas for the offense, it's really run through Jalen Hurts. So I think he's most likely to.
Yeah, what are you saying, Greg?
Yeah, it's tough, right? There's not really. There obviously was a pick 6 from DeJean. Yeah, Cooper DeJean. But there's not. Yeah, I don't. It probably ends up being Hurts. Barkley could have won this, obviously, with a huge game. But and I don't know how much they'll use Saquon Barkley. They don't have to. They can play their 2nd and 3rd string running backs. I don't know. Christian, you'd be great to get in the mind of a player. I don't want to come off if I'm Jalen Hurts. Coach might say, hey, you just never know. I'm finishing this. I don't have another game for 9 months. You let me play every snap of a Super Bowl win, right?
100%, especially when you have the opportunity to run up the score in what is a catastrophic.
We can't be having that. No, that's not. The Chiefs will get revenge next year on us in November on a Sunday game at 4 o'clock.
The backup at Philadelphia is Pickett, right? It's Kenny Pickett.
Kenny Pickett, who was with the Steelers.
Yeah, he was. Get Kenny Pickett in there for one drive, even if it's to hand the ball off.
You want to see a Kenny Pickett Carson Wentz showdown the last 5 minutes?
Oh, no, it's talking.
I know you'd love that.
Yeah,
another former Eagle.
Yeah, revenge games all over the place. Yeah.
Kevin Cobb in the building. Can we get other Eagles quarterbacks that were a little less?
Are we going to go back and forth naming old Eagles quarterbacks? I can do it. We're going to go to McNabb. I can do it.
Andy Reid sure can. He lost a lot of NFC title games with Donovan McNabb and a few other quarterbacks that couldn't get over the line.
He did. Before he went on this amazing run with the Kansas City Chiefs, he sort of became known as the guy who would falter at the playoffs and couldn't get it done. But he turned that around. We're assuming Mahomes is going to stay out there as well, Christian, even though this game is done.
I think he has to go out on his shield, set the tone for the franchise, and the champion that he is. I think it's hard to sub someone in, even though the risk of injury. You have to question that, but I think his character, he'll want to be out there.
Yeah, he's not a sort of player that likes being taken off even when he's injured, and he's not really been hit to be hurt today. We were talking about the squad that the Eagles have got to manage to keep. But it's the exact opposite of Kansas, isn't it, Greg? A lot of these offensive players, their receivers, essentially all going right after this game, except for Xavier Worthy, so they have to start again.
Yeah, it's been very interchangeable. And listen, they've really tried to do. They obviously lost Rasheed Rice earlier in the year. They've tried to do this by committee since they couldn't keep Tyreek Hill when they traded him to Miami. And now it seems like he wants out of Miami. So it hasn't hurt them. Nobody would make the case, well, you weren't going to have any success after trading Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill, they have had that, but you never know. They might be on the market for a number one quarterback, or number one receiver, I should say.
Yeah, because you think of it, right? Could be Travis Kelce, could be retiring after this game. DeAndre Hopkins, might not stay, although he's not getting paid a lot of money. Juju Smith-Schuster, the same. Hollywood Brown, right? So it's going to be a big off season for the Kansas City Chiefs to try and rebuild and get themselves back into the season.
And they have on a fumble by Mahomes, his third turnover. Eagles retreated at the Kansas City 18-yard line, and that may be the good and all. Milton Williams vacuumed it in, and a big hit on Mahomes, who didn't know what hit him on that play.
Well, it's been the story. Trying to hold the football and get it down the field. Great job by Williams coming around the edge, swiping at the ball, knocking it out, being able to get back on it for the recovery. But it has been an issue for the Chiefs all year long as they've moved different pieces around. They struggled starting a young rookie tackle early in the year.
After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct by number 93 of the defense. The 15-yard penalty being set in force for the dead ball spot. Philadelphia's ball, 1st and 10.
Well, the ball would have been at the 17. Now they move it back. And the reason for the unsportsmanlike call was after the ball was jarred free from the cocked right arm of Mahomes, a big hand of Milton Williams came up and grabbed that white Chiefs face mask. And they're making the walk-off right now, which will put the ball at the 33 of Kansas City.
I actually think it was the celebration. I actually think they missed the call as you're talking about. There was a hand to the face mask. I believe they missed that, and it was Williams doing a little finger roll up over the goalpost. Excessive celebration. They got the 15-yard call. But you're right. There was a hands to the face on Mahomes right after he dropped the football.
With first down and 10, 9:42 in the fourth quarter. Chiefs 33, Eagles have a shotgun snap to Hurts, hands to Barkley, breaks free off the 30. Over the numbers, he's down to the Kansas City 26, and a burst of 7 on the play. Setting up second down and 3 for the Eagles, who are full of confidence and teeing off on the quarterback and running with incredible exuberance on the offensive side.
And Jalen Hurts, I believe, will win the MVP, and deservingly so. But this defense has been dominant. There has been guys around the quarterback, sacks all over the place. The 3 turnovers, 2 different guys with the pick 6 by Eugene. They have been incredible defensively.
26 of the Chiefs. Eagles second down and 3 under center. Here's Hurts who pitches out to Barkley, running laterally on the 30. They've really controlled him well. Tranquil trips him up as he was running to the far sideline, right in front of Andy Reid. Tackled at the Kansas City 28. They lose 2 on the play, 3rd and 5 for Philly.
And Philly, 2 huge additions this year. Everybody knows about Saquon Barkley, the kind of season that he had. You could argue maybe the greatest season for a running back in NFL history. The other one, Nick Fangio on the defensive side. A lot of issues down the stretch for this Eagles team as they fell apart after going 10-1 last year. Nick Fangio settled everything down. They brought in some good pieces, and he's led the number 1 ranked defense, and we've seen exactly why they're number 1 tonight.
Philly.
Philadelphia, they're second.
So they got 1 left. Clock at 8:13. I think you put into context the Eagles season.
You're listening to the NFL here on BBC Radio 5 Live. Chris Scott Williamson is complaining that our play-by-play commentators in America are stealing his notes because they were bigging up Vic Fangio, the defensive coordinator of the Philadelphia Eagles, who Christian was telling us earlier on was going to have a big impact on this game. And you were right, Christian.
Hurts has rushed himself tonight 72 yards. He's the only quarterback to rush for 70 yards or more in a Super Bowl, and he's done it twice.
Doing everything right. You know, and going back to the defense, how about a little love for Howie Roseman as well?
Oh, my goodness.
After Quinion Mitchell, who was up for Rookie of the Year. Cooper DeJean, we saw him with the pick six. He's been great all year. Zach Barn, we mentioned him, kind of the journeyman that they liked and brought over and became an all-pro linebacker, leading them in tackles this year. So Howie Roseman just has that magic touch in terms of drafting, picking up free agents, and building a complete team.
And the pistol, and Barkley's in back of the quarterback. Hurts 5 yards away from the center. 3rd and 5, keeps 28. It's a handoff to Saquon over the left tackle. Bit down on the play by Horton. After a gain of 1, he gets down to the Kansas City 27-yard line. Just inside the painted numbers. It's 4th down. Looks like they're going to try for 3 once again, and the clock is at 8:04 of this 4th quarter. Kansas City is taking a timeout. It is their second. So now each team left.
So you listen to the NFL here on BBC Radio 5 Live, working with you until the end of this game. It looks like the Philadelphia Eagles are winning at 37-6 up. After our coverage, then Dr. Narabayo is going to be taking you through the news of the day. Before Wake Up to Money then starts at 5 o'clock in the morning, and we hand over then, of course, to 5 Live Breakfast with Rachel and Rick from 6 in the morning. But there is still some time left to watch and listen along as the Philadelphia Eagles are winning their second Super Bowl.
A 45-yard field goal to make it a 40-6 game. 45-yard Elliott field goal. Ball put down. Kick is up. Flag is thrown. They stop it. Kick would have been good.
Full start. Offense number 68. 5-yard penalty. Still 4th down.
Last time Mailata, again, he's had a couple on him tonight. And it's been on these special teams, Kurt, ironically enough.
Not the only mistakes they've made. You mentioned it earlier. They played about the perfect game tonight. Maybe the one throw by Jalen Hurts that got intercepted. A couple small penalties like this. But, man, this is about as complete a performance as we've seen in all phases.
50-yard field goal try now. 3rd false start on field goals. Here's the field goal. It is up, and Elliott again drills it home. It was his 4th field goal tonight. And that is a 50-yarder. And by the way, from 50 yards or more this regular season, he was only 1 of 7. So he now pushes the Eagles to a 40-6 lead over the Chiefs in 8 minutes to play in the Super Bowl. Let's step aside. You're listening to Super Bowl 59 on Westwood One.
Here on BBC Radio 5 Live as well. Now, Greg, we know that the Philadelphia Eagles have won Super Bowl 59, so let's broaden our conversation a little bit out as to what this means to the NFL going forward. You talked earlier on about the NFC being perhaps the weaker of the two conferences, but they have got some competition in there from the Lions and the Commanders at the moment, but this puts them in a really strong position as they're going into next season to try and make this a regular thing rather than a one-off like the last time they won in 2017.
There's, and I think most NFL teams' quarterback situations, NFC I should say, are pretty stable. I don't think there's going to be a lot more movement. Dallas is going to get Dak Prescott off an injury. Did that factor in? It's hard to say, right? But the Cowboys are a perennial playoff team. They usually disappoint when they get there. But it adds to a really stacked top 3 in that division if Prescott can play with the Eagles, Commanders, and Cowboys. And guys, one of the great questions is, the Lions just seem to hit all the right notes, but they were brutalized by injuries. I don't think there's been a playoff team in a long, long time that's had as many defensive injuries as the Lions had coming in with a 15-2 record. But, what about Green Bay? How good is Jordan Love? Good question. Minnesota Vikings, what do they do at quarterback? And I think they thought Sam Darnold was just going to hold the place until their rookie, the national championship winner from Michigan, J.J. McCarthy, was going to be ready to play, and then he got a season-ending injury in the offseason. So,
Darnold doesn't stay.
Their stake right now.
Darnold doesn't stay with the Vikings, and for you, Greg?
He's good. Someone is going to give him a lot of money, and I don't know if it's going to be the Vikings. I watching him play against the Lions in the last regular season game, watching him play against the Rams in the playoff game. I don't know. Was he catching lightning in a bottle the first 3 months of the year? I can't give that guy, $40-45 million a year. I can't do it.
Someone's going to give him that cash, so interesting.
There are a lot of teams desperate. For good quarterback play, but the question with Sam Darnold is he had all the pieces there. Kevin O'Connell was there to be able to coach him and guide him almost like a quarterback whisperer out of some of the previous mistakes he's made. Yes, he's bounced around. He's been with the 49ers as a backup and be able to learn that Shanahan system. But as Greg said, $40 million for a quarterback, that's a significant cap hit unless you're going to get the production which matters the most, which is postseason.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting with Sam Darnold, isn't it? Because 2 games have cost him probably a lot of. He's probably still going to earn a lot of money, but he would have been a lot more money had he not had those 2 absolute meltdowns at the end of the season.
And the Eagles are set to kick off with Elliott booting it from right to left. It'll be about 5 yards deep in the end zone. Remigio will take it on, and the numbers the 10 cuts to the middle of the field on one side and over the 20. And it is tackled from behind around the ankles at the 25 and a 31-yard return. And the Eagles special teams doing the job like every other part of their team tonight. Offense, defense, special teams are all doing it. Their kicker is 4 of 4, including a 50-yarder right there. Here come the Chiefs, 1st and 10, and they're at their own 25. Lining up in the shotgun right here, quarterback Patrick Mahomes, 12 of 22. Shotgun snap, quick throw, backpedaling, 2-handed catch at the 30, and on to the 35 goes Kelsey, who backpedaled his way, caught that helmet high, and works his way for 9. And now it'll be 2nd down and 1.
It was surprising that they're huddling, because you know they're going to go for it here, even though they're down 34 points. It looks insurmountable, but you got Patrick Mahomes, and you're going to go down swinging. They're really surprised that they're huddling up instead of just going at the line of scrimmage and playing fast.
It's 2nd down and 1. Mahomes shy of his 35. In the gun, he gets the snap. He drifts back 5. He cocks his arm. Short pass up the backfield. Caught by Pacheco, far side 35. Runs to the far sideline. Gets the 1st down. And takes the ball to the 39 of the Chiefs on a gain of 5. On a short, quick throw by Mahomes out of the backfield.
And the one thing that we can say, Kevin, is this, looking like obviously they're not going to win this game, but it has been one heck of a run by this Chiefs team. To even have the opportunity to be back here and repeat has been pretty incredible.
On the 39, 1st and 10, Mahomes in his own zone has a quick throw out of the gun, caught by Kelsey, gains his by the 45. He's outside the hash mark, takes it to the Kansas City 47, and picks up 8, bringing up 2nd down and 2 for the Chiefs. Clock is at 6:30, and the Chiefs trail 40-6. They're down by 34. They're on the logo, and it's 2nd down and 10. And Mahomes gets the shotgun snap, and a quick backpedaling catch is made. Belt high, near sideline, 1st down, Eagle 41-yard line. And it's Worthy, then backpedaled into the Eagle bench below us. He picks up 12. It's 1st and 10 for Kansas City.
I think what I appreciate about it too, Kevin, is that they've done it different ways through this run. Different pieces. They've added new pieces here and there, had to change the way that they play. It's been just incredible that they find ways to win.
Here's the 1st and 10 shotgun throw by Mahomes to the near side to Worthy, who again got the ball about thigh high. He works his way on the near sideline to the 36 of the Eagles, and he picks up 5, and it's 2nd down and 5. The body language on that Chiefs sideline is indescribably bad right now. Heads hanging and covering their faces emotionally. It is very, very tough, and they're distraught. 5.5 to go, clock ticking, 2nd, 5, Chiefs at the Eagle 36. Shotgun to Mahomes, and a line drive throw, and it's incomplete at the 30, and they're looking for Hollywood Brown, who kind of positioned himself on the painted numbers. The ball whistled way to the right, uncatchable, and incomplete, 3rd and 5.
You talk about the body language, Kevin. I played in a few of these, and although the ones I played in were close, the second one that we lost, the second Super Bowl I was in that we lost to the Patriots, we didn't play our best football game. And that's what I feel like the Chiefs are thinking on the sideline is not just that we're getting blown out in this game, but you work hard to get to this point and you want to play your best football in the biggest moment. And this is just one of those few times that the Chiefs have not done that.
Eagle 36, they're offside. Mahomes lines up, arching spiral into the end zone, intercepted at the 2-yard line by C.J. Gardner. Johnson on the lead, but he knows the flag is been thrown, and he's going to work his way up the sideline, the 30, the 40. Players have stopped moving because the officials have blown the play dead. It would be another pick for Mahomes. It would have been his third, and it would have been a 98-yard return for Gardner Johnson, but it will not count. Eagles are offside and jump in there with the terrific Jalen Carter.
You know, that's a great way to try to steal one, though.
Yep.
Offside. Defense number 98. 5-yard penalty. It'd be third down.
You know, you've struggled to have the big plays. They've covered it really well on the back end. Use your game to get them to jump off sides, and now you can just throw it up and hope for a prayer to be answered in a quick touchdown.
Eagles in their fourth Super Bowl appearance since 2000. They won it 7 years ago, and we're going to win it again tonight. Leading by 34. 3rd and 1 for the Chiefs at the Eagle 32. Make it officially at the 31. Shotgun snap to Mahomes, hands off the P-line, charges over the left guard by the 30, the 25 of the Eagles, and tackled from behind at the 24 of Philly on a gain of 8. As he gouges that defense, he gets the Chiefs first down.
We're going to talk about the Eagles run since 2000. How about doing it with 3 different head coaches?
Yes, amazing, including Andy Reid, who has been a part of both franchises. It's 1st and 10. On the 24, Philadelphia, Mahomes gets the shotgun snap. He runs up the middle. He swerves to his left. He breaks the tackle at the 20. He's outside the hash mark and finally tackled at about the 20. Well, let's see what they're going to mark him. They're going to say he's down to the 17-yard line. I wasn't sure if he was trying to slide what, but they give him the benefit of the doubt down to the 17-yard line. He picks up 7, so it's 2nd and 3 for the Chiefs. Our clock at 4:10 here in the 4th. Chiefs break huddle again. Fans beginning to hit the aisles and the exits and go into the warm Louisiana night. 2nd down 3, 17 to the Eagles. Shotgun snap to Mahomes, hit as he throws. It's outside, caught by Hollywood Brown to the 15. Spins and curls on that far sideline and shoved out of bounds at the Eagles 11. And there he picks up 6. It is another first down for the Chiefs, who trail by 34 here late in the game.
The Eagles have gotten a lot of pressure on Patrick Mahomes, but they haven't brought a lot of pressure, meaning bringing extra guys, blitzing extra guys. That may have been the first time tonight that I remember them bringing a pressure, got in Patrick Mahomes' face, able to beat the pressure with the throw right there. But even more impressive, right? You only have to rush 4 guys to get consistent pressure all night long.
At the 11-yard line, it's a shotgun snap to Mahomes, who has a quick pass out of the backfield laterally to Worthy. He catches on the far sideline and races down that sideline to the 4 of the Eagles. And so a gain of 7. He is as quick as a hiccup. It'll be 2nd down and 3 for the Chiefs, trailing 40-6. And the clock is at 3:48 and stopped right now. Each team with the timeout. Worthy has got 107 receiving yards tonight. Hunt is in. And Mahomes walks to the 4. 2nd down and 3 deep in Eagle territory. He gets the shotgun snap. They bring 5. He passes to the goal line. Wide open is Brown. Flag is thrown. Catches the ball as he was running around along the goal line to the far side. But a flag on the play, and it's against the Chiefs.
Offensive pass interference call.
Pass interference. Offense number 9. 10-yard penalty.
Chiefs territory, you've been quiet. We need to get you back in there. You bring light into our broadcast. What'd you see on that play?
You know, Juju Smith-Schuster's running a crossing route over there, and usually when you see someone that wide open, Kevin, it's usually a pick situation, and this is not an exception. Juju cuts off the defensive back, leaving a wide open receiver.
The Browns touchdown wiped away. Ball is now back to the 13-yard line of the Eagles, 2nd 13. Mahomes gets the shotgun snap. He dodges the defender. He runs on the far side, the 10, a block at the 5, and slides into second base on the far sideline at the Eagles 6. Clock is ticking at 3:30. With the Chiefs down by 34 and moving the ball on a 3rd and 5 upcoming.
The other thing, you think about with this Eagles team, we talked about the run that they've had, but they've done it different ways also. This is an extremely young football team with the Eagles. Made some changes, had some veteran defensive linemen like Fletcher Cox. They kind of moved them out. Drafted a couple big guys, including Jalen Carter on the inside. Young guys in the secondary.
It's 36 from the 6 and a quick throw out of the gun. It's caught a belt high, falling down side of the end zone, grabbed by Hopkins. Caught that ball, belt high, quickly tackled far side of the end zone at about 4 yards deep. And the second touchdown pass tonight for Mahomes. That was a 7-yard strike to DeAndre Hopkins. Good to see him getting it. They made a midseason trade to get him after the receiving corps had been decimated by injury.
I've always said, I believe all great players should have that opportunity to play in the big game. And DeAndre Hopkins been one of the best wide receivers in the National Football League over the last decade. Nice to see him in this moment, even though it hasn't played out exactly like they had hoped.
Gonna go for 2. Mahomes in the gun. He gets a shotgun snap. He rolls out of the pocket. They bring 4. Hit as he throws. Caught on a crossing pattern right there by Justin Watson and a flag thrown. In the end zone. Good for 2. But let's see what the flag tells us. Clock at 2:54.
I guess this one is on the Eagles. He's holding pass interference on the back end.
So it would be 40-14.
The result of the play is a successful 2-point try. Illegal use of hands to the face. Defense number 32. That penalty will be enforced on the ensuing kickoff.
So now it is 40-14.
NFL coverage here on BBC Radio 5 Live. It is Super Bowl 59. The Philadelphia Eagles are going to win this one, which will take them to 2 Super Bowls all time. The last time they won, of course, was in 2017. Now, if this score holds, though, interestingly enough, this would just be the 6th of 59 Super Bowls to score a feature of a margin of victory of over 30, which is quite something, Greg, isn't it, considering all of the games that we've had in the Super Bowl. This is a real blowout.
Well, yeah, it's a blowout. It's a blowout. Now, I wrote that when Kansas City hadn't scored yet, so they've wrecked the stat because they're now not winning.
Of course, my maths isn't fast enough.
That's okay. It's later in the evening, in the morning for you. So
hey, but I tell you what,
believe me, I had to carry the 4 a couple times on that front.
The way Nick Sirianni coaches, I wouldn't be surprised if they try and score again and see if they can call that.
I'd love to see it. I want my stat to be valid.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I'd love to see that.
And now we're sort of just looking at the history that they could have made, looking at the last 3-peat NFL champions, which was before the Super Bowl era, the Green Bay Packers. Christian, this is going to sting for a while for these Kansas City Chiefs players, isn't it?
Yeah, particularly in the salary cap era now, where each year it's so hard. This is why them even being in this position to play another Super Bowl and have the chance to have a
Here's an onside kick for the Chiefs. It's on the NFL logo. There's a scrum. They're diving on the ball. And they're unraveling the bodies. And the Eagles have retrieved the Kansas City onside kick. And it was the defensive end, Avonte Maddox, who jumped on the loose, bouncing ball down the middle of the field.
It's interesting on the onside kick. Buckner was out there, and all of a sudden he went running over to the side, and it was Leo Chanel that actually kicked the onside kick. Just kind of kicked it right in front of himself so he could go flying down, kind of throw his body to try to get the football. Eagles find a way to get on top of it. Be interested now to see if, as they run a play, if Kansas City decides to use their timeout or they just kind of let this thing play out.
And they have a new quarterback in, Kenny Pickett. Hurts is done, and probably the MVP. The Eagles' last 2 games, Kurt Warner, they scored 95 points and they allowed only 37.
Wow. They've been so good protecting the football. They came in with 0 turnovers in the playoffs, creating 10 turnovers.
Here comes the Gatorade bag. And it was yellow.
That's on somebody's bingo card, isn't it?
It sure is.
Somebody was betting on that. Is that yellow or green?
Yellow-green. You're right. Thank you. All right, so Pickett is in the gun. Hands off here. And the run will take it out. That's Shipley out to the 50-yard line. Or Gainwell, excuse me. And Barkley is also out of the game. Gainwell runs it over the left tackle, gets to the 50-yard line. On that play, picks up 5 seconds, 5 for the Eagles. And a timeout taken and 2:47 to go. The Chiefs have just taken their final timeout. And the run is over.
It is over. Incredible as it's been. Done a tremendous job, still built around foundational pieces. Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, you have to believe they're going to be back. Going to keep building it. But man, really impressed with who the Eagles are, what they are this year, and the fact that they're so young. Have to believe they're going to be around for a little while yet.
Pick against the snap in the gun, hands off to Gainwell, goes over his center. There's no gain on the play. Chiefs are out of timeouts. They cannot stop the clock. It is now ticking right toward the 2-minute warning.
How about us giving a little bit of love to Jalen Hurts?
Yes.
Another guy that has been scrutinized at different times, how he plays, and don't throw the ball enough, and holds the football a little bit. But as his coach said after the NFC Championship game, how about our quarterback, because all he does is win. And that's exactly what he's done. He just continually puts together efforts that says, hey, what does this team need me to do? I'll do whatever they need so we can find ways to win football games. And here he's going to be a Super Bowl champion, as we both think, a Super Bowl MVP.
Gainwell on the 3rd down and 5. Hits the handoff onto the gun. Stopped for a loss of a couple on the play. It's 4th down and the 2-minute warning is here.
Yeah, 221 yards and 2 touchdowns for Jalen Hurts, and like Kurt Warner was suggesting, they're probably walking into an MVP conversation. Christian as well, isn't he? He's probably summed that up.
Yeah, definitely. The defense has played well across the board, but I feel like he's a difference maker with a few scrambles that really made the difference early. I think he kept the ball moving, wasn't scared to throw it when they weren't having much success with Saquon in the backfield, and so the pressure was on him going into this game, and I think he steps up.
Just to take our attention to things going on off the actual field itself, Greg. So more Serena Williams news, because she made a surprise appearance in the halftime show. She's put an Instagram post showing about how much she loved it. She's also got to put a tweet out there in support of Taylor Swift. Greg, please tell us more.
Yeah, I guess Swift was on the big screen at the stadium and got some booing. Now, listen, it doesn't mean the majority. Anytime we've all been at a stadium and there's booing, there's no sense mathematically that the majority, you can tell when you're in a stadium, but you hear booing even when 5% of the crowd's doing it. So somebody, started it and gave her some booing, maybe lightheartedly.
Yeah.
So Serena wrote, "I love you, Taylor Swift. Don't listen to those boos." But it speaks to, there was a little bit, I think the three of us would agree, a little bit of Chiefs fatigue here. And I think we love it. We love a dynasty, but we also love to either cheer for it or root for it. There's some people that loved the Patriots, and there were a lot of people that didn't. And prior to that, I hated the 49ers all throughout the 80s and early 90s, right? Yeah. I just didn't that was not my team. So I think we'd agree, Stefan, there was a little bit of Chiefs fatigue here, and the Eagles fans travel really well. So maybe there were more Philadelphia fans, and they thought, why won't we give it to the world's biggest pop star? The Chiefs all-pro tight end. Why won't we do that?
The de facto mascot of the Kansas City Chiefs, in it,
Of course.
They'd
pull the Kansas City Wolf if he showed up on the Jumbotron. Of course they would.
Exactly that. I think you are right. I think a lot of people will be happy for the Eagles for multiple reasons. One, Saquon Barkley seems like a top bloke, doesn't he? And Christian, you look so
played with players who know people who know him, but he puts a lot back into the community. He seems like a really humble bloke. He's an amazing player, played at a rubbish team for a long time. So to see him get a Super Bowl is also big. Also it's nice to break the cycle, isn't it? And it's for someone else to win.
And also just the poetic redemption that we spoke about at the top of the show, which was, this potential three-peat started with their loss in Super Bowl 57, where they lost by 3 points to the Chiefs after a late fumble. So this game had a lot on the line where one team had been on the ascendancy and the other looking for their second ever Super Bowl, and they've done that.
Yeah, we're looking at pictures now. A lot of hugging going on the sidelines there for the Philadelphia Eagles. A lot of their star players and their starting players have been put back onto the bench now, so they can let some of their secondary players and their squad players out on the field to see some action in the Super Bowl. It might not be meaningful because they're 40 points to 14 up, but they're still getting a chance to play in the Super Bowl. Just to finish things off here, and let's get back out to the Super Bowl.
They got another trade with the Steelers. Right in midfield, 4th and 6. Shotgun snap, Pickett throws, incomplete, not even close to the cutting wide receiver, Jahan Dotson. So on downs, it goes to the Kansas City Chiefs. We're getting some great pictures from the sideline. The tears are flowing. You saw Mekhi Becton. There's a great hug with Barkley and Howie Roseman, the GM. It was Roseman that made the deal with the Giants and got the trade to Barkley, which really made this team legit in every way.
He's such a difference maker. Wow. Made it so much easier on the guys around him. And you make the argument, is this the greatest running back season that we've ever seen? Most yards, finishing off with the championship, most playoff yards.
There's Mahomes, the 1st and 10, lines up, long pass, down the middle, over the shoulder, caught, touchdown, in the back of the end zone, looking into the roof, worthy his second one tonight. Wow, we needed this about 2 quarters ago. As Mahomes throws a touchdown pass of 50 yards to the speed merchant Xavier Worthy right down the middle of the field.
And 2 defenders back there and just said, hey, you're the fastest guy ever at the combine. Just run as fast as you can, and I'm going to throw it as far as I can, and go make us a play. And he did just that. Puts him over 150 yards receiving on the night. Obviously a little too little, a little too late, but going out there and making plays and not giving up.
Out of the go for 2 and a shotgun snap and a quick go to the goal line and a leap into a grab by the wide receiver DeAndre Hopkins, who caught that ball on a leap about a yard deep in the end zone, gets 2 more right there. So now it's 40-22, and it was 34-0 as the Eagles were throwing a shutout against the Chiefs. Now the Chiefs are come back with 22 points to cut into that lead against the Eagles.
Well, and they're still fighting, right? They're keeping their guy in and they're swinging it around. You have to believe they're going to run another onside kick here. Who knows? Get the ball back.
1:48 to go.
Obviously, if it's recovered by the Eagles, no timeouts to go. Game over. And just kneel on it.
Butker will try the onside stick. Mahomes 3 touchdown passes in this game for 257. All in the second half. Butker will try the onside kick. He goes to the far sideline. It didn't go quite 10. It was grabbed right there. And grabbed by Calcaterra. Calcaterra gets the ball. And that'll do it. So now the Eagles and the Chiefs are out of timeouts. Can go to an E and enjoy every second of what this game has been. Complete domination in Super Bowl 59.
Well, we say there's no better formation in football than the victory formation. Being able to finish it off, taking a knee a couple times. Everybody celebrating on the sideline. Confetti about ready to fall.
So the ball was retrieved at the 44 of the Chiefs. Pickett is under center, gets the snap, goes to a knee, the countdown is on. Smile on the face of Jalen Hurts, the probable MVP of Super Bowl 59. Philadelphia had 4 touchdowns by 4 different players tonight. Mahomes and the Chiefs, with 2 consecutive wins coming in, trying for a taste of NFL history, will be denied. And the Eagles will once again go to an E in the victory formation. Clock is ticking with 1:09 right now. Again, the victory formation, the Philadelphia quarterback, Pickett, got the snap, goes to a knee, 1 more snap, and that's all she wrote. The Chiefs were on the doorstep of NFL history, but the Eagles, with complete and total domination tonight in Super Bowl 59, built up a 34-0 lead. They did it through the air and on the ground and with their defense, and they crushed the Chiefs. Right now, 40-22 and about a half minute to go.
We'll take one more knee right here, but it just became official. Jalen Hurts has been named the MVP of Super Bowl 59. Well-deserved, almost 300 total yards once again this evening.
Pickett again to a knee, and that's it. The clock will continue to go down from 20 seconds. So if Super Bowl 52 was framed as the Philly special, this has got to be Eagle Voodoo here in New Orleans as they found the magic spell, the 2-time defending champion Chiefs, stopping them with an incredible performance. The bench is empty, the teams converge, and this one is over. And the Eagles have beaten the Chiefs convincingly in Super Bowl 59, 40-22.
So there we have it then, 40 points to 14. The Philadelphia Eagles are this year's Super Bowl champions and deserved Super Bowl champions. A big thanks to Kevin Harlan and Kurt Warner for the play-by-play. Christian, this one, from the beginning they set the tone and there was never really in doubt, was it?
Hunger. I think you saw that from the opening snap. You saw a hunger, real purpose about this team. Whereas conversely, I think perhaps maybe the occasion, the media, the storylines, perhaps even the Chiefs' own fatigue of going to Super Bowl 3 times in a row, so many postseason runs, and they just ran out of steam. They didn't really have any answers, but the Eagles well-deserved Super Bowl championship.
Yeah. We, Greg, at the start of the game called it for the Chiefs. We thought the Chiefs were going to take this one. And I think even, had they not won the game, that wouldn't have been a shock. I think more the surprise for me, I don't know if you feel this, is the nature of the defeat.
Yeah, it's one of the least competitive Super Bowls we've seen in years. We've had so many tight games. And as we said, usually you get a game that is at the half, and you're not sure which direction it's going to go, but it's still close enough that you can see it for the team that's losing. And this one just went the other way. It was 24-0 at the half, and I was about to say it was only 24-0 because it got worse. It was 34-3 with a few minutes left to go in the third quarter. So. Yeah, it's the nature of the blowout. It's the second time the Chiefs have been really non-competitive in the second half of a Super Bowl, and in between they won a couple more. So I mean, it's 5 times for them in the last 8 seasons. So, and there'll be a lot of people's odds-on favorite to go back in a very competitive AFC. It just wasn't their night.
What do you think takes the obviously the Philadelphia Eagles, Christian, take the headlines here, right? Because they've won and it's just their second Super Bowl of all time. But because of the manner of the defeat, do you think there will be some scrutiny as to what actually went on within the Kansas City Chiefs squad over the last couple of weeks to put them in a position where they didn't look right, did they?
Especially when Andy Reid's the one coach you'd want to face after a bye week, and they've had 2 weeks to prepare for this game, and you wouldn't have thought they prepared at all. And I think Patrick Mahomes is probably going to come under heavy criticism because of the standard that he's enabled people to expect from him because of his performances in his career, and this is probably the loss that's going to weigh the heaviest on him, even though in 7 years as a starter he's been so successful. This is probably the one that's going to linger in his mind because of the nature of the fact that he couldn't get anything done in the first half. Yes, they managed to claw back some points, some semblance of decency in the final overall score and potentially pad his stats somewhat, but if you actually look at the way this game was played, they were dominated on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, and what's fascinating for me, Greg, in this one, just looking at the statistics of the game, like Christian said, Philadelphia Eagles dominated this one on both sides of the ball from the get-go, pretty much. Saquon Barkley didn't score a touchdown in this one, and they still put 40 points for the Chiefs. I can't believe that. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, it's not quite like Walter Payton at the end of his career not getting that football for the 85, and then giving one to William the Refrigerator Perry. That lives in infamy. About 39 years after the fact, but I think Christian hit on something. Mahomes and the Chiefs have made what is just so hard to do look relatively easy in the last 5-6 years. It's not supposed to be this easy. And as we said at the outset, Tom Brady and the Patriots went 10 years without a Super Bowl title, and twice they were vanquished by the New York Giants. Joe Montana went 3 years between Super Bowls, then 4 years between Super Bowls, and got his fourth in back-to-back years. But he played another 5 years, and he never sniffed it again. It's really, really hard to win in this sport and in this league in particular. And Mahomes has made it look easy. He's going to get back. I am certain he'll win another Super Bowl. But this was a night that was not meant to be for the entire team. The defense was terrible tonight. We're picking on Mahomes, and Christian's right. The criticism is valid. He played very poorly. But the Chiefs didn't get a stop. They never had a moment outside of the interception on 3rd and 10 when it was still, a 10-point game? And we thought those points would matter. The defense never came together and made a big play to threaten the Philly offense.
The stats have been padded out a little bit, Christian. They ended up with 275 yards on offense. But, that was a lot of that sort of garbage time games done sort of scores. When you look at the Philadelphia Eagles, I don't think they've announced MVP yet. We're expecting it to be Jalen Hurts. At the moment, the players are too busy doing snow angels, but not with snow, with confetti angels. I don't know if that's the right term. On the pitch there at the Superdome in New Orleans, really enjoying it. And there's we're seeing Jalen Hurts at the moment absolutely surrounded by cameras, and he's just been interviewed for the television. Now he's got headphones on, expecting more interviews. I think his partner and his mum, I think, are with him. So all very emotional scenes there on the sidelines, and their Super Bowl champions hats are out. And I love the fact that there is a box somewhere with 100 Kansas City Super Bowl champions hats that will just have to go to the bin or something, just hide them away. Who caught your eye though beyond Jalen Hurts, who's sort of getting the focus and the attention at the moment on the Philadelphia Eagles today?
Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, and then also Brandon Graham's effort late in the game, 15-year vet, playing probably his last ever game, so quite poetic for him to win a Super Bowl and bow out. But I think there's a really bright future in the Eagles, and their last 2 years of draft picks really came good in that. You've got Cooper DeJean with a pick 6 as well. I think on his birthday, rookie playing lights out, was actually a candidate for Defensive Rookie of the Year as well. So I think the young stars for the Philadelphia Eagles, you couldn't give one of them the MVP, but I would say they were all deserving of a strong mention.
Yeah, and Greg, we talked about this earlier, but we had to go back to the action so we get a chance to sort of delve into it a little bit more. But the role of Nick Sirianni, right, the Philadelphia Eagles head coach, he was saying earlier we were doing a game in October, and we were asking the question, is this guy about to get sacked? Because there was some sort of weird sort of juju sort of noise going on about sort of the relation between him and some of the players, because he creates very, very strong bonds, or the opposite, doesn't he? But surely he cemented himself now in this position for years to come.
It seems to be. I mean, I don't. You go to 2 Super Bowls. You've been very consistent. He's made the playoffs every year. Again, last year they faded badly and got torched in the playoffs. But it's hard in Philadelphia. Doug Peterson obviously won the Super Bowl with Nick Foles at quarterback, taking over an injured Carson Wentz. He made the playoffs the next 2 seasons. Okay, you're not going to win every year. He had one really bad year and he was gone. So. Outside, they gave Andy Reid a lot of room throughout the 90s and the early 2000s. That was room they didn't want to give Doug Peterson. So, look, I think there's a lot of coaches. You know what I've said about Sean McDermott. I wouldn't be shocked if the Bills pull the trigger on McDermott in the offseason. They may need that to get to the next level with Josh Allen. Zach Taylor with the Bengals. A lot of promise.
Do you think Bills are going to change head coach?
I could see it. I don't know. They have to decide there's somebody out there that's an upgrade. And if the chairs move around a little bit, they're just not getting over the finish line. And this Chiefs team, that's a bad omen for McDermott and the Bills tonight because they can't get past this team, and they've had leads in the fourth quarter. 3 of the last 4 times they've played them in the playoffs, they've lost every time. So it tells me there's not a big talent disparity. Anyway, but the John Harbaughs, the Mike Tomlins, those guys seem okay. But how is a Matt LaFleur not under more scrutiny than Nick Sirianni? How's Zach Taylor in Cincinnati not under more scrutiny than Sirianni? And I would have said that 4 weeks ago before this Super Bowl win. I think he's doing a fine job.
Yeah, and I tell you who is doing a fine job at Philadelphia, because we knew coming into this game, even though a lot of people, myself, Greg, were expecting the Kansas City Chiefs to win because of their history in the playoffs, but everybody said going into the game that on paper the Philadelphia Eagles team squad looks better. It's better put together. It's got more depth in a range of positions, from the trenches, offensive and defensive line, to the secondary and their skill positions. And a lot of that is down to their general manager, right? He's done an incredible job at putting this team together.
Yeah, and Howie Roseman.
Yeah, it takes some time too, because I think I get it. People hearing that about you, and you too, hearing that about McDermott, you're thinking, what's wrong? But they're winning 11, 12 games every year. They make the playoffs. Even look at Kyle Shanahan. The goal is to win the Super Bowl. They've gone to 2 Super Bowls, and they've fallen just short even last year. I'm not talking about letting Kyle Shanahan go tomorrow, but eventually you're like, has the voice sort of died out a little bit? Have the players heard enough from this one boss with the one tone and the one attitude and created the one atmosphere that we want to freshen this up a little bit? And sometimes you change for the sake of change, and sometimes you make the change because there's something better standing right there in front of you. So I think there's a lot of accomplished coaches and a lot of organizations that have to ask themselves, what do we do here? Dan Quinn looks like we're talking about him in a whole new way from when he was with the Atlanta Falcons, aren't we? With the Washington Commanders, we sure are.
Absolutely. I mean, I can think of parallels of that outside this sport as well. Welsh rugby comes to mind. But I remember we said we weren't talking about that tonight, Christian. I'm not talking about it. But people like Howie Roseman, those sorts of people, they deserve their flowers today as well, don't they?
Yeah, definitely. Especially when you have to have an inevitable amount of churn within your roster, and you have to be able to rebuild, redefine, and retool each year, but also improve. And if you look at the moves he made, he effectively picked up Saquon Barkley, picked up Vic Fangio, drafted those young players and that young core in the past 2 seasons to be able to have this moment. It's very deliberate, very specific, and you're seeing the fruits of that decision making.
Yeah. Well, listen, it's been an amazing experience. We haven't had a blow like this for some time. However, it was still enthralling. It's still exhilarating. It is still the Super Bowl. It is still a special occasion. And sadly, we've got a long old wait to do it all again. So, Greg and Christian, thank you very much for your company on this memorable Super Bowl Sunday, for keeping us informed and entertained. That is it. The 2024 NFL season is in the history books. Congratulations to the Philadelphia Eagles for their 2nd Lombardi Trophy in 7 years. A big special thanks as well to our producers, Natalia Bradford, and to Mike Holt for looking after us and getting us in and out of the game, to the studio managers, Grant Cassidy, who's with us a lot throughout the season and does amazing work with us, and also Chiefs fan Alex Charles for keeping the show on the road. Our broadcast of the Super Bowl has been a Shooting Shark production for BBC 5 Live, but now it is time to hand over to the legend that is Dotun Adebayo. Good night.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Yeah, thanks, Stefan, and the entire Super Bowl team from 5 Live. 5 Live News headlines. The Burnley MP Oliver Ryan is being investigated by the Labour Party over comments made in a WhatsApp group. Mr. Ryan has confirmed that he was in the same group as the Health Minister Andrew Gwynn, who was sacked over the weekend after posting offensive messages for which he apologised. President Trump has said he's committed to buying and owning Gaza, despite facing international criticism over the proposal. Speaking to reporters earlier, Mr. Trump said he wanted to make sure Hamas didn't come back and called the return of Palestinians a big mistake. President Trump also said he would impose a 25% charge on all steel and aluminium imports and announce reciprocal tariffs on all countries that tax U.S. exports. A road in Somerset is said to be closed for 6 weeks so that toads, frogs and newts can safely get across. Every year, hundreds of amphibians are killed by cars on Charlton Lane near Bath. With the closure and aided by volunteers, they'll be able to safely access their breeding lake. And at the 59th Super Bowl, as you've been hearing, the Philadelphia Eagles opened a commanding lead early on to beat the Kansas City Chiefs and deny them a third successive victory. And now, here's the rest of the day's sports news with John Wilkinson.
The Premier League leaders Liverpool are out of the FA Cup at the fourth round stage, beaten by Plymouth Argyle. The Championship strugglers were 1-0 winners at Home Park. Wolves are through. They scored twice in 2 minutes to beat Blackburn 2-0, whilst Aston Villa increased the pressure on boss Ange Postecoglou at Tottenham with a 2-1 win. Rangers missed a late penalty in a 1-0 home defeat to lower-level Queen's Park, and they're out of the Scottish Cup. Aberdeen are into the quarter-finals after a 3-0 win over Dunfermline. Elsewhere, the Manchester City striker Khadija Shaw scored in a 3-1 win over Leicester City in the fifth round of the Women's FA Cup. She had taken a short break after being subjected to racist and misogynistic abuse a week ago. Ireland have made it 2 wins out of 2 to top the Six Nations table. They were 32 points to 18 winners over Scotland at Murrayfield and took the bonus point too. England's cricketers have lost their one-day international series in India with a match to spare. They were comprehensively beaten in Cuttack, with Rohit Sharma's 119 powering the hosts towards a 4-wicket win. The England batter Jacob Bethel missed the match with a hamstring injury, and he'll also be ruled out of this month's Champions Trophy. In netball, England have won the final of the Nations Cup in London, beating South Africa 61-55. And in tennis, Carlos Alcaraz has become the youngest man in history to win a title on every surface. It's after he beat Alex de Minaur to the Rotterdam Open title on indoor hard court.
On BBC Sound,
Newscast is the unscripted chat behind the headlines.
it's informed but informal.
We pick the day's top stories and we find experts who can really dig into them.
We use our colleagues in the newsroom and our contacts.
Some people pick up the phone rather faster than others.
We sometimes literally run around the BBC building to grab the very best guests,
Join us for daily news chats.
to get you ready for today's conversations.
Newscast. Listen on BBC Sounds.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
The voice of the UK.
I love news and I love sports, so it's a perfect station for me.
I listen to you guys all the time.
Dalton Adebayo.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Yeah, there we have it. The Kansas City Chiefs denied a hat-trick of Super Bowl victories as the Philadelphia Eagles take their second title in this new era of the NFL and the fifth in its history. Well, I'm pleased to say that we can talk to one of the Kansas City fans, Paul Redman, who's one of the hosts of the Good Teams Win, Great Teams Cover podcast, and he's with us now. I know you're not necessarily a hardcore Chiefs fan, Paul. Anybody but the Eagles, though, is what you support, yeah? Anybody but the Eagles.
Yeah, hey Don, thanks very much for having me on. And yeah, as a Dallas Cowboys fan, it certainly was anybody but the Eagles. But wasn't to be tonight. The Eagles were absolutely fantastic and crushed the Kansas City Chiefs.
Do you mind explaining why Dallas fans want anybody but the Eagles to win the Super Bowl?
Yeah, so the Dallas Cowboys are in the same division as the Philadelphia Eagles, so the NFC East division in the National Football League, and there's quite a heated and fierce rivalry between the two teams. So dislike between each other, it goes both ways. Philly would certainly, the Philadelphia fans would certainly be in the same position if it was the Cowboys that were in the Super Bowl this evening playing the Chiefs. So yeah, there's just a fierce, long-standing rivalry between the two teams.
So you went for the Chiefs?
Yeah, I was going for the Chiefs tonight, and yeah, sadly it wasn't to be. And the Eagles were phenomenal, to be fair, credit where credit's due. An absolutely stunning performance from the Eagles, dominated from start to finish.
Yeah, from start to finish. So at what point did you realise it was not going to be your day?
Yeah, I think once it got kind of the last couple of minutes before half-time, I think, where Chiefs had the opportunity to get back in the game and make it closer, to score. I think they made it 17-7. But the Eagles just harassed Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs' offense, didn't let them breathe, didn't let them get going. And yeah, fully deserved win for the Philadelphia Eagles. A very, very impressive performance, and certainly the best team in the National Football League this year.
Alex Duckworth is with us. He's a member of the British and Irish Eagles fan club. Alex, you're not supposed to be partying at this point. What are you doing talking to me?
So the partying's happened, and I'm sure there'll be lots of partying on through the night in London and Philadelphia as well. But the reason I'm able to talk to you is because I'm got lots of things to be doing tomorrow. So enjoying the win, but moving on from there.
Hey, no problem with talking to me. Don't get me wrong. I was just thinking at this time, I mean, we saw last year how Taylor Swift was downing the bevies, as the Chiefs were winning left, right, and centre. And I just thought that was the thing that you do on a Super Bowl night. You drink and drink and drink and drink.
A few Guinnesses have been enjoyed. So
Guinnesses, I get it. It's the emerald colour of the Eagles, is it?
Exactly.
Well, not quite emerald, but you know what I mean. No, tell me, how sweet was this victory, Alex? How sweet was it?
It's absolutely amazing. I think the Chiefs' defence probably did exactly what they wanted to some extent. They wanted to shut down Barkley. They managed to do that in general terms, and then you just got Hurt stepping up there to really take the game into them and show them what it's about. You got AJ Brown stepping up, Smith stepping up, and just really showing what a team they are outside of individual players. I know that Sirianni's been saying it the whole time, that it's a team that rely on each other and work together, and we showed that tonight. Just is absolutely amazing, and they've worked so hard to get there. So I'm proud of the whole team, even from over this side of the pond.
Yeah, I think Paul, Alex has got a point that Barkley was shut down, was shut out of the game.
Yeah, for sure. The Chiefs did a good job, especially in the first half, of stopping that threat of the running game and the Eagles and Saquon Barkley in particular. And the Chiefs just shot themselves in the foot in other areas, but the Eagles found other ways to do it, and that's a credit to them in terms of, they're not a one-dimensional team that just solely relies on Saquon Barkley. Jalen Hurts was phenomenal. They found big plays from AJ Brown or Devonta Smith or Goddard at times, and got the job done in different ways.
Yeah. It felt like a couple of the commentaries from the Five Live team were suggesting that the Chiefs weren't prepared for the Eagles' attack. They weren't prepared for the Eagles' defence either. They were unprepared for this important match, arguably the greatest sporting spectacle in the world, apart from the World Cup. But nevertheless, they weren't prepared. They came into it ill-prepared. Do you agree with that, Paul, at all?
I don't know. I wouldn't say ill-prepared. Ultimately, they've had 2 weeks since the last game to prepare for it. I just think ultimately the key battle here was the Chiefs' O-line, which has been struggling and had to move players around due to injuries and poor form, against the strength of the Eagles' defensive line that really just went to another level. We knew the NFL circles how good that Philadelphia Eagles defensive line was in being able to pressure and get to the quarterback. But they played even better than we've seen at any point this year. They, as a unit and individually, they were incredible, and it was just too much for the Kansas City Chiefs to handle and overcome, and that was the story in the game, really.
Yeah, Alex, there's history, though, for the Eagles in this great tournament. Of course, it's their second Super Bowl victory, but I was there when they tried to overturn the New England Patriots in Super Bowl 40 in Jacksonville, Florida. And I must say, I was an Eagles fan then, just because as a broadcaster I was interviewing both the Eagles fans and the Patriots fans. And the Eagles fans were much, much, much more fun. The Patriots fan got there like about 10 weeks early, whereas the Philadelphia Eagles fans were arriving by every plane that was coming in from the night before and so on. And, they were like happy-go-lucky, good day out and everything. But it does seem as if this is a much more serious Eagles team now, and Eagles franchise than the one that I experienced against the New England Patriots, where they had to fly home with their tail between their legs.
Yeah, definitely. I think that the Philly fans are passionate, right? I think we're known for that. I know the Dallas Cowboys know that the most out of anyone. So I think today we definitely saw a fan base and also a team that had their game face on, that knew that they needed to get over the line. Hurts being there a couple of years ago, saw and tasted defeat and just needed to get it over the line. And I think that came across with, I think a lot of the fans knew that this was game time, we needed to go. And then it showed on the pitch there today, like they needed to get it done. And I think taking that step up and managing to really, well, I suppose even at half time and into the third quarter blow out the Chiefs really was a testament to that. But I still think best fans in the world, that's what you get from Philly.
Yeah, although Paul, best fans in the world, the Phillies.
The Philadelphia sports team's fan base is certainly are passionate fans, that's for sure. I don't know if I can say they're the best fans. They do Santa Claus and other things, but yeah, they certainly do show up in force. And you saw in the stadium at the Superdome in New Orleans tonight, you know, that was a mass of Philadelphia green. And you know, they travel in force and certainly would like to make their presence known and certainly back their team to the hill. And yeah, certainly 50,000-60,000 of them in the Superdome this evening. I really enjoyed that trip.
And as a somewhat neutral in normal circumstances, is this the end then of the historic moments that the Chiefs could have achieved tonight? Is this the end of their repeat appearances in the Super Bowl, 3 in a row?
Yeah, I don't think it's the end for the Chiefs. No, I think to win, you know, nobody's won 3 championships before since kind of the Super Bowl started in the old format of the league before the merger. The Packers did it the Green Bay Packers did it in the 60s. It's just that the nature of the sport is to try and have competitive balance, so to get a team to dominate like that is very, very difficult. And I don't think this is the end of the Kansas City Chiefs. They had a bit of a similar setback a few years ago. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers beat them convincingly in the Super Bowl, and they've come back and been to 3 more since. So I expect the Chiefs, they're a really well-run organisation. They'll go and fix those things that were weak for them tonight, make those strengths, and I fully expect we'll see the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes back in several more Super Bowls in the coming years.
Although, Alex, you must be hoping for a dynasty, or should I say dynasty now, because, you know, you've got a young team, haven't you, in the Eagles. You've got a really young team that could be featuring in Super Bowls for some time to come.
Yeah, definitely. I think we've proven also from our draft picks over the last 3 years that the team behind the scenes there know exactly what they're doing, the GM as well. But I also totally agree that the way the sport's set up is hard to dominate over many years. It's set up to create as much of an even playing field each year as they can. So hopefully we'll still be there tonight. I'm going to dine out on today and enjoy that, and yeah, hopefully we'll be back for many more. I'm sure the team can do it.
And of course, we here living in the UK, Paul, we are kind of, as much as we are absorbing the NFL with the odd international game over here, sometimes down the road from me in Tottenham, believe it or not, and elsewhere. And I know Milton Keynes, for example, is a really big support base of the NFL, amongst other things. But we are almost always one step removed. As a spectacle, great. You can watch NFL and love it. But it's harder to get the sort of full absorption of the NFL over there, because we don't play it over there. You know, they don't teach it in schools and so on, but things are changing, eh?
Yeah, I think things are changing for sure. We're seeing more British and Irish influence in particular in the NFL as well, with more players making teams, you know, in the National Football League, and that will continue. And a global influence on the NFL. You know, we're just a couple of days removed from the NFL announcing that there's going to be an additional international game in Dublin, in Croke Park, on top of the the 3 games that will be in London next year. So it is continuing to grow in Europe and in the UK. And we are seeing more and more teams pop up and the standard getting better, and there being a pathway for people to be able to get involved through the NFL Academy and the International Player Pathway Program, where there is a way to get involved in the NFL and make it to the NFL for players from across the world, including the UK.
Okay, and thank you very much, Paul. It's been a pleasure. And let me just remind people that your podcast is Good Teams Win, Great Teams Cover. And look forward to reacquainting with you again soon. And Alex as well, thanks very much. Enjoy the celebrations, mate. Don't have a little bit too much, because you never know. You might be called on back to 5 Live to give an analysis of what happened in New Orleans tonight, yeah?
Always welcome. Really appreciate it.
Absolute pleasure. Now, who's running America? Trump's tech brain, Elon Musk is part in this new thread from the Americast team.
Hello, it's Anthony in Washington, D.C.
And it is Mariana in London.
And let's talk about Elon Musk. Your favorite topic, Mariana, is the head of X, formerly Twitter, the head of Tesla, the head of SpaceX. But he's more than that. So where do we even begin?
Yeah, favourite maybe isn't quite the right word, but definitely one of the topics that I spend most of my time talking about at the moment, not least on episodes of Americast every week, but now we have the perfect opportunity to talk about him even more. I guess the top things that people need to know going into this episode is how important he is right now in American politics. He was front and centre at the inauguration of President Trump. He's part of this group that have been sort of nicknamed the Broligarchy. That's basically tech bosses, tech moguls who seem to be getting closer to Donald Trump or be aligning themselves with Donald Trump in some way. Of all of them, he is sort of front and centre, the closest. And that is because, I mean, the way that we know that is because he spent a lot of time posting about Donald Trump in the build-up to the election, but also because he now has this role in Donald Trump's government, White House, making big cuts to the federal government, and that is making quite a lot of waves, as he often does do.
Yeah, he's going from agency to agency, gutting them, freezing budgets, putting personnel on administrative leave, telling all the federal employees to take a buyout if they want to get out of the government, encouraging them to do so. Of course, he spent more than $200 million during this past presidential election helping to get Trump into the White House. He essentially camped out in the state of Pennsylvania, the key battleground state, and held rallies there and showered the state with money. Is there a more powerful person in the world right now than Elon Musk? He's the richest man in the world. He controls all of these companies. He has an inside position in the United States government. I mean, it is really remarkable, Mariana. You know, when we talk about the people who have influence that are running the country, I mean, I guess Elon Musk has to be first and foremost, maybe even right alongside Donald Trump himself.
Yeah, and we need only look at particularly what he's been up to the past 3 years even. You know, I look at the takeover of Twitter, which I spent a lot of time investigating back then, 2022 into 2023, and it kind of provides us with a bit of a blueprint as to what he's up to now, as does actually looking back on all of his life, not just when he bought Twitter. Let's chat to Molly Ball. She spent some time interviewing Elon Musk for Times Person of the Year profile. That was in 2021. She's now a senior political correspondent at the Wall Street Journal. Hi, Molly. Happy to be here. Hi.
All right, well, let's start in the beginning with South Africa, where Elon Musk grew up. A lot of people, I think, know he's South African, that he's an immigrant to the United States. Well, what kind of an influence did South Africa have on Musk and who he is? What kind of upbringing did he have?
Yeah, well, he had a quite difficult childhood, I think it's fair to say. Not difficult in terms of his material circumstances, but his parents divorced when he was 9 years old. He went to live with his father, who he has described as abusive and controlling, a very sort of domineering figure, and he was bullied quite severely. He has sort of self-diagnosed with a form of autism that used to be known as Asperger's, and he was a sort of classically sort of nerdy, withdrawn kid who was bullied quite severely to the point that he was beaten and hospitalized.
You know, I think my views of South Africa are somewhat scarred by kind of a negative childhood experience, like literally scars. Yeah, I have literally quite a few scars. Yeah, it was tough, so. But there's certainly plenty of good things about the country, but my particular experience was not that great.
He had relatives in Canada, and so pretty much as soon as he could, he escaped South Africa and left for Canada, where he went for college before transferring to the University of Pennsylvania, from which he graduated with a degree in physics and economics. And then he briefly enrolled at a graduate program at Stanford, but dropped out after 2 days in order to found his first tech company. I say all this in part because one of the things I think people may not know about Elon Musk is he doesn't have any degrees in engineering. He is in sort of the classic mold of the Silicon Valley dropout in some ways, self-taught in a lot of the things that he's pursued.
I mean, he always seems to want to be in control, right? That's one thing that we've heard from a lot of people who have met him, is that he wants to be the alpha male. He wants to be the person in control. His ex-wife said that this was something that he was like. Is that part of that trait of him, that personality that comes through?
There's certainly no lack of grandiose ambitions or conviction of his own personal genius as you look back on Musk's history. His own brother said to me when I interviewed him for this profile, he's a savant when it comes to business, but his gift is not empathy with people. So again, in sort of the classic, right, engineering nerd, autism spectrum mold, he is able to focus quite intently on the problems he wants to solve, and he doesn't really have much regard for the feelings of others when they get in his way, and he doesn't have much regard either for governments and for regulations and for any kind of obstacles. He sees those as mere impediments to the freedom to which he believes he's entitled.
Molly, I've spent quite a lot of time wanting to interview Elon Musk since he took over X, and I just wonder what it was like being in the room with... Did you meet him in person, or how did you carry out the interview, and what was your kind of impression of him once you'd left the room, your kind of immediate impression?
Yeah. So I would point out, first of all, that this is 2021, so before he bought Twitter, now X, and before the sort of political transformation he has undergone. At that time, he was still sort of indifferent to Joe Biden, but had voted for him and had previously been sort of an Obama Democrat. But my colleagues and I traveled to his so-called Starbase in Texas, where he builds a lot of his SpaceX rockets, and we walked around one of the rocket launch pads with him. You know, he can be sort of quite serious or aggressive in other contexts, but once you get him around the rockets, he has this just sort of childish delight in the things that he's created. And of course, these rockets are several stories tall. They're humongous. They are a real quantum leap forward in terms of rocket engineering, and he really did it himself, having taught himself, with the aid of experts like Jim Cantrell, but really taught himself to be a rocket scientist. And he had his, at the time, 2-year-old son X with him and a little dog, and they're sort of toddling around behind him on the launch pad, and he's just pointing up at the rocket engines, just so interested in all of the ins and outs of the engineering, which of course are incomprehensible to a layperson, but you can see just how his mind becomes obsessed with these things that he's interested in, to the point that he's able to think through things on I think, a higher level than most human beings. And so it was fascinating to be with him in that context, where he was able to sort of drop his defenses and just be that sort of dorky, almost childish engineering student.
Now, some tech entrepreneurs, they like to toil away in isolation. They don't crave the spotlight. That's not Elon Musk, though. I mean, you described him as a showman and a salesman, that he actually wants the attention and the notoriety. Did you sense that when you were talking to him, and what do you think motivates him there?
Yeah, and I think this is a somewhat underappreciated aspect of his success, that, as you say, he's not sitting in a room coding and then just trusting the world to find his products once they are rolled out into the universe. If you remember the early years of Tesla, which, by the way, is the first major American car company to be founded in 100 years. It's really, and he did not found it, but he believed in it enough to invest in it and take it over from the founders, and really was responsible for creating the company that we know as Tesla today. So if you remember those early years at Tesla, he would have these presentations where he'd get up on a stage and show off the thing that he said he was going to build, and then people would give him, tens of thousands of dollars in deposits, and then the car would just not materialize for months, if not years, after he said it was going to show up. And he nearly went bankrupt several times, but he realized from the beginning that unless he had a certain sort of cultural cachet, unless there was a sense of this company as something cool and glamorous that people wanted to buy, that it wasn't going to go anywhere just based on the technology. And so if you look at the things that he's done throughout his life, the cars, the rockets, even the, early stuff with PayPal or certainly with Twitter and now with politics, his public persona has always been a huge part of the impact that he's able to have in these various industries and endeavors.
And in terms of his pivot, Molly, you described that kind of childlike love of space and rockets and everything else. And I think that's perhaps the version of Elon Musk that a lot of people were more familiar with before he then kind of catapulted himself into the political arena. But in terms of why that happened, Elon Musk talks about what he calls the woke mind virus, and that being a real motive for him to get involved in politics and support Donald Trump and rally against some of the issues that he does, particularly on X. Some people have linked that to one of his children transitioning, who's actually written quite a lot about how difficult that was for their relationship.
I lost my son, essentially. They call it dead naming for a reason.
Yeah,
All right, so the reason it's called dead naming is because your son is dead. So my son Xavier is dead. He's killed by the woke mind virus. So I vowed to destroy the woke mind virus after that.
Do you think that is a factor in his move politically?
It certainly seems to be a factor, particularly in his turn against things like transgender rights. I think it does go back further than that, though. I think his political transformation started to take shape during the Biden administration, or potentially before that, because during COVID, you'll remember, his companies did not shut down, did not stop manufacturing, and really flouted the laws in California. At the same time, he came under fire from a lot of regulators who were investigating his companies and going after him on things like discrimination and workplace violations. His companies have never been unionized, and for that reason, he never got a lot of respect from the Biden administration once Biden came into office. So the Biden administration would say, oh, we love electric cars, and here's the electric car manufacturers, and then they would bring in GM. When, I think any honest person would tell you there would not be a vibrant American electric car sector without Tesla. They were really the first movers in this space who really revolutionized what was possible for electric vehicles. So he felt very burned by that. And it caused him to just lose respect for just the apparatus of government in general. One of the things that he said in our interview was that he just does not believe that the government is a good steward of the common good of public resources. He started to go after, Democratic senators like Elizabeth Warren, who are proposing taxes on wealth, and getting into these fights on Twitter even before he owned it with people like that. So a combination of his personal interests, although, of course, his critics would point out that his companies have also benefited quite a lot from government subsidies and contracts, but his personal interest, feeling reined in by the so-called administrative state and regulatory pressures, things that have happened in his personal life, and then just sort of being part of this sort of collective red pilling that I think a lot of the tech sector has undergone, where they see Democrats as antithetical to business and antithetical to progress and to technological change.
Yeah, fascinating. And you can hear the full version of that conversation on BBC Sounds. This is The Nightclub on BBC Radio 5 Live. And it's been Super Bowl night on 5 Live. Well, I suppose I'm going to have to give it away, aren't I? It wasn't the Kansas City Chiefs that won it, yeah? That's a giveaway.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The BBC News is at 4 o'clock. This is Jason Kay. President Trump has said he's committed to buying and owning Gaza, despite facing international backlash against his plans. Mr. Trump said the return of Palestinians in northern Gaza was a big mistake, but the Politico journalist Daniel Lippman says the president's comments aren't being taken seriously either inside the US or abroad.
It's not seen as a serious play, that we're more likely to take over Greenland or the Panama Canal than take over Gaza. This is not what Americans voted for or his supporters, but he also does like to stay in the headlines. And so, he wanted to kind of stir the pot. Even Israelis don't think that this is going to happen. And that this is not seen as a serious play by Middle Eastern countries, which don't want to take 2 million Palestinian refugees.
The Home Office says its immigration teams have carried out thousands of raids and arrests since Labour came to power last July. It said that more than 600 people were arrested last month in raids on premises such as nail bars, but the leader of Reform UK, Nigel Farage, described the figures as feeble. The Burnley MP Oliver Ryan is being investigated by the Labour Party over comments made in a WhatsApp group. Mr Ryan confirmed that he was in the same group as the Health Minister Andrew Gwynn, who was sacked over the weekend after posting offensive messages. Both MPs have apologised. The French President Emmanuel Macron is due to welcome world leaders and tech bosses to Paris today for a summit on artificial intelligence. Our AI correspondent, Mark Chislak, has more.
Probably one of the most interesting aspects of the AI Action Summit is seeing who is vying to become the next AI global superpower. The US currently dominates as companies like Google, Microsoft and OpenAI all will be sending very senior staff to the summit. Now this presents opportunities for the UK and the EU, especially as the UK government has gone all in on AI, hoping that the technology will be able to streamline public services as well as promote economic growth.
In sport, the Philadelphia Eagles have obliterated the Kansas City Chiefs bid to become the first NFL team to win 3 consecutive Super Bowls with a huge 40-22 victory in New Orleans. The halftime show performer was the rapper Kendrick Lamar, and President Donald Trump was in the audience. A road in Somerset will be closed for the next 6 weeks so that toads, newts and frogs can go to their ancestral breeding lake. Harriet James, a volunteer with the Charlcombe Toad Rescue Group, says it's a vital project.
If we can rescue enough females, then we can maintain the population, because each female can have at least 1,000 eggs inside her. So, one female death is a huge hit to the population. We're only recording about 100 females a year, maybe 200. So you can tell how vulnerable they are. Any reduction in the number of cars has got to help.
Harriet James handing the BBC News at 4 minutes past.
The Six Nations.
Rugby's greatest championship. Live commentary of every Home Nations match across BBC Sounds and the BBC Sport app.
And the Rugby Weekly podcast is now daily with all the best insight and analysis from the biggest names in the game. The Six Nations.
Listen on BBC Sounds.